Hello everyone, welcome back to our YouTube channel Despot MBA Prep. Let me take 5 to 10 minutes and I will be quickly explaining you how to make use of these 100 hours of amazing content for CAT aspirants. So please don't skip these 5 to 10 minutes in the initial 5 to 10 minutes because you will be understanding the entire structure of this video series and also you will be more clear on how to make use of it. Many aspirants who are preparing for CAT have been asking us to provide a dedicated video series for Quant in such a way that the advanced questions and the previous year CAT questions are explained right after discussing a particular concept. So we designed this entire 100 hours with a lot of research, and we have worked for around 2 months, 2 complete months, just for the benefit of all the CAT aspirants. So how we are going ahead with this series is we will be bifurcating all these 100 hours. We bifurcated all these 100 hours into all 5 parts of Quant. The first one is Arithmetic. We'll start with Arithmetic. Next, we will move on to algebra, then geometry and mensuration, and then number system, and then modern maths. I will talk about bifurcation in a few minutes, but how we will be explaining you the things is, let's take a particular topic in arithmetic. Let's take percentages. In percentages, you have got many subtopics. For instance, you need to understand the concept of base. You also need to understand the concept of multipliers, right? Multipliers and the application of multipliers, of course. And you also need to understand the basic concept of successive increase and successive decrease. So we'll be taking each and every concept one after the other. We will be taking base, the concept of base, this first concept, and we'll be explaining you entire concept. After that, we will be moving on to solving basic questions and past year CAT questions, and then we will take the same concept and we will solve more challenging questions related to this. Once this concept is done, we will move on to next concept of percentages, and then we will follow the same approach, explaining you the concept, solving basic questions and past year CAT questions, and then solving challenging questions. Once the second concept is done, we will move on to the third concept and we will follow the same approach. Once all these subtopics are finished, we will be done with the main topic, which is percentages in this case, right? So what is the basic advantage of this 3-step approaches? The first aspect is you will be understanding the entire concept and how to apply the concept in real life scenario. The second one is you will get an idea on solving wide variety of questions, including past year CAT questions. That is what the actual CAT level is. And the third one is you will be exposed to more challenging questions of that particular subtopic. And while solving all the questions, we will also discuss the exam specific approaches to almost all the questions, because you shouldn't have one standard approach. You won't have any one standard approach to solve all the type of questions. You also need to be aware of how to make use of options in case of non-theta questions of CAT. So we'll be solving all this, the smart approaches and the specific exam specific approaches while solving the questions after discussing the concept. So the bifurcation will look like this. Arithmetic will be spending around 25 hours, where we'll be explaining all the topics of arithmetic, right from percentages, averages, ratios, time and work, time, speed, distance, simple interest, compound interest, and all those things. Algebra, it takes around 14 to 15 hours, and geometry, we'll move on to geometry after that, and this is somewhere around 20 hours of learning. And then we'll move on to number system. This is somewhere around 20 hours. And then we'll move on to modern maths. This is somewhere around 20 hours. So when I added all this, it came out to be around 100 or 1 or 2 hours of entire quant. Since we cannot upload 100 hours of video on YouTube at a go, we will be bifurcating 100 hours into 10 hours each, approx 10 hours each, and we are updating it as part 1, part 2, and so on. And the only thing that we expect from you guys is to subscribe to our YouTube channel so that we can bring more quality content regularly, and also do share this video with your friends and your fellow CAT aspirants so that we will have a direct proportion of the beneficiaries. And also I would like to just break out a few myths while solving some questions. See, when you practice questions, since you are in learning phase now, this is not October, this is not November. Since you are in learning phase, please don't skip. If you find out a question difficult, please try to do that. Please try to solve the question. Don't look into the solution immediately. Whenever you are in learning phase, you need to think about the question. You need to try to find out new approaches on how to solve. So that's how the logic will be improved. It is applied for quant, it is also applied for LRDI as well. So don't look into solutions immediately. You shouldn't do that. Spend considerable amount of time. Spend some time, think about it, try the question. Still, if you face some difficulty in solving that, just look for some hint and again try it. So that's how you will expand your knowledge. That will be a very good practice for you. Whenever in the examination you are trying to solve the questions, don't skip a question in the examination hall or while taking mocks for the fact that you are unable to understand it completely even after reading it once. If you are unable to get the question after reading it once, go through the question for one more time, because there is no harm in it even if you read for the second time, right? And you will understand in a much better way if you read for one more time. And try the question for, let's say, 45 seconds, or you can try it for around a minute. And if you are still struggling, then skip the question, because the best time to skip a question during your examination is at least after giving it 1 to 1.5 hours of 1 to 1.5 minutes of time. Also, one more misconception beginners often have is they just run away from a question by looking at the size of the question. If the question has got lot of text, they just skip the question immediately. They don't even read it at least for once. Please remember one thing: questions that are bigger in text doesn't mean they require bigger calculations, hefty calculations, or it also doesn't mean the LOD of that question is very high. So whatever the size of the question is, don't skip the question before reading it. Just read the question, read it once. If you don't get it, read it twice and try to do it. If you have problem in proceeding ahead, then you can look for the solution, or you can just go for the same concept and revise the concept again, right? And one more thing, smaller questions, which means the questions that have lesser text, doesn't mean lesser words, doesn't mean the questions are easier, because even one liner questions can be very trickier and can make you struggle a lot. So please don't have these two preconceptions in your mind while practicing questions. It can be during the mocks, it can also be during your examination. And coming to this 100 hours program of quant, this will be taken care of by myself and JP sir. He has got a wonderful experience, has got over 18 years of experience in CAD GMAT domain, and he's a wonderful trainer. He attempted around 18 or 19 times he attempted CAT, and he scored more than 99.88 percentile in all the 19 times. So wonderful trainer, he's a wonderful mentor. I'm confident that you will be enjoying this entire series. So let us begin.
All right, Ayush. So I think we have enough time to wait. So let's start the session. And today's topic is percentage, right? So under CAT exams, you know that percentage play most important area. Why percentage play most important area? Because in fact, percentage is not only one topic. It is also connected with other topic like profit loss discount and SICI. All right. So why percentage is important? Like percentage comes under the area of arithmetic. And arithmetic play approximately 40% role under quant section, right? That means out of 26 questions, you would have 9 to 10 questions easily, or sometimes 11 questions from this area. Not this area, percentage only. Arithmetic include percentage, profit loss discount, SICI, that is directly related with percentage. And apart from that, ratio family like ratio, average, mixture, and time, speed, distance, and time interval. So all these area include arithmetic. So arithmetic play most important role in quant section. Clear? And that's why we are starting with the percentage topic. That's why we are starting with the arithmetic. In arithmetic, the first session is percentage. All right. So before starting the session, let me introduce myself. I am Jayaprakash Gupta, and I have a 18 years of teaching experience in CAT, and I have another competitive examples as well. And I have trained more than 20,000 students. And you can see my CAT percentile in quant and DI section. These are the few percentile, but consistently I score 99 plus percentile under quant and DI section since CAT 2004 3 onwards. Right? So I'll be your mentor in quant section, and I'll be taking care of your quant classes. All right. Now, I do not have as such a very sound background in terms of academics. I simple BSc graduate, like BSc, and I also did the post graduation. But if you talk about my, percentage in 10, 12, that was not very great, right? In fact, I just scored 60 to 60, 63.8% in 12th class. So that was not great. But why I did excel in the quant section? Because of certain things that this does not require your mathematical knowledge, but it required your basic understanding of the information, right? Understanding of the information, as well as right applying certain logical concept. Clear? So it's more of the certain logic plus under following the instruction. And since it is related to maths, so certain basics fundamental, like the topic that you have studied maths, this percentage, probably in 7th and 8th class, isn't it? So if you see the topic that comes in CAT, most of the arithmetic topics are taken from 7th or 8th class. There are certain area like algebra, but that is not higher algebra. This basic, most of the questions from algebra are elementary algebra, so that you also have done in your 9th, 10th classes, right? So most of the questions under CAT section, under quant section in CAT, are from your till 10th class mathematics, right? So you have nothing to do with the higher mathematics in this CAT exam. Clear, guys? So when I'm starting the percentage, there are 4 most important points. And the first important point is understanding base. I'll discuss all the 4 points one by one. Clear, guys? I'll discuss all the 4 points one by one. All right. So see, in percentage, base is the most important area. And if you understand this, you can solve any question of percentage, and that will finalize in the today's class itself. Means आज की class में ही, like in today's class itself, you will know that how this understanding base can make you comfortable in any question related to percentage. So in today's session, we cover basic question. We'll start each and everything from the basics. We also go through the CAT level question, right? जो आज की classes होगी, हम बिल्कुल zero level से लेके CAT level तक ले जाएंगे. I hope it's understood, right? So let's take an example. Let's say these are two students, Guri and Bhavya. Now, if I say that Guri scored 350 marks and Bhavya scored 420 marks, right? Can you tell me who is a better student? If you see in terms of score, so what will be your decision? Who is a better student? Better students?
Sir, we cannot exactly say. So we cannot exactly say because we do not have the base.
To improve in quant or to excel in quant.
Sir, am I audible?
That is very, very important for all of you. And that's the extra benefit of the live class. That is your interaction. If you do not interact, if you just keep listening, it's not going to help you much. Otherwise, you have infinite session in YouTube and lots of online platform. Clear? I say I can see your chat, but you are not audible. I think you have not said something. Maybe you have.
Hello, sir.
Yeah,
Hello.
now you are audible.
Yes, sir. I was saying we cannot judge them because we don't know the base.
Yeah, excellent answer. Excellent answer. We cannot judge them because we do not know the base. Why? Because we do not know whether they appeared in the same exam or in different exam. So, for example, let's say if I say that Guri scored 350 out of 500 marks. So now, in terms of percentage, can we convert this into percentage? How can we convert this into percentage? It's very simple. In 500, if Guri scored 350 marks, so out of 1, it will be 350 upon 500. This is a unitary method. I hope everybody know this. Yes or no? Right. So out of 100, how much will it be? So out of 100, it will be 350 upon 500 into 100. So the percentage word itself say that per plus cent means when we discuss something, when we compare something with respect to 100, with respect to, per 100, that is what in percentage. Clear? So in this scenario, Guri scored how much? 70% marks? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Right? Okay. And by this time, I think Akash also joined us. Very good evening, Akash. Am I audible? All right. Now, in the second case, let's say Bhabya scored 420 out of how much? Let's say she scored out of 700. Now, with the same logic, can you tell me percentage marks scored by Bhabya? Anyone? Out of 700, if she scored 420, so can we say that percentage score will be 420 upon 700 into 100? That is going to how much? 60%. Remember, we have 2 hour session, so we'll cover each and everything. Don't worry, and we start each and everything from the very basics, right? So I'll start the topic from the 0 level. Whether you know it or you do not know, you don't need to worry. And definitely in today's class itself, I'll make you sure that you are in position to solve CAT level question, and I'll also try few CAT level question actually that appeared recently in the CAT exams. All right. So now if I say that Guri scored 70% marks and Bhabya scored 60% marks, assuming that difficulty level is same, in that case, I can say that Guri is a better student, right? So if you know something with respect to 100, it's very easy to compare, right? As you can see in image from the childhood, like when we talk about our results or annual or the half yearly exams, right? So generally we discuss our result in terms of percentage, like I scored 95% marks or 98% marks or 85% marks, something like that. Yes or no? Right? So one thing that we have understood from here, how to convert any value in percentage, right? So let's say if I say that 30 is what percent of 75? So how will you solve this simple question? 30 is what percent of 75? How will you solve this question? It simply means 30 is with respect to 75. So 30 divided by 75 into 100, isn't it? So it's going to be how much percentage? It's going to be how much percentage? Guys, if you respond, I'll know that whether you know these basic things or not. If you know all these very basic things, all of you, then I should not spend much time here, so I can move to the next
40%.
Right? And if you have problem here, then first we need to clear this basic area, then we should move on to level 1. So we start from 0 level to level 1 to level 2 to level 3 to level 4, right? So up to the highest level we'll cover the portion, but I have to start from here. So can we easily convert this into percentage? That is how much? We can cancel out with, yeah, 25 3s are 25 4s are 3 10 times, so you can say 40%. All right, one more question. If I say, can you tell me 80 is how much percent more than 60? That's another question. So in the first question we discussed that A is what percent of B. If I say A is what percent of B, so I can say A upon B into hundreds. That's very simple. And second point, 80 is how much percent more than B?
Sir, 33 whole 1 by 3.
Right. So that's about the comparison. That's what about the comparison? Like 60 is the number and 80 is the another number, and 80 comparison is with respect to 60. So how much more or less means difference. So what's the difference here? 20. And more than 60, that means we are comparing with respect to 60. So 20 divided by 60 into 100, that will be the value that how much percent more than 60. So that is what 33.33 or 33 1 by 3 percentage. Now why we divided by 60? Because we are comparing with 60. So whatever comes in divide, what will comes in divide? Divide में क्या आएगा? ये सबसे important point है. And in divide, right, it will be always a base. Means हम किससे compare कर रहे हैं? To whom we are comparing. तो जिससे के साथ comparison होगा उसी के साथ division होगा when we need to convert something in percentage. Is it clear? Is it clear? In the another question, if I say that 60 is how much percent less than 80? 60 is how much percent less than 80? अब क्या करेंगे? What will you do now?
Base will be 80, sir.
Right. So base will be 80. Very good. Right. So you understood which these basic point, like it will be always the base to whom we divide. So we can say that here 60 is how much less? 20. ठीक है, difference दोनों ही केस में 20 है. 80-20 लेस मोर है 60 से, या 60-20 80 से 20 लेस है. बट अब यहाँ पे कंपेरिजन किससे हो रहा है? In this case we are comparing with respect to 80, and that's why division will be with 80, not 60, and that's why answer here will be 25%. ठीक है, तो ये बेसिक पॉइंट क्लियर हुए. Now second point, if value is already in percentage, then how to calculate? Let's say you have to calculate 20% of 90% of 720. So sir, just calculation based question. 20% means what? 20 upon 100. So whenever we remove percentage sign, we can divide by 100 or multiply by 1 by 100. Similarly, 90% means 90 by 100 of 720 directly as it is. So we can do this calculation and we get the value. Clear? Now let's start with the simple example. Is can you solve this question? This is a very simple question, right? And we are again focusing on understanding base, right? So I'm starting with very simple question, or you can say level 1 question. A shopkeeper sell an article for rupees 7,500 and earning 20% profit, right? So everybody of us know that profit or loss, whenever we sell certain thing more than the cost price, जब भी हम cost price जितने में purchase करते हैं उससे ज्यादा में sell करेंगे तो profit होगा. तो यहाँ पे हमें क्या बताना है? Here we have to find out the cost price. Anyone guys, please try this. 30 seconds for you. Akash, Disha, any idea?
6,000, sir.
Okay, so one answer is 6,000, right? Okay, that's a one option. Anyone else? See, your participation, again I remind you, your participation is really important, because you know that where are you making mistakes or where going in the right direction, right? So you say that answer should be 6,000. Now I am not disclosing whether right or wrong, but tell me, how did you calculate 6,000? So probably what you did, you have separated profit from the selling price, right? Am I right, Akash?
Yes, yes, sir.
Right. So what you did, you separated 20% of 7,500, right? In 7,500.
Yes.
Right, which is incorrect. Now why it is incorrect? Here you need to understand two basic things, that profit is always calculated over cost price, and it is already defined, right? Even if it is not mentioned, you have to assume over cost price, and it is directly defined that 20% profit over cost price. So 20% of what? 20% of CP. तो यहाँ पे अपनी गलती क्या कर दी? Base. So I already told you, whether you solve level 1 question और लेवल 4 क्वेश्चन, हम लेवल 4 क्वेश्चन तक करेंगे आज की क्लास में, राइट। इट विल बी द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट कि व्हेन जब हम परसेंटेज ले रहे हैं या कैलकुलेट कर रहे हैं तो वेदर वी आर टेकिंग द राइट बेस और नॉट, क्लियर। सो अंडरस्टैंडिंग बेस विल बी द मोस्ट चैलेंजिंग पार्ट इन लेवल 4 क्वेश्चन, राइट। मतलब मोस्ट डिफिकल्ट क्वेश्चन होगा तो वहां पे भी आपका ये जो बेस समझना है, दैट विल बी द मोस्ट चैलेंजिंग एरिया, अंडरस्टूड। Because 20% profit is not of SP, it is of CP, cost price, and which is not given, which we have to calculate. अगर हम इसको X मान लें, so here in 7500 what we need to subtract? We need to subtract 20% of X. Understood, Ayush?
Yes, sir. Okay, sir.
Right? Others also, guys, is it clear that we have to subtract 20% of X? ठीक है, कुछ लोग लगता है बस लॉग इन करके चले गए हैं ही नहीं। ऑलराइट, सो दिस इज इक्वल टू योर कॉस्ट प्राइस विच इज एक्स। सो दैट्स अ बेसिक, आपने ये पॉइंट बिल्कुल सही किया, दैट फ्रॉम द सेलिंग प्राइस यू सबट्रैक्टेड प्रॉफिट and that is what give you cost price, but you made a mistake, a small mistake in taking the base, clear? So if you take the base correctly, so can you solve this now?
Yes, sir. 6050 answer.
6250, I think. Just toss.
Hello.
Verify it. I
Hello.
think. Yes. Yes, this sir.
सर मेरा आवाज आ रही है?
हाँ, you are audible.
सर ये सम थोड़ा फिर से समझा दीजिए ना।
एक सम?
ये सम थोड़ा फिर से समझा दीजिए ना।
ये फिर से, ये क्वेश्चन फिर से समझा दूं?
हाँ,
ठीक है। देखो आप पहले ये पॉइंट बेसिक समझ लीजिए। What is a question? Question give you, this is what? This is a selling price. Sales an article means क्या है ये? Selling price. इतना क्लियर है? Is it clear?
Yes sir.
And we also know that in cost price, if we add profit, we will get selling price. Similarly, in selling price, if we subtract profit, we'll get cost price. This is a very basic point. However, हम profit loss discount को बहुत डिटेल में अलग से कवर करेंगे. It's not like that we are covering profit loss discount, but I'm just telling you that percentage is important in all these areas. और यहाँ पे important role क्या है? Base का. So यहाँ पे क्या किया? Like Ayush did a good thing that he subtracted profit from the selling price to calculate cost price. बात समझ में आ गई? आयुष क्या कर रहे थे? जैसा, is it clear? तो उन्होंने कहा कि 7500 में हम अगर 20% ऑफ 7500 सब्ट्रैक्ट कर दें तो हमारी कॉस्ट प्राइस आ जाएगी, बट ये रॉन्ग है। व्हाई दिस इज रॉन्ग? आप बात समझ रहे हो क्यों रॉन्ग है ये? बिकॉज प्रॉफिट जो है 20% किसका है? कॉस्ट प्राइस का। बेस क्या है यहाँ पे? कॉस्ट प्राइस। क्लियर? एंड जो कैलकुलेशन यहाँ पे कर रहे हैं, वी आर टेकिंग 20% ऑफ 7500 विच शुड नॉट बी देयर। तो गलती हो गई ना। क्वेश्चन तो कह रहा है कॉस्ट प्राइस का 20% लेना है एंड यू आर टेकिंग 20% ऑफ द सेलिंग प्राइस, सो फंडामेंटली इट इज इनकरेक्ट। क्लियर?
Yes sir, clear.
That's why if we do not know the base, we can assume it X. So can we say that 70 from the 7500, if we separate 20% of X, right? So X is a CP. So ये हमारा profit हो गया. Then we will get the cost price, which is X. Is it clear?
Yes, clear.
Right. So by doing this calculation, what we will do, we'll shift this point here. So 7500 will becomes X plus 20% of X. Can we write, is it a 0.2X? Because 20% of X is nothing but 20 by 100X or 0.2X. It's the same thing. Clear? Understood? And which is equal to 1.2X. So to calculate X, we'll do 7500 division with 1.2. And if you use the table of 12, you will get answer 6250. So Ayush, Disha, Akash, is it clear to all of you? Akash, I think there is some sound issue with you.
Yes sir, clear sir.
Disha, समझ में आ गया? Shall I move on? Right? You can also text, right? It's not necessary all the time you need to unmute yourself, right? So for yes or no, you can also write something to chat box. If you have to say the long statement, right, then you may use the sound mic system. Otherwise, for the simple yes or no or simple point, one line, two line words, you can use you should prefer to use chat box. Clear, guys? All right. However, there are other ways which I'm not discussing now, because other ways means some shortcut or some smart approach of calculation. So which we'll cover in the today's session itself, but later on. For me, my first focus is that to understand the base here. Is it clear? Right. So with the help of multiplier, we can also solve this. With the help of ratio, we can also solve this. So that's a different thing. But my point was that कि हमको base को सही direction में लेना है. Okay. So let's move on to next example. Guys, let's try this one. Everybody. Dheeraj spent 60% of his income. His income increases by 25% and expenditure increases by 25%. Find increase in his saving. Now, यहाँ पे three terms use हो रहे हैं: income, expenditure, and saving. So here we also used to apply the common sense. What is a common sense? Like, what is the relation in income, expenditure, and saving? I hope guys everybody knows this. Can you tell me what is the relation in income, expenditure, and saving? Anyone?
Income plus expenditure is equal to savings.
Is it income plus expenditure equal to saving? Is it?
No, sir. Expenditure plus saving is equal to.
Yeah, that's correct. So we can say that if you want to say in this way, you can say income minus expenditure. From the total income, if you separate the expenditure part, we'll get this saving or remaining value, right? So this in all the questions of arithmetic, apart from the basics of quant, understanding the language, certain basic relation you should also know. That's a very basic relation, right? So all the information are in percentage, right? So here we can assume any value. So whenever we have to assume something, we can prefer to take 100. For example, Dheeraj spent 60% of his income. So we have to assume income as a some value. We can assume X, we'll get the answer. We can assume 100, we also get the answer. तो बताइए क्या बेटर रहेगा कैलकुलेशन के लिए, X बेटर रहेगा या 100 रहेगा बेटर? Yeah, that's correct, Ayush. 100 will be better. So what we can do, if we take Dheeraj's income as 100, अब बताइए इससे क्या पता चला? If Dheeraj's income is 100, and by using this this information that Dheeraj spend 60% of income, अगर वो 60% income का spend कर रहा है, फिर क्या होगा? बताइए.
Expenditure is 60%.
Expenditure is 60% of 100. So what is the value 60% of 100?
60 only.
60 आ जाएगा. Clear? And if you know income and expenditure, accordingly, you will also know the saving part. तो बताइए saving part कितना आ जाएगा?
40.
कितना आ जाएगा? 40 आ जाएगा. Correct. So that is the information as per the first line. Now there are certain changes as per this instruction. His income increases by 25%. Now you need to understand 25% increase over what? Initial income value. है ना? That was the initial case. So just follow this instruction. That after 25% increment, what will be the final income? कितनी हो जाएगी फाइनल इनकम? This what will be new income now? 125. Right? This you also have to participate. Akash, can you answer it? It will be how much? 125. Because 25% of 100 will be 25 itself. Right? And if you have any different opinion, please let me know. ऐसा नहीं कि मैं जो कह रहा हूँ वो सच्ची है, right? If you feel that this should not be there should be something else, please let me know it. Clear? Now tell me the next point. There is one more information. Not only income, expenditure also increases by 25%. So what does it mean? Can we calculate the new expenditure? What will be the expenditure now? What will be the expenditure now?
sir.
Now 25% increment of what? So again यहाँ पे base काम आएगा 25% किसका? So expenditure is increases by 25% means 25% of what? किसका? 60 का. That means of old expenditure. Expenditure increase हुआ ना? So we'll not take 25% of 100 because expenditure is not 100. Expenditure is how much? 60. तो 60 का 25% कितना हो जाएगा? Which is 1/4 of 60. So can I say that it is 15 increased? Since 60 it is 15 increased. So this value becomes how much? 75. Agreed? ये बात समझ में आ गई? कितनी हो जाएगी? 75. Yes or no? So if you subtract the expenditure from the income, saving is going to be how much? 50. All right. Now, can you tell me the percentage increase in saving? So that's a basic idea. Kitna percentage increase हुआ? So now you can say value becomes 40 to 50. So how much it is increase? 10. अब बताइए 10 increase में क्या divide करें? 10 किस में increase हो रहा है? 40 में. So again base is 40 here. So 10 should be divided by 40 and to convert in percentage it should be multiplied by 100. So what will be the answer here? So answer will be 25%. Clear? Both of you, Disha, Ayush, is it clear? All right. Now I would like to tell you one more thing. Since it is increased by 25%, यहाँ पे अगर देखें in particular situation में हमें solve करने की जरूरत ही नहीं है. Why? Because income is increased by 25%. Expenditure is also increased by 25% और यहाँ पे प्लस और माइनस का अगर रिलेशनशिप है, अगर प्लस और माइनस का रिलेशनशिप है तो ओवरऑल अल्टीमेटली क्या होगा? सेविंग भी 25% ही होगा. बट व्हाई आई हैव डिस्कस द लॉन्ग मेथड? बिकॉज हैड इट बीन डिफरेंट, अगर ये 25 और 20 हैड इट बीन डिफरेंट, इन दैट केस राइट वी हैव टू गो द लॉन्ग मेथड. अगर लेट्स से 20 होता है 25 होता तब तुम्हें प्रॉपर तरीके से ही करना पड़ता. देन देयर इज नो अल्टरनेट. But if both of them are same percentage, then overall result will also be changes by same percentage value. Why? Because if it increased by 25% means it becomes 125% of initial value. It also becomes 125% of initial value. So ultimately you can say the difference will also becomes 125% of x minus 1. So guys, did you understood the smart approach? Like if in this case, right, both of them are percentage, both of them are by 25% or 30%, then you don't need to solve this. You can directly say that. But if they are different, then we have to solve it properly. So shall I move on to next question? We have done the level 1 question. Now I think we should also try the level 2 or level 3 question. Clear? All right. Now one more question. This is a simple question again. Level 1, you can say that. Now we are moving from level 1 to level 2. So income of Rahul is 20% more than income of Saurabh, and income of Saurabh is 25% more than income of Ajay. So by how much percentage income of Rahul is more than Ajay? Guys, there are other method like successive or the multiplier, but we are not covering it now. So I would like you to solve it with the help of basic method. तो बताइए इसको डायरेक्टली कैसे सॉल्व करें? अब देखिए राहुल का जो कंपैरिजन हो रहा है सौरभ के साथ, so who is a base when Rahul comparison is with respect to Saurabh? So who is a base, Rahul or Saurabh? Yeah, obviously Saurabh. Why Saurabh? Because Rahul is 20% more than, so 20% किसका? 20% of Saurabh. 20% more than means 20% of what? Of Saurabh. Okay, so there are 3 persons, Rahul, Saurabh and Ajay. So if we compare Rahul and Saurabh, Saurabh is a base. Similarly, in the second line, in Saurabh and Ajay, who is the base? Yeah, you have given the right answer, Ayush. So can we say that Saurabh is 25% more than Ajay? That means Saurabh or Ajay mein Ajay base hai. So we have to assume the value. So can we start with the Ajay? Because if you know the value of Ajay, right? If it is 100, so 25% more than Ajay, that becomes how much? 125. Clear? Now, अब अगर अब देखा जाए, right, we have to make, yeah, Akash, you have given the absolutely right answer. अब जो 20% ज्यादा है इनकम सौरभ से, तो किसका ज्यादा है? 20% of what? 20% of सौरभ, which is 125. So 25 by 100 of 125 becomes 25. That means इसमें 20% इसका कैलकुलेट करेंगे तो 25 होगा, which will be how much? After adding 25 becomes 150. So from the Ajay, if you compare Rahul, so how much is it more? 150 is how much more than 100? 50 with what? 100. So 50 by 100 into 100 becomes 50%. इनफैक्ट अगर 100 से कोई चीज कम या ज्यादा है तो वो परसेंटेज में ही आ जाएगी. You don't need to convert it. Clear? Now, this could also have been solved with the help of successive method or multiplier, but that we'll discuss later. Clear? Now, we have done the very basic things. Now, I'm giving you slightly challenging question, guys. Just try this question, right? Don't worry whether you get the right answer or wrong answer. Just try it. And this question will make you understand that whether you have understood the base or not. Because if you have understood the base properly, you will give the right answer. If you have slightly confusion, you will make mistake. But after understanding this question, right, every confusion will be, sorted out. So please try this question. Fresh watermelon contain 99% water by weight when kept under the sun. So you can see the practicality when you kept under the sun, right? Some water get evaporated, so that's why it loses water. अगर हम धूप में रखेंगे कोई चीज तो क्या हो जाएगी, right? सूख जाएगी, पानी कम हो जाएगा, right? So now dry watermelon. Now you need to understand, dry watermelon also have 95% water. That means dried watermelon is not completely dried, है ना? उसके अंदर भी water है, but अब जितना पहले था initially उतना नहीं है. Clear? So if fresh watermelon weight is 6 kg, तो जो fresh वाला था अगर उसका weight 6 kg, then what is the weight of dry watermelon? So till now I have just dictated the question, right? Now any guess, any idea how to solve this question or what should be the answer? Yes, Ayush, I'm giving you 2 minutes. Everybody, guys. I'll just give you a slight hint. Just think 99% of what or 94% of what. जहां भी परसेंटेज आए वो किसका है, ये सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट रहेगा. Any guess? See, it is already given. It is a weight is 6 kg. Okay, Ayush, your answer is 5.64, right? So just let's see that where you make the right, understanding or where you made mistake. So can we say that fresh watermelon weight is given? So is it clear that 99% water initially, that means 99% of 6 kg? Is it understood? Can we say that in 6 kg, that is fresh watermelon, 99% is water. Guys, did you understood this point? And if 99% is water, so obviously 1% is something else which we called pulp, right? तो जो water है उसके अलावा क्या होगा? Solid part which is pulp. ये ठीक है इतना? अब बताओ ये 94% water है, ये किसका है? ये point अगर आपने सही से समझ लिया, then you will get the right answer. And if you made a mistake here, you will not get the right answer. So any idea, any guesses? If you have not solved completely, just tell me this point only. I hope the first point is clear. It is clearly mentioned that fresh watermelon, और यहाँ पे weight भी बता दिया fresh watermelon का. That means out of 6 kg, 99% is water, means 1% is pulp. Right? अब ये मुझे बताओ जल्दी से. Ayush, 94% of what you have taken? 94% water, that's correct. But of which value? Yeah, first point is clear, Akash. That's easy. The challenge is with the second. That's why it becomes a level 2 question or level 3 question. Why it is difficult? Because first point was very simple, but second point is slightly logic. Now it clearly says a dry watermelon has 94% water. And actually you have to calculate the weight of dry watermelon. So in this question, dry watermelon weight is not given. Can we assume it X? अगर कुछ चीज नहीं पता है, we can assume it is X. And this is not a question related to percentage or weight. So that means it's a some value. So if it is X, can we say that out of X, 94% is water? If you have taken 94% of 6 kg, that's a wrong. Why it is wrong? Because जो 94% water है वो dried watermelon में है, not on the fresh watermelon. So 94% of 6 kg would be incorrect. अगर आप ये बोलते हो कि पहले जो वाटर था, कुछ लोग ऐसे भी कर सकते हैं, 6 kg का 99% ले लिया और उसका आप 94% ले लो, बोले पहले वाटर का 94%, ऐसा भी क्वेश्चन नहीं कह रहा है. Question is not saying that 94% water पहले का 90 it left with 94% water of initial water, ऐसा भी नहीं कह रहा है. क्वेश्चन ये कह रहा है कि जो अब वाला वाटरमेलन है, जो कंडीशंस की चेंज हो गई, which is a dried one, in this watermelon 94% is water, so obviously remaining क्या हो जाएगा? 6% will be pulp. So please confirm it. इस second point is also clear. एक तो यहाँ पे प्रॉब्लम थी, ये आपको लेवल 2 बनाता है. अब लेवल 3 क्या बनाता है? ऐसे लेवल 3 बनाता है इसका नेक्स्ट पॉइंट. यहाँ पे तो आपने इंफॉर्मेशन को कॉम्प्रिहेंड किया. नाउ हाउ टू कनेक्ट दीज टू इंफॉर्मेशन, दैट्स रिक्वायर्ड अ लॉजिक. हाउ विल यू कनेक्ट दीज टू इंफॉर्मेशन, दैट्स रिक्वायर्ड अ लॉजिक. क्लियर? So please tell me, did you understood these two basic points, yes or no? Before moving to the last point or the logical point. All right. Now you know that you have to make an equation. So you can make an equation by equating water or equating pulp. अब देखो हम क्या चीज equate कर सकते हैं, which is easy for us to equate. Either we make an equation for water or we can make an equation for pulp. So simple guess. It's not necessarily you should give the right answer. अगर आपको सब कुछ पता ही है, then why you are attending a class? So obviously when you are responding, I'm not expecting you should give the right answer, but I'm expecting at least try. Right? That's the only requirement. Keep trying, because that is the only way you will improve yourself. Okay. Ayush, correct. And why pulp? Are you saying pulp and why? So you have given the right answer why we should take pulp, because pulp should be constant in both conditions. Evaporation किसका हो रहा है? Weight कौन lose कर रहा है? Only water. Water lose कर रहा है weight. That means अच्छा value is small है. That's not the real reason. You can say that value is small, but what is the right reason? Maybe value could be larger, but it's not too large, because pulp will be same in both cases 1 and case 2. This is a case 1 and this is a case 2. So in both cases, quantity of pulp will be same. Remember, I'm not saying percentage of pulp will be same, because percentage also depend upon the base. 1% of what? 6 kg. 6% of what? X kg. So quantity of pulp will be same. That means 1% of 6 kg should be equal to 6% of X kg. Please confirm it. Is it clear? So if you apply this simple logic with the help of very simple calculation, you will get the answer. So what should be the answer here? Please answer it. What should be the answer now? Yes sir, please confirm it. Did you also understood? बात समझ में आई या नहीं? Because of this interview and other things, I think lots of students couldn't join. So I'll continue this topic in the next class. In fact, this is the most important area, and that's why at least 2 sessions will be required. So not only in today's class, but in next class also I'll continue this topic, but I'll cover some different aspect. Today my focus will be on understanding base. So did you guys understood this point? ये बात समझ में आगे क्लियर हुई या नहीं? Is it clear? और कोई मन में आपकी क्वेरीज है, कोई क्वेश्चन है, प्लीज डू नॉट हेजिटेट इट, कंफर्म इट. दिशा, इज इट ओके? सो फ्रॉम हियर परसेंटेज आपस में आप कैंसिल आउट कर सकते हैं बाय 100. 6 will also get cancelled out, so x becomes equal to 1 kg. Akash, is it clear? Ayush, done? All right. Now one more point. Let's see if you have to make an equation for water. तो अब देखो वाटर के लिए क्या इक्वेशन बनता है, थोड़ा सा चैलेंजिंग बन जाता, बट वहां से भी सॉल्व हो जाता. सो आई एम गिविंग यू दी चैलेंजिंग अदर एस्पेक्ट्स. किसी भी क्वेश्चन को एटलीस्ट अगर 2 डिफरेंट वे से आप ट्राई करेंगे तो आपको ज्यादा अंडरस्टैंडिंग होगी, बिकॉज यू डोंट नीड टू क्रैम समथिंग. मैथ्स इज क्वांट इज अ टॉपिक, वी डोंट नीड टू रिमेंबर एनीथिंग, जस्ट यू हैव टू प्रैक्टिस. क्लियर? ये तो मैंने आपको सिंपल तरीका बता दिया. अब हम अगर वाटर को लेके इक्वेशन बनाए तो कैसे बनता? इनिशियली वाटर वाज 99% ऑफ 6 kg. From this certain water, you know, reduces. That means अगर 6 से x kg चला गया, that means how much water gets reduced? From 6x it remain x, that means 6 minus x kg water lose हो गया. ये सुन, पहले 6 था और अगर आप x kg बचा टोटल वाटरमेलन, तो इसका वेट अगर x kg बचा, that means 6 minus x kg वेट लेस हो गया. तो लेस क्या हुआ? ओनली वाटर ही तो हुआ. सो इनिशियल वाटर में से जितना वाटर लेस हो गया, सो दैट इज व्हाट फाइनल क्वांटिटी ऑफ वाटर व्हिच इज 94% ऑफ x. तो देखिए ये इक्वेशन थोड़ा कॉम्प्लिकेटेड बना है, राइट? यहाँ पे कैलकुलेशन भी ज्यादा और इक्वेशन भी कॉम्प्लिकेटेड. सो दैट्स व्हाई सेकंड मेथड आई वुड नॉट प्रेफर हियर. Any confusion over the second method? We can equate water also, still will get the answer, but equating pulp would be easier here. Okay, shall we move on?
Sir, but how can we compare water if water is reducing, sir?
So we are not comparing, I'm equating that from the total water, whatever get reduced, if I subtract that, I'll get the remaining water. I'm not saying that 99% of 6 equal to 94% of x. I'm saying that कि जितना वाटर था, लेट्स से आपकी बकेट में 10 लीटर वाटर था और 2 लीटर इसमें निकल गया, तो कैन आई से दैट 10 minus 2 लीटर जो आउट हो गया, रिमेनिंग इज 8 लीटर. यस और नो? कंफर्म इट. ये बात समझ में आई? All right, Ayush. So any other question? Any other question? Right. So second method was slightly more challenging. So we can always look at the, smart approach. Like in this case, pulp is same, and that's why we can equate the pulp. Now, as I promised, I'll ensure that, right, you are in position to solve CAT table question itself. So I'm giving you, right, I'm giving you the actual CAT question on that is latest, right? So this appear in the slot 2 in my exam, CAT 2021. Please try this question. Guys, you have to be a little bit patient, and I'm sure that हम 0 level से CAT level सारे क्वेश्चन कवर करेंगे. हाँ, that's important आकाश. That tricky था, लेकिन समझ में आना चाहिए. So जब हमें दोनों चीजें समझ में आएंगी कि देखो वाटर के इक्वेशंस में क्या प्रॉब्लम आएंगी और पल्प में क्या आएगी, देन वी कैन कंपेयर द थिंग्स. सी लर्निंग विल बी थ्रू ओनली थ्रू कंपैरिजन. अगर मैंने कोई एक मेथड बता दी तो आपका थॉट डेवलप ही नहीं होगा, राइट? इट्स कैट प्रिपरेशन इज मोर अबाउट द थॉट प्रिपरेशन, and thought will be created only when we'll try each and everything with two alternate approach. So it's not like that कि I have to give the two approach. एक approach मैंने आपको बताई, आप बताइए आपकी तरफ से क्या होना चाहिए. So let's discuss that approach. Like if it is solved in that way, what should be the things? So more the curiosity you have, more learning you will have in the my classes, right? I always prepare that CAT. It's about the training. It's not about teaching, right? तो अगर मैं कुछ बोलता जाऊंगा, that will be just like a YouTube session. It's not going to help you much in the live classes. Interaction is more important. Most important point is your suggestion, your thought. कि ऐसा क्यों नहीं कर रहे हैं? There always has to be curiosity. Why we are doing this? Why not this? ऐसे करेंगे तो क्या होगा? If we go in this way, then what will be the problem? Guys, जितने भी आप क्वेश्चन करोगे उतना मुझे मजा आएगा. And trust me, guys, you have a better learning, right? And that is what my understanding of the my 20 years, from the 20 years I am following CAT. I have first CAT I appeared as a student in 2002. And since now I'm continuously writing CAT and I've seen all changes, I find this thing only common, that if you have a curiosity, if you do keep doing practice, you will excel in it. All right, so 1 minute time for you to solve this question. Anyone? Guys, are you trying this question? टोटल बॉल्स बता दी, कैटेगरी क्या है, या तो व्हाइट है और ब्लैक. एक और कैटेगरी मेटालिक है या नॉन मेटालिक, राइट? सो एवरी बॉल कैन बी ब्लैक और व्हाइट, एंड सेकंड इट कुड बी मेटालिक और नॉन मेटालिक. सो क्वेश्चन सेज दैट white metallic and black metallic are same, and here says that 40% of the white ball, right? What we have to calculate? The number of non-metallic ball. So first question says that 40% of the white ball. Guys, do you know the white ball? No, you don't know, right? So can you assume, if you don't know, can you assume something? Let's say if you take x and you can take this y, there are two ways. Either you can take this x, and since total is given 450, so you can say this value should be 450 minus x, or you can take this y. Both way it will work. It depends whether you are want to deal with the one variable only or two variable. I would recommend to minimize the number of variable. So can I say that 40% of white ball means 40% of x, and 50% of black ball means 50% of 450 minus x. These two are equal. Why these two are equal? Please tell me. Because simply question says that metallic white and metallic black are same. So with the help of this information, first we get the number of white or black ball. And once we get this, by solving this, we'll get the metallic ball also. So obviously we'll get the non-metallic ball also. Yes or no? Confirm it. बताइए बात समझ में आई कि नहीं आई? So CAT question are not challenging actually, especially in arithmetic. More of the following the instruction. अगर आप CAT question में instruction follow कर रहे हैं, you can easily handle it. So guys, by solving this, can you tell me the value of x here? You can say percentage get reduced in cancel in both cases. 10 5s are 10 4s are, so 4x equal to 5 into 450. 2250 minus 5x or 9x equal to 2250. So x becomes 250. Please confirm it. Right. Very good. So once you know that 250 are white ball, so 40% of what? 40% of 250. How much is it? That means 40% of 250 are white metallic. White and metallic, right? That means 100. Very true. Now, you don't need to calculate this, that 50% of remaining, because it is same. Question says that it is same. So 100 are metallic in white category. So 100 must be in the black category. So how many metallic ball are there? 200. So answer will be 250 here. That's a correct answer. Akash, you have given that non-metallic ball must be 250. Guys, is it understood to everyone? अब बताइए, can you solve such types of question? Are you in position to solve CAT question as well? बस आपको ध्यान देना है, क्वेश्चन 40% किसका लेना है. If you took the 40% of 450, then you will get in the wrong hand. है ना? अगर आपने 50% ब्लैक बॉल की जगह किसी और चीज के लिए, वही गलती हो जाएगी. So if you follow the instruction carefully and concentrate on the base, you will can solve any question in CAT. Yeah, you can see, you can Google it. See, right? You can Google it. Okay. CAT have every level. CAT have, even if question easier than this and difficult than this. Great. Since I want to take the latest CAT question, that's why I have selected this one. This was the latest CAT question. All right. So gradually, right, keep practicing, keep discussing, and definitely, guys, you will learn lots of things. You'll enjoy the class. Don't worry. Now, one more CAT question. Some older CAT, 2017. Can you try this question, guys? Again, 1 minute time for you. See, in this session, 4 of us are participating. 3 of you as a students and me as a mentor. So there should be at least 4 different ideas to solve this question. Right? It's not like that I'm just keep giving you the solution, because you can get the solution and from anywhere. Just Google out any question, you get the solution. So solution is not important. So what is more important? That is our discussion. All right. 1 more minute. Last 1 minute. See, information is given in percentage and answer is also demanded in percentage. So here number does not matter. और जहां पे नंबर मैटर नहीं करेंगे वहां पे कुछ भी ले सकते हो. इन परसेंटेज आई वुड रिकमेंड टू अज्यूम 100 और मल्टीपल ऑफ 100. अब देखिए यहाँ पे गर्ल्स जो हैं ट्वाइस हैं बॉयज से, तो दोनों को 100 तो नहीं ले सकते ना. वी कैन नॉट टेक गर्ल्स एंड बॉयज बोथ 100, otherwise girls will not be twice. So to follow the condition that girls are twice, shall we take girls 200 and boy 100? बस अब देखिए क्वेश्चन कितना आसान हो जाएगा आपके लिए. राइट? आपने किसी और तरीके से ट्राई किया है, we can discuss that your method also, but this is what my thought. If you have to assume the value for girls and boys, I would prefer to take 200 and 100. If you take 100 x and 2x, you will also get the same answer. Just follow this instruction. 30% of girls, 30% of what? This value. So 30% of this means 60 girls and 45% of boys. So I hope guys you can easily calculate 45% of 100 will be 45 itself. So these get admission. So how many get admission? 105. Now what is a question? What is a question? Percentage of candidate who do not get admission. So now you know total students how much? 300. How many? 300. So out of 300, if 105 got admission, so you know that how many of them did not get admission. अब देखिए यहाँ पे ये वैल्यू निकाल करके परसेंटेज में कन्वर्ट करिए और यू कैन कन्वर्ट दिस इन परसेंटेज, राइट. आप ये भी कर सकते हैं कितने परसेंट लोगों को एडमिशन मिला. 105 is how much percent of 300, which is 35. So if 35% got admission, so guys, can you answer it? How many of them did not get admission? Yeah, absolutely correct, Akash. बिल्कुल सही आंसर बताया आपने. Disa, do you also understood this? Right, because आपका स्पॉन्ड नहीं आया बिल्कुल भी यहाँ पे. Please tell me, did you understood this? That 35% of them got admission. That means 100 minus 35, 65% of them do not get admission. Is it understood? Great. अब आप बताइए, if you have any alternate approach, any alternate idea, please share it. कि अगर आपको ऐसे नहीं करना था, कुछ और तरीके से करना था, बिल्कुल सही कह रहे हो आयुष. अल्टरनेट आपने आइडिया दिया, क्या कर सकते थे हम? That we can get the number that 195 did not get admission, so we can convert this into percentage. So this method is also correct. कि आप नंबर निकाल के परसेंटेज में कन्वर्ट करिए या परसेंटेज से वहां पे चले जाइए. Both of them are similar method. So this will also give you the same answer. कोई और थॉट आपके मन में आया हो? देखिए अभी भी मैं थोड़ा सा कैट के लेवल 2 या लेवल 3 क्वेश्चन ही ले रहा हूँ, राइट. अभी भी हमें लेवल 4 क्वेश्चन करने हैं. सो आई एम ग्रेजुअली मूविंग टुवर्ड्स द लेवल जीरो लेवल से स्टार्ट की चीजें. लेवल 1, लेवल 2, लेवल 3 अभी इस पे चल रहे हैं. लेवल 2, लेवल 3, राइट. स्टिल वी हैव टू कवर लेवल 4 क्वेश्चन. क्लियर? अंडरस्टूड दिस गाइस? शैल आई मूव ऑन? ओके, नाउ माय नेक्स्ट पॉइंट. देखिए इसमें टोटल 4 पॉइंट्स हैं परसेंटेज में. One is understanding base, which was the most important point. अब जो other 3 point क्या है? ये other 3 point है आपके कैलकुलेशन को सिंप्लीफाई करेंगे, right? How can you solve the question smartly? So all the other 3 point will focus on your calculation approach, right? So one is that multiplier and application. So what is a multiplier, right? If I say that a value is increased by 20%, if value is increased by 20%, how will you increase by 20%? If x has to be increased by 20%, so basic method is we can add 20% of x in x, right? Or we can add 0.2 of x, or we can say it becomes 1.2x. यही है ना? Correct. Yeah, absolutely correct. Ayush, you have given given the right answer. That कि हमारे पास दूसरा आइडिया क्या होगा कि like एक तो हम इसको ऐड कर दें, that is addition is one method, but whenever we have to increase or decrease, we can also multiply a certain value. So अगर हमें 20% इंक्रीज करना है तो इसमें हम 1.2 से मल्टीप्लाई भी कर सकते हैं. दोनों बातें सेम. So either we go 1.2 step by step or we can go it directly. अब ये आपकी बात में 1.2 कैसे स्ट्राइक करेगी? So it's very simple. If something is increased by 20%, can we say that it will becomes 120%? बताइए please. If something is increased by 20%, can we say that it will becomes 120%? This isn't it? और 120% होने का मतलब 1.2 times होना. So something is becomes 1.2 times means multiplied by 1 point. It's very simple. और इसको आप डिटेल में यहाँ पे आप वेरीफाई भी कर रहे हैं. Similarly, if something has to be decreased by 10%, that means it will become how much? 90%. And it will be 90%, that means it will becomes 0.9 times. तो उस केस में मल्टीप्लायर क्या हो जाएगा? उस केस में मल्टीप्लायर हो जाएगा 0.9. So to increase or decrease any value, right? One is basic method, we add or subtract. Another is a smart method that we can multiply by certain value, right? तो अब यहाँ पे हमें समझना है कि किस परसेंटेज चेंज में कौन सा मल्टीप्लायर आएगा. Clear? Then second point, what is the benefit? So guys, let's look at this example. अगर ये क्वेश्चन है, ये तो बहुत सिंपल क्वेश्चन है. लास्ट ईयर हैरी पॉटर सैलरी वाज 5000, दिस ईयर इंक्रीज बाय 10%, देन व्हाट इज द न्यू सैलरी? सो आई थिंक दिस इज अ वेरी जीरो लेवल क्वेश्चन. जल्दी से बता दो आंसर क्या है. You can add 10% of 5000 or you can multiply by 1.1, right? So is 1.1 is understood to you? बात समझ में आ गई है? Right. So it's a very easy. Now there might be a question like when we already have an addition method, तो एक नई चीज और क्यों ऐड कर रहे हैं? Why we are unnecessarily adding it? So now I'll tell you why we are adding this. Because in this similar in the forward case से मेरा मतलब क्या है? जब हमें इनिशियल से फाइनल की तरफ मूव करना है, so we can use addition or subtraction or multiplier. Both of them are equally okay. But when you have a situation like this, अगर ये situation आ गई, what is situation? You have to calculate the initial value. Final value is given. In this situation, multiplier will be the best thing. So let's look at this question. Value of a number is increased by 20%. Then it becomes 6000. Then find the original number. So can we say that if it is increased by 20%, it will becomes 1.2 times of x, which is given equal to 6000. Please tell me, is it understood? So in fact, if something is multiplied on initial value, right, so we can say that it will be divided on the final value. So x becomes directly 6000 upon 1.2, which is how much? 5000. So can we say that in the initial value, if you multiply, we'll get final value, or vice versa? If in the final value, we'll divide the multiplier, we'll get the initial value, right? So to in the reverse process, multiplier will be very, very helpful. Clear? Clear? So question says that after two successive increment of 10% and 20%, a value is increased by 10%, then further 20%. Finally, it becomes 6600. So can you tell me the initial value? तो आप क्या बोलोगे? इनिशियल वैल्यू x थी, तो x में 1 टाइम 1.1 मल्टीप्लाई हुआ, फिर 1.2 मल्टीप्लाई हुआ, देन वी गेट 6600. So to get the reverse value in 6600, we divide 1.2 this multiplier, and this multiplier would be 1.1. If we solve this, we'll get the answer very easily. So you can see this becomes 6000, and 6000 divided by 1.2 becomes 5000. Understood? So multiplier will be very helpful to get the reverse value. That will be helpful in DI question also, right? So we'll have lots of other benefit. It will also be useful for the compound interest based question, right? It will also be helpful for, area related to ratio and other things. But let's understand what is multiplier and how to use it. So just look at this table, guys. Please verify it. Are you okay with this table? Means if you have to increase something by 10%, multiplier should be 1.1, or if you have to decrease something by 10%, multiplier should be 0.9. So please verify it and confirm it whether it is correct or incorrect. Please verify it. Now, I would like also remind you the previous question. If you remember, I told you that this question can also be solved with the help of multiplier or successor. So now you can apply the multiplier here. So can we say that Rahul, if we assume Rahul is comparison with Saurabh, and Saurabh comparison is with respect to Ajay. So can I say that is Saurabh value is Ajay value is 100. So 25% more means 1.25 is multiplied, so it becomes 125. and then 20% means again multiplied by 1.2, so it becomes 150. Clear? However, successful method would have been better, so I'm skipping this question. I would like to solve this question, I think. Now, when something is increased by 20% or we get 20% profits, the same thing. So in this question, can we say that if 20% profit is there, that means selling price becomes 120% of cost price, or you can say that in cost price, if you multiply the multiplier, we'll get selling price, or vice versa. In selling price, if you divide the multiplier, we can get the cost price. So if you know this, we can solve this question directly, that 7500 is divided by 1.2 and we get the answer 6250. Guys, do you remember this question? This question I have explained you with the help of understanding base. That was a basic method, that was important, but now I'm applying multiplier in this question. So is it okay that in case of 20% profit, multiplier will be 1.2 and cost price will be initial value and selling price will be the final value? Please tell me, is it understood? Yes or no? So we done with this table. Now let's try this question. See, you have a very valid question. So first, let me complete this question. Ayush, your question is that 10% loss should be divided by 0.9. Correct. Right? In cost price, we'll multiply the multiplier to get the selling price. So if it is a 10% loss, in that case, multiplier will be 0.9. So in cost price, it will be multiplied, or in selling price, it will be divided. Right? अंडरस्टूड? ठीक है, समझ गए बात को. तो ये ध्यान रखना कि वेदर इट इज अ प्रॉफिट और लॉस, वेदर इट इज मल्टीप्लायर इज मोर देन 1 और लेस देन, देयर आर टू टाइप्स ऑफ मल्टीप्लायर, वन विच आर मोर देन 1. तो अगर वैल्यू इंक्रीज वाली होगी तो मल्टीप्लायर विल ऑलवेज बी मोर देन 1, और वैल्यू अगर डिक्रीज वाली होगी या लॉस वाली होगी तो मल्टीप्लायर विल बी ऑलवेज लेस देन 1. सो देयर आर टू टाइप्स ऑफ मल्टीप्लायर, वन विच आर मोर देन 1, another which are less than 1. Clear? Because if you multiply by 1, in that case no change. All right, so in the initial value, multiplier will be multiplied to get the final value. Is it understood? इसमें कोई confusion तो नहीं है. Now I am moving towards the CAT question. So guys, please try this question. 1 minute time for you. First you need to understand A का comparison B से के साथ है, B comparison is C and C comparison is with D. तो आपका starting D से होनी चाहिए, because once you know D you will get C, once you know C you will get B, once you know B you will get A. Right? तो base तो जरूरी है ही. In all question, understanding this will be very important. So एक बात क्लियर, में स्टार्टिंग डी से करनी है और डी की वैल्यू क्वेश्चन डिमांड कर रहा है, सो वी कैन अज्यूम एक्स. Yeah, you can also assume 100, but here question demand the value score of D, not percentage. या तो बाद में परसेंटेज में परसेंटेज को आपको कन्वर्ट करना पड़ेगा, या बेटर है कि आप x ही मान लो, बिकॉज यू नीड वैल्यू. सो इफ यू टेक दिस एज अ x, इन दैट केस कैन यू से दैट C is 20% लेस देन D? बताइए यहाँ पे मल्टीप्लायर क्या होगा? व्हाट इज अ मल्टीप्लायर? इफ C is 20% लेस देन D, अब आपकी मल्टीप्लायर की प्रैक्टिस भी यहाँ पे हो जाएगी. प्लीज कंफर्म द मल्टीप्लायर. Can we say that 20% less means it becomes 80%? और multiplier will be, दिशा any idea क्या होगा multiplier यहाँ पर? अगर कोई चीज 20% लेस है तो आप क्या करेंगे? 100 माइनस 20 मीन्स 80%, और 80 by 100 means 0.8. Confirm? So can I say that in x, if I multiply 0.8, I'll get the value of c? Confirm it. Yes or no? And similarly, b is 25% more than c. So what is a multiplier in the second case? Second case, it is 1.25. Very good, I use. 25% more means 1.25. And what is a multiplier in the third case? 10% less. Yeah, 0.9. Very good. So after this, we'll get the value of a, which is given as 72. Which is given as 72. Very good, Disha. You also given the right answer. So now after doing this calculation, you will easily get the value. Okay, na? Solve this, please. आप चाहें तो डायरेक्टली भी कर सकते थे, because after these changes value is given, that is 72. So in 72, 0.9 will be divided, 0.8 will be divided, and 1.25 will be divided. 1.2 into 5 into 8 is 1. So 72 upon 0.9, which becomes 80. Right. So after solving this, you will get value of d 80. Right. So we got the final answer. Clear, guys? So this question was also in my slot in CAT 2019. Guys, by default, I have appeared most of the CAT question in slot 2. I don't know why. It's not always, but more than 80% of my CAT attempts were in the slot 2. Right. Now let's try this question. So there is only one point which I have not discussed, 2 points which we have not discussed in today's session. What are those? Successive percentage, that we'll discuss in the next class, as well as reciprocal and uses of reciprocal. So in the next class, I'm going to complete this topic. Right? Guys, can you take this question as a homework if you wish? I'll discuss this question in the next class. So take a screenshot, because this is something related to the base. So I want you to try it, right? If there's any problem, definitely I'll discuss in the next class. And I hope I just announce the timing. Most probably your classes will be 6:30 to 8:30 p.m. Right? This is a tentative timing. If there is any changes, we'll let you know. Clear? In general, your classes used to be 6:30 to 8:30. Quant classes I'm talking about. Math classes. Quant or LRDI classes. Clear? Okay. So out of the 4 points, are we okay with these 2 points? Any query, any confusion? Now let's also discuss the third point. Right. What is the third point? Successive formula. What is the successive formula and how to apply it? Right. Okay, Ayush, do you have any problem at 6:30? And I'll consider your point 8 to 10.
I am also problem with 6:30.
Okay. You also have problem with 6:30. So what is the earliest time? Earliest possible time?
7 is okay for me.
Okay. And what about you?
Sorry?
No, I'm not talking about this. What about Ayush? 7. What about 7 p.m.?
Sir, 7 p.m. sir, not okay sir. 7:30 I reach home sir.
Oh, you reach home at 7:30. Can't be the yoga classes will be pre-pone or something like that?
Uh, Okay, sir, I will ask them.
Right, I'll try to make your classes 7 to 9. 7 to 9 would work actually, right? So I'll request to the admin team that scheduling is done accordingly 7 to 9 if it is, if it suit to most of you, right?
Okay, sir. Thank you.
And at on a
Thank
particular
you, sir.
cases sometimes I may take classes late in the evening like 9 to 11 or something like that, but that will be informed. By and large I'm making it 7 to 9. Clear?
Okay, sir.
Okay, so let's clear the next important point also. We have covered 2 points. What is successor formula? This is we call it successor formula, but we need to understand 2 most important points: how to apply it and where it is applied. So it is very easy how to apply it, but what is most important, where to apply. So let's look at this situation. Successive formula will be applied when there will be percentage changes more than one time. Understood? अब बताइए मल्टीप्लायर कहां पे अप्लाई करेंगे? Where will we use multiplier? प्लीज ना तो बताना ही पड़ेगा कहां पे यूज करेंगे मल्टीप्लायर, अभी हमने डिस्कस किया है. In any situations wherever we have to increase, where we have to percentage increase by certain percentage or decrease by certain percentage, जहां पे percentage में increase या decrease होगा वहीं तो multiplier यूज करेंगे ना. Yes or no?
सर अगर दो ही बार इंक्रीज या डिक्रीज हो रहा है तब सर फॉर्मूला सही है, बट अगर सर 2 से ज्यादा बार होगा तो
हाँ,
फॉर्मूला लेंथी होगा,
that's a good
इसलिए
question.
मल्टीप्लायर सर, इसलिए मैंने बोला मोर देन 2.
किसमें? मल्टीप्लायर में?
ये सर अगर सक्सेसिव चेंज सर अगर 2 से ज्यादा बार हो रहा है तो मल्टीप्लायर विल बी ग्रेट ऑप्शन.
हाँ ठीक है, आपका पॉइंट है कि सक्सेस हो अगर मोर देन 2 टाइम्स तो मल्टीप्लायर बेटर होगा, बट वो अभी कंक्लूजन पर नहीं आते. आई ऑल्सो टेल यू सर्टेन सिचुएशन जहां पे मोर देन 2 टाइम्स में भी सक्सेस बेटर रहेगा. अब यहाँ पे क्या होगा, मोस्ट ऑफ द सिचुएशंस ऐसी होती हैं, राइट, वेयर यू कैन अप्लाई सक्सेसिव एंड मल्टीप्लायर बोथ. नाउ इट्स अप टू यू that under which situation you should use multiplier and under which situation you should use successive. Means क्या बेटर रहेगा, ऐसा कोई क्वेश्चन नहीं जहां पे मल्टीप्लायर यूज हो तो सक्सेसिव यूज ना हो और वाइस वर्सा. मतलब किसी भी क्वेश्चन को जहां पे रिक्वायरमेंट बनेगी दोनों यूज कर सकते हैं. और दोनों कहां पे यूज करेंगे? व्हेनेवर वी हैव परसेंटेज चेंज. अंडरस्टूड? वैल्यू वाइज चेंज के लिए यूज नहीं करेंगे. अगर मैं वैल्यू 20 इंक्रीज कर रहा हूं और 30 इंक्रीज कर रहा हूं तो फिर इंक्रीज परसेंटेज यूज सक्सेसिव यूज नहीं होगा या मल्टीप्लायर यूज नहीं होगा. ये कब हुआ? व्हेन वी हैव टू यूज परसेंटेज चेंज. इज इट क्लियर? यस और नो कुछ तो बताइए. मल्टीप्लायर कहां पर यूज होगा? जब परसेंटेज चेंज की बात आएगी. एंड सेम विल बी एप्लीकेबल इन सक्सेसिव फॉर्मूला. यस और नो? ऑल राइट, सो ओनली आयुष हैज रिस्पॉन्डेड. तो देखिए, लेट्स से this was your initial value and if it is rise by 20% so it becomes how much? 120. Yes, and let's say you have to further increase by 10%. तो क्या हो जाएगा? अब 10% जो rise होगा that will be over 120. So 10% of 120, you know that it will be calculated as 10 by 100 into 120 means 12. So अब 12 increase करेंगे तो 120 plus 12 becomes 132. So let's say question demand you find the overall percentage increase. So can we say that value becomes, how much will it become? 100 to 130. That means it is increased by 32. And since 32 increases over 100, अब ये 32 100 में ही increase हुआ है, इसको हम percentage भी कह सकते हैं. Yes or no? तो देखिए बेस मेथड से कर लिया, इसको आप मल्टीप्लायर से भी कर सकते थे. 100 मल्टीप्लाई बाय 1.2 into 1.1, राइट, सो इट बिकम्स 1.32 132. तो यहां से भी हो जाता है. बट यहाँ पे बेस्ट क्या रहेगा? मल्टीप्लायर. और कब नेक्स्ट मल्टीप्लायर रहेगा, सॉरी सक्सेसिव, जब आपको परसेंटेज में आंसर निकालना है. सो इफ ही से दिस इज अ ए एंड दिस इज अ बी, सो जस्ट कैलकुलेट करके बताइए क्या आएगा आंसर यहां से. 20 plus 10 plus 20 into 10 by 100. Please calculate this one. और जब भी डिवीजन वाली बात आए तो प्लीज कैंसिल इट आउट. इसको एलसीएम वगैरह नहीं लेना है आपको यहाँ पे. डू नॉट मेक unnecessary complicated. So this becomes 30 and this becomes plus 2. so it will also give you the same answer. अब आप बात को समझ गए कि अगर परसेंटेज चेंज 2 और मोर देन 2 टाइम्स हो रहा हो और हमें कंबाइंड परसेंटेज चेंज निकालना हो, इफ यू हैव टू फाइंड आउट द ओवरऑल परसेंटेज चेंज, इन दैट सिनेरियो सक्सेसिव फॉर्मूला वुड बी बेस्ट. कब? व्हेन एक ही वैल्यू पर, अलग अलग वैल्यू पे नहीं, ऐसे नहीं कि ए पे 10% इंक्रीज हुआ और बी पे 20% इंक्रीज हुआ. विल वी अप्लाई सक्सेसिव हियर? यस और नो? बताइए. अगर ए में 10% इंक्रीज हुआ और बी में 20%, तो क्या यहाँ पे सक्सेसिव अप्लाई होगा? नहीं होगा. वेरी गुड आयुष. यहाँ पे सक्सेसिव अप्लाई नहीं होगा, राइट? बिकॉज इट्स नॉट सक्सेसिव. ये तो दोनों अलग अलग बातें हो रही हैं. सक्सेसिव विल बी अप्लाइड व्हेन एक ही वैल्यू पे, जैसे ए पे 10% इंक्रीज हुआ एंड देन फर्दर इट इज इंक्रीज बाय 20%. अब इंक्रीज और डिक्रीज कुछ भी हो सकता है, उससे प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, बट इट हैज टू बी अ परसेंटेज चेंज. परसेंटेज चेंज मींस सर्टेन परसेंट इंक्रीज और डिक्रीज. सो कैन वी अप्लाई सक्सेसिव? तो अब बात समझ में आ गई. अंडर विच सिचुएशन वी विल अप्लाई? whenever we have percentage change 2 or more than 2 times. Yes, we can apply CI in percentage change in successive in CI, but how will we apply? That we'll discuss when we cover the topic compound interest and simple interest. उसको हम अलग से डिटेल में कर लेंगे, right? क्या चीजें वहां पे ध्यान में रखनी होगी. But as of now, we can say that whenever we have percentage change more than 2 times or two or more than 2 times, we can apply this. All right. अब नेक्स्ट पॉइंट पर आते हैं. कैन यू अप्लाई सक्सेसिव हियर? बताइए, क्या यहां पे हम सक्सेसिव चेंज यहां पे अप्लाई करेंगे? यस और नो? यस, बिकॉज अब देखिए क्या हुआ. वर्कर का जो वेजेस है पहले 15% इंक्रीज हुआ और जो ये वैल्यू आ गई उसी में फिर फर्दर 15% डिक्रीज हुआ. अब देखिए इस क्वेश्चन को आप कैसे भी कर सकते थे, मल्टीप्लायर से भी कर सकते थे. लेट से 100 मान लिया आपने, 1.15 हो गया, 15% इंक्रीज, फिर 0.85 हो गया, और इससे जो फाइनल वैल्यू बन जाएगी, राइट, तो वो आपकी बन जाएगी दैट बिकम्स 97.75. सो नाउ यू कैन से दैट यहां से इतना हो गया कितना परसेंट. बट ये कॉम्प्लिकेटेड हो जाए, सो डू नॉट अप्लाई मल्टीप्लायर हियर, बिकॉज आपको वैल्यू फाइनल नहीं बतानी. देखो यहां से आंसर तो आ जाएगा, मल्टीप्लायर इज नॉट रॉन्ग हियर, बट दैट विल बी मोर कैलकुलेटिव. So what will be less calculative? Successive, because आपको 2 percentage change बता दिए हैं and you have to find out the overall percentage change. So आपको net percentage change निकालना है, then successive would be best one. And I hope you know the method. जब increase होगा तो plus sign आया था. In case of decrease, it will be a minus sign. Guys, are we okay with this successive method? So this becomes positive, negative, negative, minus 2.25, because decimal will adjust up to 2 places. So please confirm, did you understood option B is the right here? बात समझ में आ गई? Confirm it please. ठीक है. अब देखिए अभी तो हमने 0 लेवल की बात की, अब हम लेवल 1 की बात करें. देखो सक्सेसिव तो अप्लाई तो हुआ ही, बट और कहां पे अप्लाई होगा? एक तो ये दो नॉर्मल सिचुएशन हो गई, when there are more than 2 or more than 2 successive changes, और कहां पर होगा? So whenever there is a product relation, ये बात ध्यान से रखना, whenever there is a product relation, इसका एग्जांपल दे रहा हूं, जैसे कोई चीज x into y के प्रोडक्ट से a आए, राइट, तो जो x में अगर a% चेंज हुआ और y में b% चेंज हुआ, तो जो a में मतलब प्रोडक्ट ऑफ x y में जो चेंज आएगा वो सक्सेसिव चेंज आएगा, दैट इज a प्लस b प्लस ab बाई 100. अभी बहुत थ्योरेटिकल लग रहा होगा, इसको एग्जांपल के थ्रू समझ लेते हैं. सो दीज आर दिस फ्यू एग्जांपल्स. आप कितनी भी एग्जांपल क्रिएट कर सकते हैं. फॉर एग्जांपल, अगर हम रेक्टेंगल के एरिया की बात करें, सो दिस फॉर्मूला इज नोन टू एवरी वन ऑफ यू. व्हाट इज द एरिया ऑफ रेक्टेंगल? लेंथ इनटू ब्रेथ. अब देखिए यहाँ पे प्रोडक्ट रिलेशन है. सो व्हेन लेंथ इज इंक्रीज बाय लेट्स से 20%, यानी इसको आप a ले सकते हैं, एंड ब्रेथ इज इंक्रीज बाय लेट्स से 10%, इसको आप b ले सकते हैं. तो गाइस, इफ आई से इन अ रेक्टेंगल लेंथ इज इंक्रीज बाय 20%, ब्रेथ इज इंक्रीज बाय 10%, कैन यू कैलकुलेट परसेंटेज चेंज इन एरिया? कैन यू कैलकुलेट परसेंटेज चेंज इन एरिया? या आयुष, एब्सोल्युटली राइट, यू हैव गिवन द राइट आंसर. व्हाट अबाउट अदर्स? कितना परसेंट चेंज होगा? तो आप सक्सेसिव मेथड से कर सकते हो। कैसे? 20 plus 10 plus 20 into 10 by 100. In fact, we already calculated this one. तो यहाँ पे कैलकुलेशन ना करना पड़े, that's why I have repeated the value. So can we say that area will be increased by 32%? अब आपके मन में क्रॉस क्वेश्चन आ रहा होगा कि यहाँ पे क्यों अप्लाई हो गया। It's a very simple. When it is a product, when this is multiplied by 1.2 and this is multiplied by 1.1, तो अल्टीमेटली मल्टीप्लायर यूज हो रहा है ना यहाँ पर, और जब मल्टीप्लायर यूज हो रहा तो सक्सेसिव वाली बात ही तो आ गई। तो जब भी प्रोडक्ट की सिचुएशन होगी तो सक्सेसिव बनेगा ही बनेगा, दैट इज फाइनल। क्लियर? बताइए। नाउ टेक सम अदर एग्जांपल। अगर मैं कहूं कि प्राइस ऑफ ए प्रोडक्ट इज इंक्रीज बाय 20% एंड कंजम्पशन इज रिड्यूस बाय 10%। आप जो परचेज कर रहे थे, लेट्स से यू वर परचेजिंग शुगर, और शुगर की प्राइस 20% इंक्रीज हो गई और कंजम्पशन यानी क्वांटिटी आपने जो है 10% लेस कंज्यूम की, तो कैन यू टेल मी द परसेंटेज चेंज इन एक्सपेंडिचर? प्लीज आंसर इट। अब यहाँ पे आप बता सकते हैं क्या आएगा परसेंटेज चेंज इन एक्सपेंडिचर? Okay, only Ayush has answered it. What about others, guys? Is there any confusion in this concept? So आप फिर से अप्लाई करिए। देखिए यहाँ पे एक्सपेंडिचर तो सक्सेसफुल रिजल्ट ही है ना इसका, तो ये 20 है, ये -10 प्लस 20 इंटू -10, so we can solve this. 20 minus 10 becomes 10 plus, and plus minus product becomes negative, so -2, because 0 will cancel out by 100, so 10 minus 2 becomes +8, means expenditure will increase by 8% only. Clear? Right. अब मैं एक और सिचुएशन आपको दे रहा हूं। Guys, do you know volume of cuboid? Anyone? What is a volume? Volume is length into breadth into height. अब यहाँ पे आपका जो क्वेश्चन था कि अगर सक्सेसिव चेंज मोर देन 2 टाइम्स हो तो क्या बेटर रहेगा, तो अगेन जो यहाँ पे मैं सक्सेसिव ही यूज करूंगा अगर मुझे परसेंटेज चेंज निकालना है, राइट? क्योंकि अगर आप मल्टीप्लायर से करोगे तो आपका टाइम कम नहीं लगेगा। सो फॉर एग्जाम्पल, लेट्स से लेंथ इज इंक्रीज बाय 20%, breadth is decreased by 10%, in height is increased by 5%. अब आप कंपेयर करके देख सकते हो दोनों तरीके से, यू कैन यूज द मल्टीप्लायर और यू कैन यूज द सक्सेसिव मेथड, दोनों तरीके से आप आंसर कर सकते हैं, राइट? सो अब आपको करना कैसे सक्सेसिव ये समझना है। व्हेन यू हाउ विल यू अप्लाई सक्सेसिव व्हेन देयर आर परसेंटेज चेंज मोर देन 2 टाइम्स? यहाँ पे आपको करनी क्लबिंग। क्लबिंग का मतलब क्या हुआ? फर्स्ट यू हैव टू कंबाइन एनी टू। तो लेट्स से आपको 20 और -10 का रिजल्ट बताना है कि अगर आप 20% और -10% को सक्सेसिव करते हो तो क्या रिजल्ट आएगा? प्लीज कंफर्म इट। व्हाट विल बी द रिजल्ट ऑफ 20% इंक्रीज एंड 10% डिक्रीज सक्सेसिव? बताइए जल्दी से इस बात। या वेरी गुड, 8% आएगा चेंज। ये तो रिजल्ट 8 आएगा ना। अब देखिए 8 का जो रिजल्ट आया इनका, अब किसके साथ क्लबिंग करेंगे? 5 के साथ। तो अब आपको 8% और 5% को सक्सेसिव करना है। सो इट विल बी 8 plus 5 plus 8 into 5 by 100. So you can see that it is 13, and 8 5 जा कितना हो जाएगा? 40 divided by 100 becomes 0.4. So it will be 13.4. और since it is positive, तो फाइनल जो आंसर 13.4 होना चाहिए। आयुष आप 12.4 बता रहे हो, क्रॉस चेक कर सकते हो एक बार। आकाश, did you also get some answer? 20 आप बताया, किस चीज का आंसर बताया 20? दिशा, योर आंसर, व्हाट इज योर आंसर? ठीक है, राइट। और अगर यहाँ पे लेट से आप मल्टीप्लायर यूज करके कैसे करते हैं, लेट से इनिशियल वैल्यू वाज 100, so in 100 it is 20% increase, 1.2 multiply किया, then multiplied by 0.9, 10% decrease, multiplied by 1.05 to 5% increase. This calculation will be much longer than the earlier calculation. Yes or no? So you can see that when you have to find out the overall percentage change, then successive formula will be much effective. Now let's do some example. Guys, can you try this question? In fact, we already answered this, है ना? ये तो हमने just example लिया ही था. 20% increase and 10% increase, so result will be 32%. So this is already solved. Now this is an important question. This is an important question. What is a percentage change in perimeter? Perimeter. ये एरिया का तो आंसर दे दिया आपने, that is 32%. That's the correct answer, है ना? Can anybody answer what will be the percentage change in perimeter? Can anybody answer it? Any guess? देखो अभी हम लर्निंग मोड में हैं, so we can make a guess and there has to be reason behind that guess कि हम ऐसा क्यों कह रहे हैं. Can we apply successive? Yes or no? Yeah, that's the right answer. I will not apply successive. Why? Because perimeter is twice of length plus breadth and this is not a product. So had been a product, then we would have applied. Right. अब बताइए इसका आंसर क्या होगा? What will be answer of this question? Yeah, that's a right answer, Ayush. That cannot be determined. CNT cannot be determined. Right? Why? Because length is increased by separately. Length becomes 1.2 times, while breadth becomes 1.1 times. तो यहाँ पे कुछ कॉमन तो आएगा नहीं. So it depends upon the value of length and breadth, or we can say ratio of length and breadth. So more of the question of averaging. कि जो overall percentage change होगा, that is sure it will be more than 10% and less than 20%. सिर्फ इतना ही बता सकते हैं. Once we have a ratio of length and breadth, we can find out exact percentage change. But as of now, हम इतना ही कह सकते हैं कि जो percentage change in parameter होगा, that will be more than 10 and less than 20%. Guys, can we conclude this? तो जहां पे भी प्लस और माइनस वाली सिचुएशन आएगी, दैट मींस मोर ऑफ द एवरेजिंग. और आपको पता है कि 10 और 20 में जब एवरेजिंग करेंगे, राइट? Yeah, that's correct, Ayush, and that is what we did in the similar question previously. क्या अगर दोनों में 20 होता, then parameter would also have changed by 20%. Now I'll remind you the income expenditure question. कि अगर ये 25% इंक्रीज हो रहा है, ये 25% इंक्रीज हो रहा है, तो ओवरऑल रिजल्ट भी 25% इंक्रीज होगा. So whenever there is a plus or minus relation, जब भी मैथमेटिकल एडिशन सब्ट्रैक्शन होगा उनमें, और सब में अगर सेम परसेंटेज चेंज हुआ, परसेंटेज चेंज पॉजिटिव या नेगेटिव सेम होना चाहिए, मींस either 20% increase in both or 20% decrease in both. So result will also change by the same percentage. तो जो आयुष ने ये पॉइंट टेक्स्ट किया, गाइस, आई होप एवरीबॉडी कैन सी द मैसेज, एंड आयुष आप प्लीज ट्राई टू टेक्स्ट द मैसेज टू एवरीवन. राइट? so that we can understand, we can see each other response कि आपने क्या आंसर दिया है तो सही क्या है. राइट? सो यहाँ पे बिल्कुल सही आंसर है कि अगर दोनों में एक सेम परसेंटेज होता तो पेरीमीटर भी उतने ही परसेंटेज इंक्रीज या डिक्रीज हो जाता. सो इज दिस क्वेश्चन क्लियर? ये बात समझ में आ गई सक्सेसिव परसेंटेज चेंज की, कहाँ अप्लाई करना है, कहाँ नहीं करना है, एंड हाउ टू अप्लाई, where to apply and how to apply. Both things are okay. How to apply in successive percentage in more than 2 changes? चलिए ट्राई दिस क्वेश्चन ऑल्सो, थोड़ा सा डिफरेंट है. कैन यू ट्राई दिस क्वेश्चन ऑल्सो? Length of a rectangle increases by 30%. By what percent width should change to increase the area but just by 10%? So we should remember area is a product of length and breadth. That means जो overall successful result होगा वो area में होगा ना कि length और breadth में. So हम 30 और 10 का successor नहीं करेंगे. क्या करेंगे? 10 is a result of successor change by 10% and with let's say x%. So can we see that 10 equal to 30 plus x plus 30 into x by 100? Are we okay with this one? ठीक है. यहाँ पे बस ये ध्यान रखना है कि अगर ओवरऑल परसेंटेज चेंज दिया तो उसको इक्वेट कर सकते हैं. It's not like that we do keep doing successor chain with 10 and 30. So tell me what should be the answer here? So can we say that if 30 is shifted here, so minus 20 becomes x plus 0.3x becomes 1.3x, or x becomes minus 20 upon 1.3 or minus 200 upon 30, right? So which is 13 ones are 13, 7, 13 fives are 65, and I think 5 by 30. So this should be the answer. 84.6. I hope you are using the multiplier. Are you? Akash, are you using multiplier? Yes. So you should understand by multiplier we'll get the initial and final value, right? So if this is the value, so we'll see that how much it is reduced. It is reduced by 15.4%. Now you have given the right answer. क्लियर. कभी भी मल्टीप्लायर से आपका परसेंटेज चेंज नहीं आएगा. आपका ये पता लगेगा कि कितनी से 100 से कितना रह गया. सो 100 से लेट्स से इट बिकम्स 84.6. दैट मींस हाउ मच रिड्यूस? 15.4. सो परसेंटेज चेंज विल बी 15.4. क्लियर. Yeah, this Ayush given, everybody given the right answer. So shall I move on? I think it's clear. समझ में आ गया आंसर ही. Akash understood that in this case as well, since we have to find out the percentage change, so again successor could be very beneficial, right? Now let's I'll discuss the reciprocal. I would prefer to take the reciprocal in the next class. These are some common reciprocals, so I'll discuss in the next class. I'm skipping it right now. Now let's try this question and tell me which method will you apply here. So few more questions for today's session. Yeah, Ayush, you are right. You can apply successor method. You can apply any of the 3 points. Like you can solve with the help of basic base method. You can use successor method. You can also use multiplier. It's totally your choice. But before applying anything, you should know the relation. What relation? Relation in what? So what is given here? Production of food, that is 1 point. Second point is per capita production. And third point talk about the population. तो यहाँ पे 3 चीजों की बात हो रही है. There are 3 parameters: total production, per capita production, and population. So first and foremost thing that is important, because of without this you cannot understand, you cannot solve this. That is what understanding of the question, and that required a basic relation among these 3. So anybody, what is the relation in per capita production, population, and total production? Please tell me what is the relation. Anybody? What is the relation in these three? Ayush, you want to say that per capita equal to population into production. Okay, ठीक है. Per capita itself is a average word. Per capita means क्या? Per person. तो एवरेज कैसे निकालते हैं? एवरेज हम निकालते हैं टोटल डिवाइड बाय नंबर ऑफ पर्सन. सो प्रोडक्ट कैसे आ सकता है? पर कैपिटा प्रोडक्शन मींस पर पर्सन प्रोडक्शन. हाँ, तो दैट शुड बी करेक्ट कि दैट पर कैपिटा प्रोडक्शन इज व्हाट? टोटल प्रोडक्शन, नॉट पॉपुलेशन ऑफ प्रोडक्शन. टोटल प्रोडक्शन अपॉन पॉपुलेशन. या आप डिवीजन के बजाय मल्टीप्लिकेशन में सोचिए. हाउ विल यू कैलकुलेट द प्रोडक्शन? लेट्स से per person is producing 100 quintal and there are 10 person. So can we say that 1000 quintal food grain will be produced? है ना, बहुत बेसिक रिलेशन है. पर पर्सन के पर पर्सन प्रोडक्शन को पर पर्सन मींस पर कैपिटा. सो पर कैपिटा production if multiplied by its population, then it will give you total production. Please tell me, did you understood this? अब देखिए, आपने सब कुछ समझ लिया. You understood successor, you understood multiplier, you know 2-3 different method. But if you do not use this in a correct way, right, you'll not get the right answer. Okay, Disa, what's your confusion? Just try to take a very practical approach. Per capita production means per person. Let's say you are producing some food grain, right? I'm also producing some food grain. So you produce, let's say per capita means equal, it is average. So if we are producing 10 quintal per person and 5 of us have produced the food grain. So 10 quintal with you, 10 quintal with me, 10 quintal with third person, 10 quintal with fourth person, 10 quintal with fifth person. So can we say that total 50 quintal or 10 into 5, 50 quintal will be produced? This is just an example. So this is very common relation. Clear? And when you solve 100 to 200 question from any topic, you will become more comfortable with the language part, and that's why practice play important role. In fact, practice is the most important point. But practice should also be in proper direction. What is the direction? That you have to understand, solve each and everything logically. You don't need to cram it. कि अगर मैंने ऐसा बता दिया, आपसे अगर पूछे क्यों मल्टीप्लाई कर रहे हो, your answer should not be like that. It has been told to us in the class. Your answer should be that you know it. That guys, this is average per capita production, and if you multiply average with this number, we'll get the total value. आप उसको प्रैक्टिकली भी समझा सकते हो. लाइक आपने 10 kg प्रोड्यूस किया, मैंने 10 kg प्रोड्यूस किया, तो कितना हो गया? 10 into 2, 2% produces 10 kg each. It means total 20 kg. है ना? विलेज में कितना प्रोडक्शन होगा? पर पर्सन कितना कर रहा है और विलेज की पॉपुलेशन कितनी है. So per person के प्रोडक्शन को if you multiply with the population of village, we'll get total production. बताइए, क्लियर हुआ रिलेशन? Yeah, Ayush, that's correct. Just like per capita income of a country. So अगर हम per capita income को population से multiply करेंगे, we'll get total income of the country. Clear? Clear, guys? Disa, is it clear now? Shall I move on? Fair enough. So देखो, यहाँ तो ये लैंग्वेज का रोल हो गया, इसमें कोई मैथ्स का रोल नहीं है. एंड 99% लोगों को समस्या यहीं पर आती है. And you have a problem in this angle and you feel that it's because of maths you are not able to do. It's not like that. It's not maths. It's basic comprehension. और ये प्रॉब्लम तो आपको कहीं भी आएगी, एलआर में भी आएगी, वर्बल में भी आएगी, कॉम्प्रिहेंशन प्रॉब्लम तो कहीं भी आएगी. आकाश, कैन यू एक्सप्लेन योर पॉइंट? कहाँ पे बात समझ नहीं आ रही? I'll just again remind ये सिंपल वर्ड है। पर कैपिटा प्रोडक्शन मींस पर पर्सन कितना प्रोडक्शन हो रहा है। आप अपना एग्जांपल, लेट्स से इन योर विलेज देयर आर 10%, एक सिंपल एग्जांपल ले लीजिए, और पर पर्सन 50 केजी प्रोडक्शन कर रहा है। अब आप बताइए आकाश, कितना प्रोडक्शन होगा विलेज में फूड ग्रेन्स का, कि अगर 10% है और हर पर्सन पर कैपिटा पर्सन, जल्दी से क्विक रिस्पॉन्स करिए कि पर पर्सन अगर 50 केजी प्रोड्यूस कर रहा है तो उस विलेज में कितना प्रोडक्शन हो जाएगा? 500। एंड हाउ डिड यू दिस, हाउ डिड यू गेट 500? सिंपली यू मल्टीप्लाई 10 into 50। यही बात तो मैं आपको कह रहा हूं कि पर कैपिटा में प्रोडक्शन को, पर कैपिटा प्रोडक्शन को अगर आप पॉपुलेशन से मल्टीप्लाई करेंगे, you will get the total production. This is a basic relation which you already know, but you are not applying it. अभी समझ में आया या नहीं आया बताइए? आ गया? वेरी गुड, नाउ यू कैन आंसर इट। तो देखिए, अगर आपने कॉम्प्रिहेंशन कर लिया तो इस बात की तो मैं गारंटी देता हूं, यू विल नॉट हैव अ प्रॉब्लम इन मैथ्स। जो भी हम क्लास में करेंगे उसकी आपकी क्वांट की प्रॉब्लम नहीं रह जाएगी, बट कॉम्प्रिहेंशन प्रॉब्लम आई कैन नॉट इम्प्रूव, है ना, बिकॉज वो तो तभी इंप्रूव होगी व्हेन यू विल प्रैक्टिस। जब आपकी प्रैक्टिस बहुत अच्छी होगी तब आपका कॉम्प्रिहेंशन अच्छा होगा, बेटर होगा, एंड देन यू विल बी इन पोजीशन टू स्कोर, बिकॉज anything required, anything to convert into result required multiple things. तो जो हम यहाँ पे कर रहे हैं ये एक एंगल पर्पस पूरा करेगा आपका, कि you will get the logic part, you will understand the basics of quant, right, you understand the different approach, right, but comprehension तो selected question का ही होगा ना. So to have the variety of comprehension you need to solve the variety of the question. Clear? अब बताइए आंसर क्या होगा if it is understood. Now you can see that production of food will increase by 40%. So this is increased by 40%. And per capita this is increased by 27%. And we have to find the percentage change in population. So you can this is assume as a x. So now you have two method or three method, any method you can apply. So tell me which method you want to apply here. If you use successive, you can say that 40 equal to 27 plus 27 into 27, just a minute. Second is x, so we can say that x plus 27 into x upon 100. So it can be shifted here, or you can say 13 equal to 1.27x, or x equal to 1.27 upon 13. Sorry, 13 upon 1.27. So question already says that approximately. So it is very close to 1.3 means approximately 10. All right. First tell me, are you okay with this doubt? ये क्वेश्चन क्लियर हो गया, आपको समझ में आ गया? How can we solve with the help of successive? Multiplier से कैसे कर सकते थे? So you know that let's say if it is 1, production is 1, the total production will also be 1. अब अगर total production is increased by 40%, so this becomes 1.4, this becomes 1.27, and let's say it becomes m. So we can solve m here 1.4 upon 1.27, which is close to 1.1. अब आपको समझना है कि 1.1 मल्टीप्लायर का मतलब क्या हुआ. 1.1 मल्टीप्लायर मींस 110% और 10% इंक्रीज. क्लियर? सो हमें वाइस वर्सा भी समझना है कि अगर मल्टीप्लायर 1.1 है दैट मींस 10% इंक्रीज. अंडरस्टूड? अभी बताओ, डिड यू अंडरस्टूड? सिंस वी हैव टू कैलकुलेट द परसेंटेज चेंज, और जब हमारे पास दोनों चॉइस हैं सक्सेसिव और मल्टीप्लायर, then we could prefer successive. Yes or no? So I hope guys it was a long session, right? So but still you maintain the energy level throughout the 2 hours. That's a hats off to you. That's a really great about you. That shows that you are very really keen to towards the your preparation part. So keep it up. That's most important point. Because आपका जो energy level आज है वो एक दिन नहीं रहना चाहिए. It has to be maintained throughout the year. In fact, should keep increasing. So if we can put the effort continuously for 2 hours और हम अपनी energy level maintain है, if you are not exhausted, yeah, I'll take LRDI also, right? वो that will be decided by the management कि मुझे कौन कौन सी classes लेनी, but most probably I'll take LRDI also. But LRDI, especially the DI part can be started only when at least we have done percentage and ratio topic. These two are very important, right? So percentage and its application and ratio and average, if these family will be done, only after that we can start the DI. LR can be started because LR does not require that much of calculations, more of the like puzzles and these things can be done, right? So I think I can give one more question as a homework. That's the only thing. So guys, take this question also as a homework if you take this screenshot. And one more. This is a CAT question, actual CAT question. So I have given you 3 questions as a homework, 2 CAT question and 1 is non-CAT question, right? And all of them are level 3 to level 4 question. So please try all these questions. This is a, you can say, level challenging question, right? Earlier we have very easy question in CAT, but this is challenging. If you are able to solve these types of question, definitely you can solve any question related to this topic. So I'll share, I'll discuss other question also, but obviously I'll start with these 3 questions first. So that's the only homework. Not only this, you whatever the study material you have, whatever the books you have, so you also have to try percentage from that topic as well, from that material as well. So to start any, to do the excel in the quant section, you need to have good in 3 area. One is calculation. That's very important because in every, topic related to quant, certain calculation is required. So your calculation speed should also be good. And that's why what I have planned in every session, initial 10 to 15 minutes, right? I'll give for the calculation techniques, right? So I'll spend initial 10 to 15 minutes for calculation technique, right? So if you work gradually on this, I'm sure within 1 or 2 months you will be very good in the calculation part, right? And obviously the most important part in the during the class, that has to be your concept, basics, fundamental has to be very clear, and that is also along with logic, because without logic that play no role. तो बिना लॉजिक के तो कोई मतलब नहीं है, right? So you don't need to cram anything. So every concept will be covered through logic. And the last part, that depend upon your practice, right? Because comprehension play the most important role in the CAT exam or the similar to CAT exams. Why? Because if you do not understand the question, right, you will not be in position to solve it, whether you know the concept or you don't, doesn't matter. And to be good in comprehension, you have to practice a sufficient number of questions. So I would recommend, let's say percentage is a topic, so 100 plus question has to be practiced by you. I'll try to cover 50 plus question during the classroom session, right? So I'm taking 2 sessions of percentage. So yesterday and today's session combined will be covering more than 50 questions, but I need that at least 100 plus question has to be done from yourself. So let's talk about some certain calculation. So I'm sure guys, all of us know the table up to 10. That's very basic. Now, let's say you have to do 23 into 6 very fast. How will you do it? Right? So calculation will be fast only when you will work on TWI approach. Can you guess what is TWI approach? What does it mean by TWI? TWI means think without ink. That means when we do the calculation, when we maximize the calculation part without paper pen, ink means without pen. Clear? So when you maximize your calculation without paper pen, in that situation, your calculation speed will be fast and you will also enjoy it. right? So how to do this kind of simple multiplication, like you know the table 10 by up to 10 by 10. I want you to be comfortable of table up to 100 by 10 in today's class itself. So that will be the primary objective of today's calculation techniques. Guys, remember, one session of calculation will not be sufficient because we might enjoy it, but we'll easily forget it. So if we regularly put efforts 10 to 15 minutes on calculation part, right? So cumulatively, we'll be doing very well. I hope you have heard about the story of tortoise and uh, here, right? कछुए खरगोश वाली कहानी सुनी है ना? So that's all about that. If you put a continuous effort, if you put studious efforts, then you will be in winning position. Clear? Does not matter how many hours you put in one day. What does it matter whether you put it consistently or not? क्लियर? तो अगर आप रेगुलरली, इवन इफ यू आर प्रैक्टिसिंग 2 आवर्स, ठीक है, एक बड़ी बात अभी छोड़ देते हैं, राइट? पीपल यूज्ड टू से दैट 10 आवर्स करना पड़ेगा, कोई जरूरी नहीं है. जस्ट अटेंड द क्लास एंड पुट 2 आवर ऑफ प्रैक्टिस ऑन अ रेगुलर बेसिस, राइट? दैट विल आल्सो मेक यू to achieve the success, right? And obviously when you will be a habit of doing 2 hours practice, after 1 or 2 months you will realize that I can give more than 2 hours time. So gradually, step by step, your practice time will also increase, but try to make the consistency in both part, right? Classroom session, live class, you should be consistent with that. At the same time, practice part, because comprehension will be improved through practice only. So you should also be consistent on the practice part. Whether you solve 20 question of quant daily, but it has to be done on daily basis. Even if you attempt 10 question of quant daily, but it has to be on daily basis. So if you are putting your effort on daily basis, you will be a winning position in the long run. Clear? Guys, do you agree over this? I hope it's okay with this point. So now, how can we multiply 23 into 6? How can we multiply 23 by 6? Right? So it's a very simple, like you can use the concept break and merge. Break and merge. What is this concept? We can take the 23 as 20 plus 3. We don't need to write it. Just for the explanation part, I am giving you this detail. So can we say that when 2 is multiplied by 6, how much is it? 2 is multiplied by 6, it is 12. So I can think of 120, because 20 into 6 becomes 120. And what is 3 into 6? 3 into 6 is 18. So what I have to do, I have to add 120 and 18 in mind. Remember, though I'm writing just to explain the concept, but this has to be done without paper pen, right? So for next 10 minutes, just ignore the paper pen, try to do the practice in just mind. Clear? So what will be the product here? Can we say that it will be 138? Understood? Clear? Okay. So tell me, what is the product of 42 into, let's say, 7 with the same method? Can you tell me the product of 42 into 7? Right. So this is not only improving your table, but also improving your habit of doing calculation without paper pen. So 4 sevens are 28. So can we think of 280? We have to think of 280. And similarly, 2 sevens are 14. So 14 should be added in 280. Now tell me, I'm not writing 14. What will be the value of 280 plus 40? Right? Akash, can you answer it? Disa, you can also answer this one.
Sir, just I joined facing the network issue, so that's why I just joined.
Okay, no issue. So can we say that 294? Okay, Akash, you have given the right answer. Right. So all this, what you need to practice, right, on a daily basis of this concept of break and merge, you have to practice at least 10 to 15 minutes after the class, right? 5-10 minutes we are doing the practice right now, and 10 to 15 minutes you have to practice after the class as well. So just think of the another number. Let's say you have to use the table of 38 and you have to take it 4 times. So how will you do? 3 4s are how much? 12. That means 120. So you will think of 120, and 8 4s are 32. So 120 and 32 will be added. Very good, Akash. Now this I would expect you should also answer it. So answer will be 152. Now remember, this has to be done without pen. You don't need to use paper pen. Otherwise, your objective will be missed, right? Because in calculation technique, I'm giving you the thought that try to do certain calculation without paper pen, or I am saying think without ink approach. So through this, at least one target can be achieved. We can work on the table up to 100 by 10. So you can give me any number which is up to 100 and that has to multiply up to 10 by any value. For example, we have to multiply 24. We have to take 24 8 times. So guys, what should be the answer? Without paper pen, again think 2 8 ja means 160, 4 8 ja 32, right? So very good speed. Now you Akash, you can see the improvement. Can you see the improvement? That now you're doing a bit faster calculation than the earlier, right? Because now concept is clear in your mind what have to be. So if you make this in practice, your speed will be much faster because it's required consistent efforts. Clear? It required consistent effort. Now we'll be taking another example. Let's say 52 has to be taken 5 times. So it's very easy. 5 5s are 25. That means into 50. Why I'm taking 250 in place of 25? Because this is not 5. This is 50. Right. So in 250, 2 5s are 10 should be added and your answer will becomes 260. Lisa, can you also confirm it? Answer will be 260.
Yes, sir.
Right. So I would expect that next time you will also, give your answer in the chat box. Clear? Okay. So let's guys try this. 72, if you have to take 6 times, can you answer it? What is the value 72 into 6 without pen? Okay. So Akash already given the answer. Disa, when you got your answer, please respond it. I hope it's very easy. 7 6 ja, yeah, very good. 432. So keep trying, keep practicing. Gradually your speed will be faster than the previous situation. So 4 in 420, 12 is added, so that becomes 430. Similarly, let's say we have to take 96, we have to take 3 times. So again, we can make it fast. What should be the product? Very good, Akash. Very good. Excellent. So we can say this is 270 and this in 270 if 18 is added. So how much will it becomes? 288. Clear? Okay. So that's a 1 point. Now I'm also giving a some shortcut approach in particular cases. See, shortcut approach will be applicable in particular case only. So let's say sometimes you have to multiply the numbers which are very close to 100. Both the numbers are very close to 100. Let's say you have to multiply 108 with 105. Right. So this is called base method. And in base method, both number must be near about to base. So first base that we are understanding, that is base 100. So if both number are equal to 100 base, then how to multiply them in just 2-3 seconds. Clear? In the next session, we'll be covering other base like 200, 300. But first we have to be good in 100 base. So can we say that this number is 8 more than 100? And this number is how much? 5 more than 100. So first thing that we need to observe, the difference from the base. So you have to do the first process. What is the first process? In 100, sum of the difference has to be taken. So what is the sum of the difference? That is 8 and 5. That means 13 should be added. That is your first step. Guys, are you okay with the first step? What is your second step? Second step will be product of the difference. So 5 8 how much is it? 40. So here your answer will be 113.40. Any confusion? You will do this product in 2 parts. No problem, Ayush. I am just I have started the calculation technique, and after 2 to 5 minutes, I'll come to the topic, that is percentage session 2. So Ayush, is it understood to you? Akash and Disa, all of you guys, is it understood? Clear. So if it is understood, please answer it. If you have to multiply 104 with 107, can you do it without pen? Can you do it without pen? Ayush, you have a problem with this one. Let's understand once again. First thing that you have to do take the difference from the base, which is 4 and 7. So you have to put the sum and product of the differences. So Ayush, can you answer it? Disha, Ayush? Akash has already answered. So what should be the answer here now? So 4 and 7 is added, that is 11 is added in 100. Okay, very good, Ayush. So it becomes 111 and 7 4s are 28. Now remember, this product always must be in 2-digit form. So what happens if it is not of 2-digit? For example, let's say 102 should be multiplied by 103. Now can you guess the answer? It is a similar concept, but there could be one problem, that is about the product. So when you look at the difference 2 and 3, so 2 and 3 is added in 100, that becomes 105. But product of 2 and 3 is how much? 6, which is not a 2-digit number. So what will you do now? Guess. First step should be 105. What should be the value in second step? Yeah, Akash, you have taken the correct guess, that is 06. So you should always write in 2-digit form. So if it is a single digit, I need to write 0 before it. So it will also becomes a 2-digit. So final answer will be my 10506. I hope it's understood. Now, what happens if product become more than 2-digit? For example, let's try to multiply 115 with 108. Try to multiply 115 with 108. Ayush, can you confirm the first product is clear? 105, 106, 10506. Both clear to both of you? This I Ayush. Now, so let's look at this product. In this case, difference is 15 because base is 100 here. So we always look at the difference from the base. In the second case, difference is 8. So can we say that if we add the differences, it becomes 123? But what will be the problem when you multiply? If you know the table of 15, it becomes 15 8 is 120. If you do not know, you can use break and merge method. So 1 8 times 8 means 80 and 5 8 is 40, that becomes 120. So when 120 is a 3-digit number, so what I'll do, 20 will be in the second place and 1 will be carry forward in the first place. So 100 place digit will be carry forward in the first step. Clear? So if you add 1 in 123, your answer will be 12420 as rightly answered by us. So guys, any confusion over these calculations? Now, one more thing. Let's say you have to multiply 98 with 97. Now, in this case, both numbers are less than 100. This is 2 less than 100 and this is 3 less than 100. So can we say that overall 2 and 3 both will be subtracted? That means 5 will be subtracted in the 100. That will be your first step. And once you multiply 2 into 3, it is going to be how much? 6. And that has to be written in 2-digit format. So I'll write 06. So my answer will be here 9506. Please confirm it. Did you understood this answer? So now in this special case, if any two numbers which are very close to 100, right, you can multiply them with the help of base method and it would require only just 2 to 3 seconds, isn't it? Obviously it required practice, but after certain practice, you will be doing it in very few seconds. Any question, guys? So in today's calculation part, we have done two things. One is base table 100 by 10. Right, guys? I'll ask the same thing in the next class. So please practice at least 10 to 15 minutes. Right. And second point that we have understood the base method. Now, in the today's class, I'd like to discuss one more point which is related to percentage. So how to do the percentage calculation? A percentage calculation कैसे करना है? For example, you have to convert, let's say 193 upon 7250, right? This has to be converted into percentage. Means multiply by 100, you can convert this into percentage. But this has a very long calculation. This has a very long calculation, isn't it? So how to convert this into percentage? Or question could be like 193 is what percent of 7250, right? Or we say that this is equal to x percent, so what is the value of x? Both of them are same question. Clear, guys? So I would recommend, like, if you have to look at the approximate value, that will be very helpful in data interpretation. In data interpretation, or even if in quant, sometimes you can look at the approximate answer, you can look at the options. So how will I do it? So whatever is the base, that is always 100%. Means had it been 7250 upon 7250, that would have been 100%. Do you agree? 1 upon 1 or 100% or 100 by 100 is the same thing. Yes or no? Clear. Now, so can we say that 100% value of the base, here base is 7250, is 7250. So guys, can you tell me 10% value of the base? What is the 10% value of the base? If 100% is 7250, so what is a 10% value? 10% will be not 72.5 IUs. It will be 1/10. 1/10 means 725. In fact, you have written the 1% value. 1% value of this will be again 1/10 of this, that is 72.5. So what I have to think, like, look at this number. Is it more than 10% or less than 10%? Tell me. This number is more than 10% or less than 10%? Less than 10%. Very good. Is it more than 1% or less than 1%? So obviously more than 72.5 means more than 10%. So that's clear. So can we think that this number is approximately how many times of 1%? Right. So we might get confused. So what we can do, we can think that if 1% is 72.5, guys, can you tell me the 2%? Now remember, all this should not be written. I'm just discussing about the thing without income. So this should not be written. This should be in your mind, like this is the 100%. So 1% is going to this value. So 2% is going to be double of this. Yeah, Ayush, you can say approximately 3%, but less than 3% because 7 3s are 21 and more than 2%. So just look at what is the 2% value? 145. That's correct. Twice of this. So can we break this? This can be written as 145 plus how much is extra from 45? So you can say 48 is extra. So had it been this value, I would say that this would have been 2%. Now, if I know 1%, I would also know that what is 0.1%? 0.1% is 7.25. So this is approximately 6 times or 7 times. 6 times or 7 times. 7 sevens are 49. So slightly less than 7 times. And 7 6 are 42, slightly more than 6 times. So can we say that this is approximately 0.65 or 66 or 67? You can take any approximate value. Up to decimal one place, you will get the right answer. So can we say that this number is very close to 2.66% or 2.67%? We can look at the options part. I'm not saying that you will get the accurate answer, but without calculation, you will get the idea. This percentage is approximately how much. Understood, guys? At least this point is very clear by looking at this. This is more than 2% and less than 3%. At least this point is very much clear. Please confirm it. So this is all for the calculation part, right? I have given approximately 20 minutes over this, right? Now I'm going to the, today's class topic, that is percentage. All right. So what we have done in percentage, we have understood the basics of percentage. Yes or no? Right? So what is the basic of percentage? Like base is important, right? Right? Always in percentage, base is important. Like percentage itself say that per 100. Per plus cent means per 100. So अगर हमें ये देखना है like 45 is what percent of 60. तो यहाँ पे बेस क्या हो गया, कंपेरिजन हो रहा है 60 के साथ, बेस इज 60 and that's why base will be divided. If you have to convert in percentage and 100 will be multiplied, because you have to look at in terms of percentage. So this will turn out to be 75%. This is what we have done. You can move, you can look at all this in the previous session if you have missed it, right? So this I have discussed in detail. Now, second point which I have covered, multiplier and application, right? And third point, successive formula. Fourth point that we'll cover in today's class, uses of reciprocal, but we need to have a practice of first these three topics because these are the most important area in percentage. Then I'll cover the uses of uses of reciprocal. So just look at this question. This question will again clear you the concept of base, understanding the base. So can you solve this question? Look at this question. Sanjay scored 48% marks in a test and failed by 14 marks. So most important point is the language. So 48% of what? 48% of total marks? Yes or no? Can we say that 40% of total marks? So in this situation, he failed by 14 marks. That means, can we say that 48% of total equal to, if you assume pass marks, because that is what required, pass marks, if you can assume x, so can we say that it should be x minus 40? So what is the important point? Like, by understanding the language, you need to make the equation. So can we make this equation? In the second situation, had he scored 51% marks, that is again of total. So in this case, he would pass by 7 marks, means he got 7 marks more than pass marks. All right. So now by solving these two equations, you can assume total as a t. You have two variable and two variable equation. You can solve the question, but that will be a long method. I'm telling you the basic or long method. Then I'll tell you how to solve this question without pen. This question can also be solved without using pen or minimum uses of pen. मतलब जितना पेन अभी हम यहाँ पे यूज कर रहे हैं उसके 10% यूसेज से काम चल जाएगा. Just writing 1 or 2 line can help you do the answer. But before that, we should be in position to make this equation. Are we in position to make this equation? ऐसा equation बना लेंगे. और इसमें क्या है, अगर हमें x एलिमिनेट करना है तो इसमें से इसको सेपरेट कर दें. So 51 minus 48 becomes 3% of total. That will be, this will be minus, this will be plus. So 21, or we can say that 3 by 100 of total equal to 21. So can you tell me guys the total marks? So total marks become 700. Yes or no? Correct. Once you got the total marks, so whether you put total marks in the first equation or in the second equation, you will get the value of x. So let's say put in the first equation. So 48% of total, that is 700, should be equal to x minus 40. Or you can say 48 by 100 of 700 equal to x minus 40. Now this has to be calculated. Now you have to use this, guys. The table of 100 by 10 is very common. So again, try to do this multiplication without paper pen. The method which I have discussed earlier in today's session. आज ही जो भी हमने थोड़ी देर पहले डिस्कस किया था, that is what break and merge method. So हम ऐसे देख सकते हैं इसको, 4 7 जा 28. Can we think in that way? 4 7 जा 28 means 280, and in 280, 8 7 जा 56 should be added. So how much will it be? In 280, 8 7 जा 56 should be added. 334, 36. Yeah, Akash, you have given the right answer. So from here, 14 will be added in 336, which will give you 350. So this is what the long method which I have discussed, or the basic method. Clear? Okay, both Akash and Disha has given the answer. Ayush, what about you? Did you also get the answer? Correct. Now, can we try this question without paper pen? Next objective. Yeah, that's okay. Did by equation, that's the first requirement. See, we improve step by step. We cannot reach to the top टॉप लेवल डायरेक्टली। देखो अगर हमें आखिरी सीढ़ी तक जाना है ना, इफ यू हैव टू मूव द टॉप लेवल ऑफ द स्टेयर, सो वी हैव टू स्टार्ट फ्रॉम द फर्स्ट लेवल, राइट? व्हेन वी आर कंफर्टेबल इन द फर्स्ट लेवल, विल थिंक ऑफ द सेकंड लेवल। अगर हम डायरेक्टली सीधे टॉप पे सोचेंगे तो अगर वहीं पे कंफ्यूजन क्रिएट हो जाएगा, वी कैन नॉट मूव। So that is a primary requirement, that you should be in position to make a equation, basic method that you have done your through schooling, throughout your schooling, तो वो तो कम से कम क्लियर होना चाहिए। और जब वहां से क्लियर होगा तो एटलीस्ट क्वेश्चन की क्लैरिटी हो गई। नाउ यू कैन ट्राई दी अल्टरनेट मेथड, सो ग्रेजुअली यू विल बिकम मास्टर इन दी अल्टरनेट मेथड ऑल्सो। अब देखिए जरा, कैन वी थिंक दैट 48% भी टोटल का है और 51% भी टोटल का है? सो हियर बेस इज सेम इन बोथ केसेस। तो अगर बेस सेम है तो अल्टीमेटली डिफरेंस हम परसेंटेज वाइज कह सकते हैं कि दोनों में डिफरेंस कितना हो जाएगा, 3% का। सो 3% के मार्क्स का डिफरेंस है किसके इक्वल है? In this case we have 14 marks less, in this case we have 7 marks extra, so ultimately difference इन दोनों में कितना है? अगर हम परसेंटेज में डिफरेंस देख रहे हैं तो मार्क्स वाइज डिफरेंस कितना है, राइट? 1% got less 14 marks less, other person got 7 marks more. Let's say मेरे 14 marks less आए और आपके 7 marks ज्यादा आ गए, तो कितना डिफरेंस होगा between your marks and my marks? 21. Very good, very good. This are understood. So can we say that 3% of marks equal to 21? Yes or no? Yes or no? Now I don't need to find out the total marks. Why? Because it is not being asked. तो मुझे जरूरत किसकी है कि अच्छा अगर 3% इतना है तो 48% कितना होगा मार्क्स का? अगर 3% मार्क्स 21 है तो 48% कितना होगा? मैं कैसे सोचूंगा? ये सिर्फ मैं आपको समझाने के लिए लिख के बता रहा हूं, अदरवाइज दिस सिंपल कैलकुलेशन कैन बी डन इन माइंड। यस और नो? कैन वी थिंक दैट 3% मार्क्स गैप इक्वल टू 21 बाय कंपेयरिंग बोथ थिंग? प्लीज कंफर्म इट। Right. So now if I have to think 48% marks, can I say that it is 16 times of the 3%? 16 threes are 48. I would recommend, yeah, very good. I would recommend that you should be in position to, have the table up at least up to 20. 20 तक की table तो आनी चाहिए, 20 तक table is very important. So what we can do? We can multiply 21 by 60. Alternate, you can make 1% 7 and multiply 48 by 7. Both of them are equally good. It's totally up to you. So you can use the table of 16 here. That is 16, 32 and 1, 33. So you will get that here, if you scored 336 marks, your marks are 14 less. So 14 can be added here. तो बताइए, in this situation, can we minimize the paperwork? And if paperwork is minimized, obviously your speed will be also much higher. आपका इतना सारा राइटिंग पार्ट, इतने सारे स्टेप्स बच गए तो आपकी स्पीड ऑटोमेटिकली डबल हो जाए। एग्रीड? नाउ लेट्स ट्राई दिस क्वेश्चन। सिमिलर क्वेश्चन आई हैव डिस्कस इन द प्रीवियस सेशन, राइट? So that was a general question and this is actual CAT question that comes in CAT 2001. So fresh grapes contain 90% water by weight, while dried grapes contain 20% water by weight. What is the weight of the dry grapes available from 20 kg of fresh grapes? So if you attended the previous class, right, you can easily solve this. If you have missed it, still you can try this one. So again हमें बेस पे ध्यान देना है. So by doing this question, the concept of understanding base will be strength. तो यहाँ पे 90% किसका है? Fresh grapes का, and that weight is already given. So we can say that out of 20 kg, 90% is water. And if 90% is water, that means 10% is pearl. बात समझ में आ रही है? और आपको यहाँ पे क्या देखना था कि अब जो ये बोल रहा है कि ड्राइड ग्रेप्स कंटेन 20% वाटर, तो अब ये 20% वाटर किसका? यहाँ पे बेस क्या होगा? 20% ऑफ व्हाट इज 20% ऑफ व्हाट? सो इफ यू टेक द बेस इन करेक्ट सिचुएशन, अगर हम बेस को हम सही तरीके से यूज करते हैं कि किसका लेना है, फिर हम इस टॉपिक में कभी गलती नहीं करेंगे, राइट? So Ayush, you have given the answer. Akash, can you respond it? 20% किसका लेना है हमें? So as question says that dry grapes contain 20% water means 20% of total dry grapes. जो ड्राई ग्रेप्स का वेट है ना उसका 20% उसमें वाटर है, मींस इट इज नॉट 100% ड्राई. क्लियर? And actually we have to calculate the weight of dry grapes. So if we have to calculate, we can assume it is x. So can we say that out of x kg, now 20% is water? Please confirm it. And if 20% is water, so what does it mean? What does it mean? 80% must be pulp. Correct. So since Ayush attended the previous session, answering very fast. What about Disha and Akash? Are you okay with this concept? Are you okay with this comprehension? Fair enough. Now, can we say that if we equate pulp, it will be easy for us to calculate? Why? Because quantity of pulp in case 1 and case 2 must be same. Water is evaporating. What dry होने से क्या कम होगा? Water कम हो रहा है. Quantity of water is reduced, but quantity of pulp will remain same. That's why can we say that 10% of 20 kg should be equal to 80% of x kg, and you can answer this question in just few seconds, right? So by solving this, I hope you must have got the value x equal to 2.5. How? Because 10 is 80, so x becomes 20 by 8, which is 2.5. All right. So I'm sure guys now you will be confident about this topic and the importance of base. Clear? Now, as we move forward, the difficulty level of question will increase, right? So I'm again discussing few more important question, and especially the CAT question, because if we are able to solve this question, that means we will be comfortable in the comprehension as well as the concept. So this question is slightly challenging. Please try it. Anyone? Yeah, I used to recommend 3 minutes. 3 minutes is too much time. I'll give 1 minute at least. Okay, let me explain the question part at least. तो अगर आप कहीं पे if you got stuck somewhere, so at least आपको clarity आएगी कैसे करें. So I'm helping you for 20 to 30 seconds. Further you can try. 40% of the employee are men. So look at, in all this situation, percentage information is given. You can say this is a value, but this is not the value because question do not talk about the earning. Question talk about the number of person. So this is a category who earned more than 25,000. Okay, Ayush has answered 3 by 2 means none of these. I'll come to that part. So by looking at this, can we take total employee 100? Can we take total employee 100 because information is given in percentage, and it is also demanded in the fraction. In fact, we cannot find out the number of employee because we never have any data in this question. We do not have any data regarding the number of male or female or earning of 25,000 and more employee, right? So out of 100 employee, once it says that 40% are men, so what does it mean? If out of 140 are men, by default we get the information that 60 are women. तो ये comprehension साफ करना पड़ेगा. The moment you read this question, this should automatically strike in your mind. Like 40 are men, what does it mean? 60 are women. इतना तो समझ ही गए. Now further this question says that 75% of the men. Now tell me, 75% of what? 75% of the men means 75% of 40, right? And how much will it be? 75% is nothing but 75 by 100 or 3 by 4, right? ये चीज हमारी और अच्छी हो जाएगी in through reciprocal. So अभी हम reciprocal भी cover करेंगे आज के सेशन में. So 3 by 4 of 40, can we say that out of 40, 30 men earning is how much? More than 25k. So these earn more than 25k. K means 1000. That means remaining 10 earn less than or equal to 25k. I have not solved anything. I'm just writing the information part. How should we solve the question? This should be the approach. Like there are information is given in the language form, so we need to convert in short form. Okay, out of 140 men, 60 women. Out of 40 men, 30 are earning more than 25k, so remaining must be earning less than 25k. Now 45% of the company employee. अब बताइए ये 45% किसका होगा? So again you can see any question related to percentage, base play will important role. 45% of what? Of 100. You are absolutely right, Ayush. This I am also expecting answer from you. Of 100. Correct. Because it talk about the total employee. So total employee we have taken 100. So can we say that out of 100, 45 earn more than 25? अब देखिए यहाँ तो 30 earn कर रहे हैं more than 25 और total कितने हैं इसमें से 45 who earn more than 25. That means 45 minus 30, 15 women must be earning more than 25k. बताइए ये 15 वुमेन जो 25k से ज्यादा अर्न कर रही हैं, ये पॉइंट क्लियर हुआ? Lisa, can you confirm it? Guys, each one of you is important for me, right? तो अगर आप में से कोई भी एक पीछे रह जाएगा, then objective will not be fulfilled. इसलिए please keep responding each and every time, है ना? ऐसा नहीं कि आपने पिछले का आंसर दिया तो अब नहीं देना. You have to answer for the each part. Now it's understood there are 60 women, so 15 earn more than 25k. So obviously remaining how much? 45 must be earning less than or equal to 25k. Now you have to read the question carefully. What fraction of the women earn 25 per year or less? So what was your answer? Ayush, I think someone, Akash, who is given the answer? Your answer was 3 by 2. How it is 3 by 2? Now, what should be the answer here? Okay, Risa, no issue. So now answer as rightly answered by Akash, answer must be 3 by 4. Why 3 by 4? Because what fraction of women means total women, that is 60. And out of this total women, how many of them earn 25,000 or less? That is 45. So can I say answer must be 45 by 60, or I can say 3 by 4. Clear, right? So now you understood that challenge will not be with the logic or comprehension. That is clear, right? आप मेरी क्लास अगर सिस्टमेटिक तरीके से लगाते हैं continuously, so logic and concept or fundamental will not be issue. The only issue will be comprehension, and that cannot be taught. that can be improved through practice only, है ना? Done. Now let's try this question again, slightly more challenging. Now read the instruction carefully. It's not difficult, challenging just because of comprehension. That's the condition. So please focus on the comprehension. Guys, shall I explain? Shall I help you to understand this question? All right, Akash. So just read this question. A truck traveling at 70 km per hour uses 30% more diesel to travel a certain distance than it does when it travels at the speed of 50 km per hour. All right. If truck can travel 19.5 km on a liter at a speed of 50 km per hour, so how far can truck travel on 30 liter of diesel? Yeah, this is challenging, this one. I think nobody has understood properly, right? Every time I used to get the answer in few minutes, but this is a challenging one. But see, we can start from the zero level, but we cannot be continue till zero level only. हमें कहीं ना कहीं level तो upgrade करना ही पड़ेगा. So अगर चीजें नहीं समझ में आ रही, I am here to help you. आपको टेंशन नहीं लेना, बस just keep putting your effort. That's it. Don't give up. Go. Just try to understand this question one by one. So here we have the mileage part, like can travel 19 kilometer. This is a mileage, 19.5 kilometer in 1 liter when speed is 50 kilometer per hour. Please tell me, guys, are we okay? देखिए क्वेश्चन क्या है कि how many kilometer we can move, right? So we have the total 10 liter. If we know that how many kilometer per liter will be moved, अगर ये स्पीड 50 की स्पीड से होता, had it been speed 50, so I would say that 19.5 into 10, in that case answer would have been 195. Can you confirm it? अगर स्पीड 50 की 50 ही रहती तो ट्रक कैन मूव 195 kilometer. Why? Because it can travel 19.5 kilometer on a liter. Please confirm it. तो अगर 1 लीटर में हम 19.5 किलोमीटर जा रहे हैं, so 10 लीटर में 10 times. So we know the mileage if speed is this. Disa, is it clear? Had it been a situation, but यहाँ पे situation change हो गई, so we'll have to think accordingly. We have to act accordingly. ये पॉइंट क्लियर है? बताइए इसमें क्या प्रॉब्लम? क्वेश्चन कह रहा है कि अगर स्पीड आप 50 की स्पीड से मूव कर रहे हो, in that case you can travel 19.5 किलोमीटर on a liter, right? अगर आप स्कूटी कार कुछ भी चलाते हो तो आपको बहुत अच्छे समझ रहे होगे कि अगर पर्टिकुलर स्पीड में 1 लीटर में आप इतना किलोमीटर मूव कर रहे हो तो 10 लीटर में कितना करोगे? 10 टाइम्स. प्लीज कंफर्म इट, इज इट अंडरस्टूड? जब तक नहीं समझ में आया तब तक नहीं ना ही बोलना है, कोई बात नहीं। यू विल आस्क 10 टाइम्स, आई विल एक्सप्लेन 10 टाइम्स, बट हर बार आपको रिस्पॉन्ड करना है। जितनी बार मैं क्वेश्चन करूं उतनी बार आपको एटलीस्ट रिस्पॉन्ड तो करना है ना, उतनी बार बताना मेरी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी। यू आस्क 10 टाइम्स, आई विल एक्सप्लेन यू 10 टाइम्स, करेक्ट। बट this is a mileage when speed is this one, and that's the beauty of the question is demanding at a speed of this, then mileage will not remain same. Question here explain that कि अगर 70 की स्पीड से जाओगे तो आपको 30% मोर डीजल यूज करना पड़ेगा। तो अब आपको 19.5 किलोमीटर जाने में कितना डीजल यूज करना पड़ेगा इफ यू आर मूविंग विद स्पीड ऑफ 70 किलोमीटर पर आवर। इनिशियली अगर आपको 1 लीटर करना पड़ रहा था और अगर आपको 30% मोर यूज करना है, so can we say that it should be multiplied by 1.3, then you will use 1.3 liter. Please confirm it. Question does not say that your distance will be 30% more. Question says that consumption of diesel will be, consumption of fuel will be 30% more, right, टू ट्रेवल अ सर्टेन डिस्टेंस। अगर आपने डिस्टेंस फिक्स कर दी, जिस डिस्टेंस में पहले आप 1 लीटर में जा रहे थे वही डिस्टेंस अब आप 1.3 लीटर में जाओगे। इज दिस क्लियर? प्लीज कंफर्म। और यू कैन ऑल्सो आस्क द स्पेसिफिक पॉइंट कि ऐसा क्यों कर रहे हैं, बिकॉज इट्स नॉट ऑल अबाउट यस और नो। योर आंसर विल बी मोर प्रोडक्टिव जब आप अपनी तरफ से क्रॉस क्वेश्चनिंग करोगे। व्हाई नॉट दिस, व्हाई वी मल्टीप्लाइड 30 हियर, 1.3 हियर, राइट? सो देयर ऑलवेज हैज टू बी क्रॉस क्वेश्चनिंग फ्रॉम योर पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू। और आपकी तरफ से क्रॉस क्वेश्चनिंग नहीं हो रही है फिर तो क्या हो रहा है, फिर तो जस्ट आप सुनते जा रहे हो ना, सत्संग टाइप का माहौल चल रहा है, राइट? जस्ट वी आर लिसनिंग एंड वी आर जस्ट फॉलोइंग द थिंग्स, इट्स नॉट द क्लास ऑफ सम। अब माइलेज का मतलब सिंपल आयुष यही होता है ना कि माइलेज जो बोलते हैं ना, कार स्कूटी कुछ भी अगर आप व्हीकल के टर्म्स में सोचोगे तो क्या होता है प्रैक्टिकली, माइलेज मींस that in a liter how many kilometer you can go, that is what mileage। जैसे आपकी कार अगर 18 किलोमीटर पर आवर का माइलेज दे रही तो हम बोलते हैं 18 का माइलेज है, मींस 1 लीटर में 18 किलोमीटर मूव करेगी एट अ नॉर्मल स्पीड। ऑब्वियसली स्पीड कम ज्यादा करते हैं तो माइलेज में फर्क पड़ता है, और ये नहीं पता उससे ज्यादा फर्क नहीं पड़ता। क्वेश्चन यहां पे तो बता रहा है ना साफ साफ कि दैट एट ए स्पीड ऑफ 50, अगर ये वाली स्पीड चलोगे then in 1 liter you will move this much kilometer। so अगर ये वाली स्पीड जाओगे तो अब आपको 30% ज्यादा कंज्यूम करना पड़ेगा। दैट मींस अब आपका काम 1.5 1.3 लीटर से नहीं 1 लीटर से नहीं चलेगा। now you have to understand, now you have to use 1.3 लीटर। बताइए यहां तक सब कुछ क्लियर है? तो यहाँ पे आप समझ लीजिए कि अगर 19.5 किलोमीटर जाने में 1.3 लीटर लग रहा है तो पर लीटर क्या हो जाएगा? कैन वी से दैट it will be 15 kilometer per liter। अब आप 1 लीटर में 19.5 नहीं जा पाओगे। वेरी गुड, दिस हैज आंसर्ड इट। आयुष, व्हाट अबाउट यू? एंड वंस यू अंडरस्टूड दिस you can also calculate how many kilometer you can go in 10 kiloliter। so in 10 liter can we say that 10 into 15 150 kilometer distance will be covered। ठीक है, समझ गए? सो क्वेश्चन कितना भी चैलेंजिंग हो, अगर हम स्टेप बाय स्टेप राइट कॉम्प्रिहेंशन को लेके चलेंगे एंड ऑब्वियसली विल फोकस ऑन दी बेस। अब यहाँ पे बेस क्यों इंपॉर्टेंट था? बिकॉज 30% मोर। सो 30% किसका? वी गेट यूज्ड टू गेट कंफ्यूज्ड, तो समटाइम्स हम डिस्टेंस को 30% ज्यादा कर देते हैं, समटाइम्स वी इंक्रीज द स्पीड बाय 30%, बट क्वेश्चन क्लियरली सेज दैट 30% मोर डीजल मींस क्वांटिटी ऑफ डीजल शुड बी 30% मोर for a certain distance। for a certain means fixed distance, that means if distance is fixed, and that is what fixed here, that in 1 liter you can move this one, so now you will need 30% more। so this is what you need to connect the language part। clear? shall I move on to the next one? so when we are in position to solve such level of question, right, we definitely reach to the next level। now we can challenge any question, whether we can solve it or not, at least we'll be confident, okay, I'll try this question। will not be giving up. Otherwise, what happen if we keep solving easy question, if you do not try the level of question, particular level of question, so whenever you see challenging question, you just give up. फिर लगता है पता नहीं क्या होगा, right? Now this was the question which I have given you as a homework. Do you remember? Did you get the answer? Did you get the answer? Vishnu scored 52% marks. Asa scored 64%. Vishnu score is 23 less, and that by Asa 33 4 more than obtained by Ramesh. So your question talk about 3% Vishnu, Asa, and Ramesh. Obviously, this question can be solved by making equation, or if you want to solve it directly, it can also be done. So tell me, how would you like to solve this question? Directly or with equation? This question is very similar to the earlier one. Okay, so Akash said that first equation. So first we can make the equation that Vishnu score 52% of total, which is 23 less than marks scored by Ramesh. Let's say X is marks scored by Ramesh. So we can say that X minus 23. Now, similarly, Asa will score how much? 64% of total, which will be 34 more than Ramesh. That means X plus 34. So you can see that by solving these two equations, by subtraction, we can eliminate one variable, that is X. So we'll get the value of 2 T. Confirm करिए इस बात को. So if you separate first by second, this will be minus, this will be minus, this will be plus. This will get cancelled out. 64 minus 52. 12% of total marks will be 34 minus 23 plus 23. 57. और अब आप चाहो तो बताओ, shall we calculate total marks? Please answer it. Shall we calculate total marks? Guess, guys. Shall we calculate total marks? Yeah, right. Absolutely right, Ayush. We should not actually, because that is not required. Question demand the score is the marks obtained by Geeta, who scored 84%. तो हमें क्या चाहिए? We need the value of 84% of total, and we also know that 84 is 7 times of 12. That means we can directly multiply 57 by 7. Actually, we can calculate total marks, then we can get the 84% marks. In that way, we will also get the answer, right? But अगर ऐसा करेंगे तो directly आ जाएगा. We'll be saving at least few seconds. So from here we'll get the answer 399. Is it understood? Correct, Disa? Understood? Similar question. And that has appeared recently in CAT 2020. Last part नहीं आया समझ में. इतना समझ में आ गया? That did you understood that 12% of total is 57? So now you look at read the last line of the question. Question says that marks obtained by Geeta, who scored 84%. That means you have to solve 84% of total. Use just unitary method. 1% will be divided by 12, and 84% will be multiplied by 84, which is 7 times. और यही बात मैं आपको डायरेक्टली बता रहा था कि 84 is 7 times of 12, so we can directly multiply 57 by 7. Done? Now, same thing can also be done without using equation. How can you solve this without using equation? You can just think of this, that Vishnu scored 52% and Asa scored 64%, and Vishnu is 23 less and Asa is 34 more. So ultimately दोनों में difference कितना है? 12%. So that's a difference percentage wise. Because base is same, that's why we can separate. So can we say that 12% of total, because one is 23 less, another is 34 more. अब number line से सोचिए, एक value आपकी 23 less है और एक आपकी 34 more है. So what is the gap? Gap is 57. So if we know the 12% value, we can also calculate the 84% value, which is 7 times of this. So we can say 57 into 7. So this is the only writing part that could be required. And we can use break and merge method. 5 sevens are 35. So 350 plus 49, 399. Guys, are you applying break and merge method? The initial point which I have discussed in the calculation part? Because this is very useful. I'm really discussing only those calculation technique which will be very, very applicable. Otherwise, you can spend, 50 plus hours in Vedic maths, but that will not be of you. That will be of no use. So whatever is important for CAT perspective, I'll be discussing only those calculation technique. Fair enough? समझ में आ गया इतना? आया नहीं आया? ठीक है. I'm sure guys, to multiply 57 by 7, you are not using paper pen. सच बोलना. एकदम आलिया भट्ट की कसम खा करके या जो है इसकी कह सकते हैं और आप कि ये ऐसे ही कर रहे हैं, है ना? ठीक है, वेरी गुड आकाश. बिकॉज यू हैव टू टेक एन इनिशिएटिव एटलीस्ट. आप इनिशियली जब आप ऐसे डायरेक्टली करेंगे, इट विल टेक टाइम, राइट? यू माइट बी confusing, like you might be confused like that, why not the proper way? Because initially इसमें तो टाइम ज्यादा ही लग रहा है, but it will take in time in just first few sums, in 2 or 3 multiplication. Once you keep doing this by this method, this will be much time saving than the normal method. Agreed? So this is what understanding base is completed, right? Then next point was multiplier and its application. So guys, you remember what was the multiplier? If you have to increase certain thing by certain percentage or decrease by certain percentage, we can use the multiplier. Let's say value is increased by 20%. So what does it mean? It means it will becomes 100 plus 20. That means 120% of itself. Remember, whether value is increased by 20% or it becomes 120% of itself, both of them carry the same meaning. Or we can say that it is multiplied by 1.2. So whatever the value we multiply in initial, that is called multiplier. I'll use the simple word, simple alphabet M. M means multiplier. And by multiplying initial, it will give you the final. And if there are more than 2 or more than 2%, so 2 or more than 2 multiplier will be used. Clear? In case of increase, multiplier will be more than 1. And in case of decrease, multiplier will be less than 1. So is there any confusion? Like if you have to reduce by 10%, that means multiplier will be 0.9. Agreed? Because it will becomes 90% of itself. Right? So you can also see the previous video for the more detail regarding the multiplier. But I hope that you understood with using this example. Right? Third point that we have understood, successive formula, and both of them are complementary to each other. In any situation, you can use successive or the multiplier, but you have to take a wise decision that which one will be less time consuming. So successive, again, when percentage change is done 2 more than 2 times. Multiplier तो हम single change में भी use कर लेते हैं multiply, but successive will be applied only when successive change is done in 2 or more than 2 times. We use the result for 2 successive changes by using this shortcut a plus b plus ab by 100. We also have discussed this point in much detail. Right? So we can use this successive indirectly when successive change is done 2 or more than 2 times, or in case of product, whenever there is something a equal to x into y, so a percentage change in x and b percent change in y will lead to this much percentage, that is a plus b plus ab by 100% change in a. Agreed? This point yes to we had covered, ये अभी भी हमें करना है, इसको करेंगे, आज ही करेंगे, don't worry. So let's have some practice of the multiplier. Can you try this question, guys? Price of bicycle is increased by 9.09%. Then it by this percent, then by this percent. Now to solve this question, we actually need to know the reciprocals. So just for this question, I'm telling you these reciprocal value. This is equivalent to 1 by 11, and this is equivalent to 1 by 12, and this is equivalent to 1 by 30, right? For example, 100% is equivalent to 1 by 1. Similarly, if you do 100 by 11%, it will be equal to 1 by 11, and if you calculate this, this is going to be 9.0. So how to remember reciprocal, I'll discuss separately, but for solving this question, I need to know these values. So now multiplier can be used in decimal, and multiplier can also be used in fraction, right? So just take a simple example. Let's say if value has to be increased by 20%. So what is a multiplier? Multiplier, can we say that is 1.2? And multiplier is also 1 plus 1 by 5. How do I get 1 plus 1 by 5? Because in 20% is also equal to 1 by 5, and this is also equal to 0.2. So if I add 0.2, I'll get 1.2, and if I add 1 by 5 in 1, I will get 6 by 5. In fact, both of them are same. Sometimes using fraction can be a easier approach, right? And especially in such situation. So can we see that if initial price was X, and if it is increased by 1 by 11, so multiplier will be 1 plus 1 by 11. Second multiplier will be 1 plus 1 by 12, and third multiplier will be 1 plus 1 by 13. Guys, do you agree? And that will give you the final value, as question says that 2508. So in this question, if you use the multiplier, it will be the best way to solve this question. Why? Because this question does not demand overall percentage change. That's why successor will not be much effective. Now, so 1 plus 1 by 11 is very easy. 1 plus a by, let's say, x is always x plus a by x, isn't it? Ultimately, you can say that this is added into this. So we can say that it becomes 12 by 11, it becomes 13 by 12, and it becomes 14 by 13. So this will get cancelled out. Ultimately, x into 14 by 11 is 2548. So finally, you will get the answer. You can cancel this by 14. 14 ones are 14, and it is how much? 11. 7s are 112, and 2s are 28. So I think 172 into 11. So x becomes first cancel by 12, 14. 14 ones are 14, then 11. 8 are 180, 112, and 2s are 182. So answer will be 182 into 11, which is 2002. Okay, Akash, you have given the right answer. What about others? Disha, Ayush, is it clear? बात समझ में आ गई? So by seeing this question, you must be knowing that reciprocals are also easy. Reciprocal also using which formula are you using successive formula? But I would say that do not use successive formula. Why? Because you will get the overall percentage change. You will not get the value. And question demand the original initial value. So if one of the value is given initial or final, and you need to find out the other value, in that case, multiplier will be more effective. Clear? Okay. Let's look at this question. This was in CAT 2003. L means leak. CAT has been leaked only one time. That was in CAT 2003. So I have appeared CAT 2003 two times. I'm writing CAT since 2002. So you can say I have write more than 20 CAT till now. Now this question is just pure comprehension, nothing else. Question says that prices increased by added P% got, then sold Q% got at the end of year, right? And initially he had 9 dozen gots, and finally he also had 9 dozen gots at the end of 2002. So can you say that 98 to 99, 99 to 2000, and 2000 to 2001, and 2001 to 2002? So 1 times, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times means first it will be increased by P%, then decrease by Q%, then increase by P%, then decrease by Q%. And overall percentage change is 0. Yes or no? Overall percentage change is 0. So it will happen. No, it is not P equal to Q. That's a wrong. That's a misleading actually option. Akash, P equal to Q is a wrong answer. I'll tell you why. Because it is going to be a successive change. Just take a simple example. If you increase by 20%, value will be 120. And if you decrease by 20%, what will be the value? Please tell me. $96. Right. That means value will not be same. Value will not be same. तो अगर वैल्यू सेम होगी तो फिर ये चीजें मतलब सेम नहीं हो सकती. तो ठीक है, एक बार क्वेश्चन फिर से समझ लेते हैं. क्वेश्चन ये कह रहा है कि 1998 में उसके पास 9 डजन, दैट मींस 9 डजन गॉड्स थे. अगर आप कुछ सेल कर दोगे एट द एंड ऑफ ईयर, सो एट द बिगिनिंग ऑफ 1999 में क्या हो जाएगा? नो, इट एक्चुअली बिगिनिंग में आप क्या कर रहे हो? He every year he added P% of the god at the beginning of the year. आपने P% इसमें ऐड किया, फिर Q% सेपरेट किया. So this becomes a new value. Further P% is increase and Q% is decrease. So that becomes the value in 2000. In fact, there will be 4 pair of P% and Q%. तो अल्टीमेटली अगर P% इंक्रीज करने पर और Q% डिक्रीज करने पर, दिस इज अ सक्सेसिव चेंज. सो कैन आई से दैट P minus Q plus P into minus Q by 100, रिजल्ट मस्ट बी 0. अगर ओवरऑल परसेंटेज चेंज 0 होगा, ओनली देन 9 डजन की 9 डजन यहां रहेंगी, एंड 9 डजन विल रिपीट नेक्स्ट ईयर, 9 डजन विल रिपीट नेक्स्ट ईयर एंड नेक्स्ट टू नेक्स्ट ईयर. क्योंकि हर बार P और Q% चेंज हो रहा है. सो अगर if value change one times, if it is increased, then it keep increasing. If it is decreased, then it will keep decreasing. क्या ये पॉइंट समझ में आ रहा है यहाँ पे? बात समझ में आई? बताओ जल्दी से. Is it clear that every year you are doing two things? You are selling it, increasing the gods, so P% will increase. Then you are selling, that means you're decreasing the value. So after two changes, If it will remain 9 doesn't, then every year at the 1 year completion, every year's 9 decimal will remain. If it is increased, let's say by certain thing, then it will keep increasing. And if it is decreases, then it will keep decreasing. So if at the end of 2002, it is 9 dozen, that means after every year, number of gods will be 9 dozen. Now, if this is 0, what does it mean? This means positive part has to be more than negative. Why? Because P minus Q equal to PQ by 100. अब ये तो positive है, so this has to be positive. That means P minus Q should be more than 0, or P should be more than Q, not P less than Q. For example, I'll tell you the example. If you increase the value by 25% and decrease by 20%, the overall change will be 0. Please do it successively. Please do it successively and verify it whether by increasing 25% and decreasing by 20%, will we get the 0% change, or yes or no? Just the example I have taken. I'm not necessarily saying that it has to be 25 PQ 2520 is one of the possibility. There are multiple infinite possibility. If you take 20, this will be going to be 16.66%. Right? You increase this and decrease this much percent, you will get overall percentage 0. So that was not important. So only important point was that here positive increase has to be more than negative, so that overall percentage change is 0 in case of successive change. Is it understood? Disha, please, can you also confirm it? Fair enough. So I hope now you're understanding the successive formula. Now, one more question. And after this, we are going to start the reciprocal and its uses. Radius of a base is increased by 10% and height is decreased by 20%. First thing that you need to tell me, percentage change in area. Guys, you know the area of this circular cylinder? What is the area of the base? Since it is a circular base, so what is the area? So area is pi r square. And since r is changed 10% and pi r means r is multiplied 2 times, that means can we say that there will be 2 successive change of 10% each? So guys, can you answer the first part? What percent change will be in the area of the base? Please confirm it. What percent change will it be in the area of the base? Very good. Ayush given the right answer, 21. I hope you remember this concept, a plus b plus ab by 100. Since it is a product situation, so it will be a successive 10 plus 10 plus 10 into 10 by 100. Right? किसी ने भी अगर पहले आंसर दे दिया, it's not like that you don't need to answer it. The moment you will get the answer, you have to answer. You should answer actually. So did other also get that answer for the first part? Must be 21%. Agreed? Now tell me, what is the volume of the circular cylinder? What is the volume of the circular cylinder? Formula of the volume? That is pi r square h. If you do not know it, in mensuration class, you will definitely knowing it, but this is a very basic formula. So in case of volume, pi is constant, doesn't matter. What does it matter? R is multiplied 2 times and h is multiplied 1 times. So there will be 2 times 10% successor change and 1 times 20% successor change, negative 20%. Clear? And you know that if successor change is more than 2 times, we have to do the clubbing. Means first we get the combined result of 10 and 10, which we already had calculated in the first part. So can we say that result is going to be 21? Agreed? Now this result of 21% must be clubbed with the remaining or leftover value, that is minus 20. So please tell me the successor result of plus 21 and minus 20, because this successor result will lead to you the success overall change in the volume. Okay. This you have given the answer of the first part, 21. That's correct. Now let's look at the second part. Volume is R into H. Pi is constant, so it does not matter, right? So it is increased by 10, it is increased by 10, this is decreased by 20. So 10 result is 21. Now if we do successively 21 minus 20 plus 21 into minus 20 by 100. So by solving this, we'll get the overall change of these three successor changes, which is going to be, this is 1 minus 4.2, so minus 3.2. Now we can see the option 4, right? It carry both the values. That means area will be increased by 1% and volume will be decreased by 3.2%. Please confirm it. Everybody got the answer? Everyone got the answer? Disa, did you get the answer? All right. Correct. Now, one more concept, like price of per unit of article decreases by 4% and consumption decreases by 8%. So it's a very easy question. So expenditure, you know that this is a product relation. Expenditure is price into quantity, and one is in decreased by 4% and quantity increased by 8%. So can you tell me the overall result of these two successor changes? So obviously it is going to be 4 minus something, that means only one option, 3.68. Please confirm it once you got the answer. This is the easiest one. So can we say that by knowing successor change of price and quantity, we'll get the successor change in expenditure? Yes, did you get the answer? It is going to be minus 4 plus 8 minus 4 into 8 by 100, which is going to be 3.68 positive. Means expenditure will increase by 3.68%. No, I use not, both of them are decreasing. Oh, my bad, my bad. Both of them are decreasing. I'm so sorry. So even I can also make mistake, right? So you don't need to follow, right? If I'm right doing something, wrong, you need to respond it immediately. So I can say that minus 4 minus 8 plus minus 4 into minus 8 by 100. So this is going to be minus 12 plus 0.32 or 11.68 decrease, and the question also says that decrease. So answer must be option 3. Please everyone correct it. Is it corrected? So right answer will be option 3, not option 5, because both of them are decreases. So decreases will be a negative symbol. And since both minus minus, so it becomes plus. All right. Now let's look at this question. Due to reduction in the price of mango, This number I think wrongly typed. It must be 30, the last option. Okay, please try now. Question that price is reduced by 30%. Customer can buy 15 more mango. This is not percentage change, remember, for the same amount. So can we say that there is a 0% change in expenditure? Can we say that there is a 0% change in the expenditure? So by using successor method, we can find the percentage change in quantity as well. How can we find it out? Minus 30 plus x minus 30 into x by 100 must be equal to 0. Do you agree? Do you agree, guys? So by solving this, I can say that 0.7x equal to 30 or x equal to 30 by 0.7 or 300 by 7. Yeah, this type you feel difficulty? No problem. So I'll discuss this question with two different approach. This is a first successor method. I'll tell you the alternate method also. You can also solve with the help of multiplier, right? So can I say that this much of percentage is changed? And since it is positive, that means it is increased. So can I say that 300 by 7% of mango is equal to 15 because question says that 15 more mangoes are purchased. Percentage wise 300 by 7% is purchased and value wise 15 more mangoes purchased. So we can compare both. All right. So 300 by 7 is nothing but 3 by 7. So 3 by 7 of initial mangoes, let's say it was 3 by 7 of total. If it is 15, so total mango must have been 45. You have any question? This is with 0.7. X minus 0.3 is 0.7. All right. So we get that initial. So not 45, 35. So my answer should have been 35. Please correct it. 3 by 7 of total is 15. So total mango must be 15 into 7 by 3, which is 35. Okay, that's a basic method or successor method. Now, how can we done this question with the help of ratio method? One is ratio method, that is also important. What is the problem? First, you need to calculate the percentage change in mango. So first tell me, this is the first part. Do you have any problem with the first part or with the second part? Akash, you must have not divided by 100. 300 by 7 percentage. It's a percentage. Right? Ayush, basic will remain same of each question. Right? Do not let confuse yourself. Please be clear. Did you understood this percentage? Because expenditure is same. Expenditure is same means overall percentage is 0. So first you need to find out how many percentage, by how much percentage mango should be increased. because value wise you know it. So by solving this, we'll get that 300 by 7% of mango is equal to 15. And after this is a just calculation part. So tell me, what is your cross question? Ayush, can you confirm it? Disa, understood? Right, Ayush, you want to repeat the first part? Let's understand once again. Question says that by reducing price by 30%, you will get 15 more mangoes for the same amount, means expenditure is same. So if you are using successor, we need to look at percentage change. So can I say that expenditure will change by 0%? Is there any problem? So expenditure 0 means expenditure is not 0, it is 0% change. When prices decrease by 30% and quantity is 100. Yeah, that will be another method. I'm just telling you the approach when you have to do it with the help of successor method. Now you want to discuss with the base method. If you don't want to use successor, it's okay. So now you can use the simple base method. Let's say initial expenditure was 100. And if price is reduced by 30%, so expenditure will be 70. That's correct. But expenditure is not 70. You are spending the same amount. So you are spending again 100. Why? Because you are purchasing some extra. So how much extra are you purchasing? You are purchasing 30 extra out of 70. So can we say that the quantity will be increased by 3 by 7? That is also 3 by 7 is also 300 by 7% in terms of percentage. So 3 by 7 of initial mango equal to 15. So what should be the initial number of mangoes? 35. So this is what I have explained with your method. Ayush, this is the way you want to do. ऐसे करना चाहते हो आप? Right, perfectly fine, no problem. अब इसी चीज को आप और कैसे सोच सकते थे? आप ये भी सोच सकते थे मल्टीप्लायर से. If price is 1, quantity is 1, then expenditure will be 1. Now look at the multiplier. Prices increases by reduced by 30%. So this multiplier becomes 0.7. And I do not know the quantity multiplier. I can say M. And overall multiplier will be 1. Why? Because it does not changes. So can I say that new multiplier will be 1 upon 0.7, or I would say that 10 upon 7, or 1 plus 3 by 7. So whatever is extra from 1, that is an extra part. So I hope guys everybody understood that this second method was relatively easy. Why? Because if you take the expenditure 100, right? So price is, now I'll tell you the more basic approach, right? If price increases by 30, can we say that it becomes, because of the increase in price, expenditure will becomes 130? Sorry, reduces by 30%, so expenditure will become 70. Expenditure is price into quantity. So if you increase price by certain percentage, expenditure will increase. If you decrease price by certain percentage, by that percentage expenditure decrease. But expenditure is not only dependent on price, but it also on quantity. So if you increase or decrease quantity by certain percentage, then expenditure will also change. So initially when you decrease the price by 30%, your expenditure becomes 100 to 70. But as per the question, because you increase the quantity by certain percentage, so expenditure again becomes 100. Now you can see by how much percentage you increase the quantity. So you can see that from 70 to 100, it is increased by 30 over 70, or you can say 3 by 7. In fraction 3 by 7, or in percentage 300 by 7. Clear? So is it clear to everybody now? Clear, guys? Please confirm it. Now, you have another question that is similar to this. But what is the new in this question? In this question, total expenditure is also given. Question says that due to 21% increase in price, person can buy this much kg less sugar for this rupees 1600. That means initially you were spending 1600 rupees and later on you are also spending 1600 rupees. So first, let's say ignore this value. Let's say for the same amount, had it been same amount, so we could have calculated the quantity. How can we calculate the quantity? Is if prices increases 21%, so can we say that expenditure from 100 to it will be 121, but you want to make it same, so it has to be remain 100. That means your consumption should be decreased. And how much should be decreased? Can I say that 21 out of 121? So 21 by 121 consumption should be decreased of initial consumption, and which is decreased by 10.5 kg. So I can find out the initial consumption. What is the initial quantity? Guys, can you calculate the initial quantity with the same method? It will be 10.5 into 121 upon 21. So it is going to be 60.5. So final quantity क्या हो जाएगी? Very good. So final quantity will be 60.5 plus 10.5 because it is this much more, this much less, sorry, not plus, minus actually. That means 50 kg. Right. So if you have to calculate the price, so you know that price must be expenditure upon quantity. अब कौन सी प्राइस चाहिए मुझे? Initial or final? Which price I need? Initial price or later price? Final price, correct. So what I'll do, I'll divide expenditure is same, final or initial, but quantity final is 50 only. So I'll divide this by 50. So I'll get 32 as a right answer. Is it clear? So this is a basic method that I have solved 50% question with the help of previous approach. And later on, I divided expenditure by price to by quantity to calculate the price. But this can also be answered in just 20 seconds. So guys, are you interested to look at the shortcut of this question or the smart approach of this question? Shortcut means not formula. Shortcut means smart way of thinking. All right. So smart way of thinking will be very practical. To understand the smart approach, you have to be practical. What practical? Let's say price of the sugar increases. So what will you do? Let's say you were carrying 1600 rupees. If price of sugar increases, what will you do? Either you have to pay extra amount or you have to purchase less quantity. There will be only two options, yes or no? Please tell me. So if 21% prices increases, what are you opting? Right. Either you have to pay 21% of 1600, या तो आप ये extra amount दे दो से, or you make it as a loan, है ना? या तो आपके पास 1600 का 21% amount extra हो, and if it is not, in that case you are purchasing 10.5 kg less. So can I say that जो हमारा एक्सचेंज ऑफ अमाउंट और गुड्स हुआ, सो कैन वी से दैट 16 into 21 रुपीज जो एक्सपेंडिचर है दैट इज फॉर 10.5 kg. So what will be the price? Price is always per kg, so that will be 32. आप देखो आपके पास जो ये अमाउंट थी 16 into 21, आई एम नॉट मल्टीप्लाइंग इट, यू मे मल्टीप्लाई, दैट्स योर चॉइस. So this either I pay this amount or I'll purchase this amount less. That means for this amount जो मेरे पास पैसे नहीं थे उसके लिए मैं इतना प्रोडक्ट्स लेस कर लिया. Right? Please understand once again. If I do not have this much of amount, I'll give this value. 16 into 21 is how much? 16 into 21 is 336. So either I have to pay 336 rupees, and if I do not have 336 rupees, then I'll reduce the quantity 10.5 kg. So can I say that 10.5 kg sugar worth is 336 rupees? Or 1 kg worth is 336 upon 10.5? And that is what price. And always, because I'm adjusting this amount for this quantity, that means that will be at the rate of current price. So it will always, in this method you will always get the current price, you will not get the original price. Please confirm it, guys. Is it understood, or should I repeat it again? Should I repeat it, or it is clear? What I am saying that due to 21% increase in price, either I pay 21% of 1600, which is 21 into 60, or if I do not have this amount, then 16.5 kg less sugar should be adjusted. Yeah, I'll get to that point also, Ayush. So first tell me that for this kg, this amount is adjusted. That means I'm adjusting at the rate of per kg. What will be the price of 1 kg? 21 into 16 divided by 16.5. Sorry, 10.5. It's not 16.5, 10.5. And why I have not multiplied? Because I know that if I do not multiply, I'll be saving 2 times. Multiplication as well as division. Now division is also easy. This is 2 times, so this becomes 32. So because exchange will be always at the current price, so this will be always the final price, whether increased price or decreased price. If I have to find out the original price, so can I say that initial price increased by 21% means multiplied by 1.1 will give you final price. So by solving this, I can also calculate initial price, though not required in this question. So Ayush, did you understood that how to calculate the initial price? Right? So isn't the smart approach, rather than finding the quantity then price, I can just think of that the simple exchange is done. I can give another example. I'm just changing the data, right? I'll say that due to, in place of increase, now I'm taking the decrease, 20% decrease in price of sugar. A person can buy, let's say, 5 kg sugar more, because if price will be decreased, and if you will not change the expenditure, you will get more. So find the decreased price of the sugar. In the same question, I have just certain change data. अब देखिए, अगर प्राइस डिक्रीज हो गई तो आपके पास क्या चॉइस होगी? इधर दी सेव द अमाउंट. अगर प्राइस डिक्रीज हो गई तो आपका 20% ऑफ 1600 बच जाएगा. You can save as a pocket money, right? और अगर आप ऑनेस्ट हो, you don't want to save it, तो क्या करोगे? You will purchase more quantity of sugar. Please confirm it. So what is happening in this question? Rather than saving the 320 rupees, he is willing to pay 1600. ये पैसे नहीं बचाने, मुझे तो खर्च करके आने हैं, right? So I'll consume certain quantity more. So can I say that I am purchasing 5 kg? I am purchasing 5 kg for rupees 320, or per kg I am spending 320 by 5 or 64 rupees. So this will be which price? Initial price or later price? What is the 64? Later price. Correct? And if I have to find out initial, so I know that 20% decrease means multiplied by 0.8 will be equal to final price, which is 64. So I can get the initial also if required, which will be 80. So I'm moving to the next one. But before moving to the next question, please confirm. Disa, Akash, are you okay with this smart approach? Or alternate, you also have the previous approach, like first by get the percentage change in the quantity. So compare that, you'll get initial quantity and then final quantity, then price. So you can also have the proper or long method. And you can also follow the smart one. Okay with the both approaches? Any issue, any problem with this question? Notice I should not, previous approach is better, that's good. But you should also try to look at this way. It's not about fixing or being rigid at one point. You have to be flexible. Right? You should understand both things. Then you may choose accordingly anything. Clear? Let's understand once again. If price, I'm taking a simple data, I'm taking it as 20. Let's make it 10 kg. It will be easy for you to calculate. So I'm changing the question, so obviously option will also change. If price is increased by 20%, what does it mean? 20% of 1600 extra must be paid. That means you must pay 320 rupees. Please tell me, अगर प्राइस 20% इंक्रीज हो गई तो आपको 20% अमाउंट एक्स्ट्रा पे करनी पड़ेगी नहीं करनी पड़ेगी? यस और नो? और अगर आपके पास पैसे नहीं तो क्या करोगे? अब उससे बोलोगे शॉपकीपर से, भाई थोड़ा सा just reduce the quantity. So what you did? You are reducing the sugar of worth 320 rupees. So in 320 rupees, you are reducing the quantity by 10 kg, which is given in the question. Is it clear now? So at what rate you are reducing? You are reducing at a rate of 32 rupee per kg. So what's the big deal with this one? So whatever the per kg, that will be the price. Now which price? Because addition will be at the current price. Obviously जो exchange होगा कि अब चलो राइस की जगह वो पैसे की जगह इतना राइस sugar adjust कर लो, so that will always be on the current rate. So this will always be the current price, and current price is already increased, so you will get the increased price. Is it clear now? And same can be applied for this data. 21% of 1600. So this amount is adjusted for 10.5 kg. So per kg becomes the price. Now tell me which approach is good, first approach or second approach? All right. So now we have understood all these 3 points. Now, though we have limited time, but still I'll try need to cover this point also, uses of reciprocal. So what is that? We need to know the reciprocal equivalent to, percentage. So that is what the use is here. So guys, do you know 1 by 1? What is 1 by 1? 1 by 1 is 100%. Clear? So if you make the half of this, 1 by 1, we can connect all the reciprocal. What is 1 by 1? 100%. Right? So if you make the half of the 1 by 1, that is half. 1 by 2, that will be 50%. Please confirm it. What will be half of 1 by 2? 1 by 4. So that is going to 25%. So you have to do the practice in this way through writing, so that you can remember all the important reciprocal till up to 1 by 20. That's important for you. Okay. Now, what will be 1 by half of 1 by 4? 1 by 8. So half of 25 will be 12.5. Similarly, take half of 1 by 8 will be 1 by 16. So half of 12.5 will be 6.25. So by remembering just one reciprocal, you can remember the others as well. Clear? Now, what is 3 by 4? If 1 by 4 is 25%, so what will be 3 by 4? Please confirm it. 75. So like whenever I have to calculate 75% of 280, so I would like to do it 3 by 4 of 280. Agreed? So this reciprocal will help you a lot in simplifying the calculation, and obviously by using multiplier they will also help you. Lisa, how did you get 75 by 4? All right. Now next, can you calculate 28% of 750? Yeah, 3 by 4. That's correct. So whether we calculate 28% of 750 or we calculate 75% of 280, it's the same. Why? Because we are exchanging these two, and you know that x into y equal to y into x. Clear? So sometimes you have to choose the data accordingly, which one will be good for you. Yeah, that's correct. I use all these are correct. Whether we take 28% of 750 or 750% of 28, this is also equal to 75% of 280, because this is a product. So 10 can be multiplied, shifted to here. Yeah, earlier I said 75% of 280. That's also correct. 750% of 28 and 75% of 280, all are correct. Clear? समझ गए? ठीक है. Why I'm writing 75%? Because I know 75% is 3 by 4. So I can take 3/4 of 280. So 1/4 is 70. 73 is a 210. Done? What is 5 by 8? So you can take 5 times of this. Please tell me what is 5 by 8? So there is two ways to calculate 5 by 8. One is 12.5 is multiplied by 5, which will make you 62.5%. Please confirm it. No, this is 62.5. 12.5 is a 60 and 0.5 5 times will be 2.5. So 60 plus 2.5, 62.5. Clear? Or you can also think in this way that 5 by 8 is 4 by 8 plus 1 by 8. Please confirm it. And 4 by 8 is nothing but 1 by 2, which we know 50%. And 1 by 8 we also know 12.5%. So we can add these two, still we'll get the same value. So does not matter how you solve this, but you must know that 5 by 8 is equal to 62.5%. Clear? Similarly, can you tell me the 3 by 8? What will be 3 by 8? It is going to be 37.5%. So something is increased or decreased by 37.5%. You can say increase by 3 by 8. So if it is increased by 3 by 8, it will be becomes 11 by 8. If it is decreased by 37.5%, so it will becomes 5 by 8. Understood? 7 by 16 is 7 times of this, right? Or you can make it 8 by 16. minus 1 by 16. 8 by 16 is 1 by 2. So 50%. 1 by 16 is 6.25. So it becomes 43.75. So 37.5% we already understood it is equal to 3 by 8. Is it done? Similarly, 56.25%, you can break this as 50 plus 6.25%. So which is 50% is 1 by 2 and this is 1 by 16. So it becomes 1 by 2 means 8 by 16. So it becomes 9 by 16. 31.25, you can break this 25 plus 6.25. This is 1 by 4. This is 1 by 16. So 4 plus 1, 5 by 16. So you can break the way you want, but 1 by 1 to 1 by 2, 20's reciprocal are important for you. Let's see, you have to calculate this one. So can you think this is nothing but 3 times of 1 by 16? So if you directly calculate 3 by 16 of 1440, you will be in comfortable situation. All right. I have not taken all the reciprocal. I have taken few only. Right. Those are connected. So how can you utilize them? It's not important that how many reciprocal you know, but what is more important that how effectively you can utilize them. So if you remember 6.25 as a 1 by 16, you can strike that this is thrice of this, means 3 by 16 of 1440. So this becomes 270. Agreed, everyone? What will be similarly other can also be calculated. I'm skipping this part because I need to look at other reciprocals. So guys, do you know what is 1 by 3? 100 by 3? 33.33. And if you make half of this, so it becomes 16.66. You can also remember 1 6 is taken, 16, then 6 6 get repeated, right? So what will be 1 by 12? Make half of this, and half of this will be 8.33. So the way we have remember 1 by 1, 100%, then 1 by 2, 1 by 4. So similarly, I am also doing the half each time. All right. Now you can see 1 by 9 and 1 by 11 can be remembered simultaneously. How it can be remembered? When you divide by 9, it is 11.11, and when divided by 11, it is 9.09. So you can say 9 is 11, means when you talk about 9, 11 will appear. When you talk about 11, 9 will appear. Agreed, guys? Do we agree over this? So if you remember in one of the previous question, I have used 9.09% as a 1 by 11 in terms of reciprocal. Do you remember it? Also, I have used 8.33 as 1 by 12. So make the multiplier 12 by 13 by 12. Right? Done? Now, what is 2 by 3? This is also important. What is 2 by 3? Please answer it fast. Correct. It is 66.66. Right? What is 3 by 11? Can you also make it fast? All of you guys. 3 by 11 means thrice of this. So it will be 27.27. Yeah, 27.27. Correct. Thrice of 9. What will be 5 by 9? Please, fast guys. What will be 5 by 9? So obviously 5 times of 1 by 9. So 55 point correct. 55.55. No, I use 5 by 9. So multiple of 11, not multiple of 9. Clear? I use correct yourself. Now, can you calculate this one? In fact, this is nothing but it is 44.44% of 729. This is approximate, this is exact value. So we can say this is 4 by 9. That means we have to calculate 4 by 9 of 729, which is 4 into 81. and you can use break and merge method. So 320 plus 4, 324. Done? Please confirm it. So in that way, we can remember all these reciprocals, right? Sometimes you have to break and merge, like this is not equivalent to any reciprocal, but we can think this as a 50 plus 9.09. So 50 means half and 1 by 11 of 528. So sometimes it will help you. Yeah, 4 into 81. 4 into 81 is this 324. 8 4s are 32, so 320 and 4 is added. Confirm it. So these are the other reciprocal. I hope you also know them. 1 by 5, 20%, half of 1 by 5, 1 by 10, 10%, 1 by 25%. Now, what else are the important? How will you remember 1 by 7? So you can see 7 twice is 14 and 14 twice is 28. So in that way, you can easily remember 1 by 7 is 14.28. Correct? How can you remember 1 by 14? So obviously half of this. So take half of 14, 7, half of 28, 14. Now, see, we did 1 by 1, 1 by 2, 1 by 3, 1 by 4, 1 by 5, 1 by 6, 1 by 7, 1 by 8, 1 by 9, 1 by 10, 1 by 11, 1 by 12. 1 by 13 was missing. So you can remember this is 7.69 or very close to 7.7. It will be easy to remember you. 1 by 14 done. 1 by 15 can be 1/3 of 5. 1/3 of 1 by 5, 6.66. 1 by 16 is done. 1 by 17 is 5.88, means 0.8 is repeated. 1 by 18 is 0.55 repeated, so 5.55. 1 by 19 is 5.26. So now these three are additional, which you have to take care of. So in that way, you can easily remember the reciprocal up to 1 by 20. Is it done, guys? Right? So that's all for the today's class. There could be certain question can be done directly, like if price is increased by 20%, then quantity should be decreased by 16.66% to maintain the expenditure same. Means just the adjacent reciprocal can be utilized. Why it is so? Because there is a very simple reason. When you increase the price by 20% means 1 by 5. So you need to understand price is increased by 1 by 5 means 1 is increased over 5, base is 5, so in base 5 1 is increased, so price becomes 6. Now if you want to again make it 5, so 1 will be decreased, that will be decreased over 6, and that's why now percentage will not remain 20, it will become 16.66, so that result becomes 0. So this is an additional point. I think that's all, guys. If you have any question, any query, please let me know. We already have a long session. I think by today's class, your concept of percentage must have been strengthened. Now you must be confident to try any question. Whether you will get the answer or not, that's a matter of chance. But at least you can try the question. So if you have any confusion, any problem regarding any question, right? You keep sending me doubts. You may keep asking the question on the spot, right? In live class. So we'll be discussing doubts as well as moving forward. So now in next class, I'll be going to start a new topic, that is profit, loss and discount. If you have any queries, any doubt related to percentage, you may please feel free to ask it. I use there is never into the language part, right? Question related to the salesman bonus or anything are not different from these questions. Just you need to follow the instruction. So try to solve that question. Otherwise, in terms of language, we can create the infinite variety. Try to focus for any variety, whether it is a salesman or whether it is an election. Ultimately, what is important? The base part. So only these are the area that will be utilized. Right? Understanding base. For calculation, we use multiplier or successive method, and sometimes reciprocal. That's it. Like for example, this is a general election. This is a really challenging question. Right? Please try to solve this question. Otherwise, ping me. I'll be discussing in the next class. Before starting the new topic, I'll be taking the doubt first. This is really challenging one. Take the screenshot of this one. This one. That's it. So I think 8-10 question I have given to you. I already have discussed around think 40-50 plus question. Right? So let's start this topic. What is profit, loss, or discounts? Let's understand this. And this topic is also related to the percentage. In fact, in percentage, question can be from any area. So base can be from any area. Like question can be from the elections. Question can be from the students fail or pass, something like that, or any other category like some certain taxes is applied, right? But in profit, loss, or discount, right, there will be only three types of percentage changes, like profit, loss, or discount. So let's understand what is it. First, we need to understand the basics, right? So what's the basic point, guys? When do we have profit? When we purchase something and sell something, right? That is what basics of profit, loss. When do we have profit? Profit means we sell certain thing for the higher price than the cost price. Let's say you purchase certain thing for rupees 500, and if you sell it for rupees 700, so will you have profit here? Yes or no? Confirm it. Will you have profit here? Yes. And what is a profit here? The profit part would be here, that is 200, because 200 is extra than the cost price. So profit is always, what is profit? Profit is always selling price excess of selling price over cost price. Now tell me, what is percentage profit? Once we understood profit, so the second point should be that what is percentage profit? So this profit is what percent of what? So percentage, in case of percentage, we need to understand the base. So remember always one thing, that profit percent, even if loss percentage, profit or loss percentage will always be calculated over cost price. By default, profit or loss percentage will be always calculated on cost price. So can we say that 200 profit will be divided by 500 base and multiply by 100 to get into percentage, which is going to be 40%. So are you okay with this 40% value? Similarly, if I say that cost price is 800 and selling price is 900, can you tell me the profit percentage here? Can you tell me the profit percentage here? Anyone? Yes. So what will it be, the profit percentage? What will it be? I can say that 100 is a profit out of 800. So 100 by 800. Now you can multiply by 100, or you may use reciprocal. Do you remember the reciprocal? 1 by 8 was equal to 12.5%. It's not 12.25. It was equal to 12.5. Why? Because 1 by 4 is 25% and half of 1 by 4 is 1 by 8, which is 12.5. Are you okay with this one? Are you okay with this one? So in this case, can we say that profit must be how much? 100 upon 800, or 1 by 8. Why dividing by 800? Because that is a cost price. So 1 by 8 equal to 12.5%. Right. Similarly, let's say you purchase certain for 900 rupees and now you sell it for 800. So can we say that in this scenario we have a loss? So profit will always be selling price minus cost price, and loss will always be when cost price is more than selling price, right? Or selling price is how much less than cost price, that is what your loss. So first we need to understand the loss. What is a loss here? So loss is 100. Now it will be divided by 900 or 800. Tell me, when you have to convert it into percentage, so will you divide it by 800 or 900? Disa, can you confirm it? It should be divided by 800 or 900. So remember always one thing, whether we talk about profit percentage or we talk about loss percentage, both profit or loss percentage will always be divided by CP. So profit percentage is profit divided by CP and loss percentage is loss divided by CP. So always base will be the cost price. So in fact, you can say that question should be easier because you don't need to worry. Whenever we say certain percentage profit, it is always over cost price, or certain percentage loss, it is also always cost price. So Akash, what should be the answer here? So since cost price is 900, so we should divide it by 900. Now you should remember what is 1 by 9 reciprocal. So if you divide by 9, it comes 11. So it will be 11.11% profit. You remember 1 by 9 was 11.11% and 1 by 11 was 9.09%. Right. So this is what I have discussed, very basic point. So now you understand what is a profit or loss percentage. Is that clear? But generally, if you look at from the shopkeeper point of view, so there are more than other percentage than profit or loss. What are those? Let's say you purchase certain thing for rupees 800. So what you used to do, if you are a shopkeeper, you increase the price, or you make the mark price, or we can also say that tag price, or we can also say that MRP, or we can also say that list price. Remember, whether we say list price or we say MRP, maximum retail price, or mark price or tag price, all these carry similar meaning. So naturally, when he purchased for rupees 800, he would like to increase the mark price, or he would like to make the tag price more than cost price. So let's say he make it 1200. Clear? Now, in general, we also have a tendency to get some discount. So he also offer you certain discount. So certain percentage discount. So you need to understand what is a percentage discount. So how we calculate percentage discount? Let's say mark price is rupees 200, and if shopkeeper offer, a shopkeeper sell you this product for rupees 160. So can you tell me what is a discount given? So discount is given as 40 here. 200 to 160. That means you have been offered a 40 rupees discount. Now, how to calculate discount percentage? So discount percentage will be always calculated as discount divided by mark price. So what is the discount here? 40 divided by 200, or if you make it into 100, it will get in percentage, or you can say directly it is 1 by 5, which is 20%. Right? So we understood what is a discount percentage here. So let's say question does not tell you that how much discount is given, but it is given that how much percentage discount is given. So let's say if question offered 10% discount. So what does that mean? 10% discount over what? So discount base will always be on mark price. Whenever I say that shopkeeper offer you 30% discount, so 30% of what? 30% of mark price. So will you remember this basic point? Whenever I say that 10% profit means 10% of what? Cost price. When I say 10% loss, so 10% of what? Cost price. When I say 10% discount, so 10% of what? Mark price. Means discount will be always given on mark price. So can you tell me what is a 10% of 1200? What is here 10% of 1200? 120, correct. That means 120 discount is given. So if 120 discount is being offered, so this amount becomes how much? 1080. That means it is sold for rupees 1080. So now you can see three types of changes. One is markup. So when 800 to 1200, markup is done of 400, and that is also of 800. So can I say that half or 50% markup is done? Can I say that in this situation, markup is done by 50%? By value, it is 400, right? So can we say that percentage markup will be on CP? Percentage profit will also be on CP. Percentage loss will also be on CP, but percentage discount will be on mark price, right? So base are already fixed here. When language is used, that 20% discount means 20% of what? Of mark price. When question says that 10% profit, so 10% profit of what? Cost price. When question says that 30% markup, so 30% markup of what? Cost price. Is it clear, guys? Now, can you tell me the final profit percentage in this situation? So you see, whenever you have to calculate profit percentage, you need to just look at cost price and selling price. Guys, whenever you have to calculate profit percentage, so only thing that is required, cost price and selling price, so which is 800 and 1080 here. So you can see the profit of 280, and if you have to calculate percentage profit, so it has to be 280 upon 800, right? Or into 100, it will get into percentage. So it will be 8 3s are 24 and 4, 8 5s are 35. So please confirm it, that answer will be 35% here, right? Very good. So now you calculate it. Now this can also be done in alternate way. What is the alternate way? What is the alternate approach? Like, can you say that from cost price to mark price, 1% change is plus 50, and mark price to selling price, another percentage change is 10. So when you see that these are two successive changes, and if you apply the successive formula, you will get overall profit or loss percentage. If it is overall positive, means 35% profit, and had it been negative, then it would have been loss. So did you understood that in this question as well, we could apply successive formula? When we can apply successive formula? When percentage markup is given and percentage discount is given, so we can calculate the overall profit or loss percentage. So are these basics point okay with you? That percentage profit or loss will always be on cost price, percentage markup will also be on cost price, percentage discount will always be on, sorry, percentage markup will be on cost price, and percentage discount will always be on mark price, right? I use you joined slightly late, but no worry. Do you have any query before I proceed? Any query? So this is what the basic point that we need to understand always. So first we covered the fundamentals, some basic point. Then we'll understand these points through examples, through questions, right? So next point is that relation of SP and CP and how to get the profit or loss percentage. So you know that profit or loss is always on CP. So how ratio of CP and SP will help you? So can you see that if cost price is 700 and selling price is 900, so one way of calculating profit percentage is profit divided by CP into 100. That is the first approach. Second approach could be, what could be the second approach? You can see what is the ratio here. Ratio is 7:9. So if you have to calculate percentage profit, whether you take absolute value or you take ratio of the value, percentage profit will not change, right? So you can see that profit is over 2, and 2 profit over how much? CP. CP is 7. So 2 by 7. Now, do you remember I told how to remember 1 by 7? How to remember 1 by 7? 7 double 14 and 14 double 28. So it was 14.28% approximately. Remember guys, reciprocal. This will also be helpful here in profit loss discount. Right. So if 1 by 7 is 14.28%, can you tell me what is 2 by 7%? So that will be double of this, which is 28.56%. So without doing the proper calculation, you can get the answer with the help of ratio method as well. One more thing. Can we say that in cost price, if multiplier is multiply, we'll get the selling price, and multiplier will be according to profit or loss percentage. So can we say that SP upon CP is multiplier? So if we know the multiplier, we'll get the profit or loss percentage. So can we say that here SP upon CP is 9 by 7, which is 1 plus 2 by 7. So whatever is extra from 1, that will be profit percentage when we converted fraction into percentage, and whatever is less than 1, that will be the loss part. So are you also okay with the multiplier approach? That means same question can also be solved or can also be calculated with using ratio part. So any doubt over here? Okay, which part I need to repeat? Let's understand once again. What is SP upon CP here? It is 9 by 7. So SP upon 7 CP will be always multiplier. Why? Because in CP, if certain profit percentage is taken, that means value is increased by that percentage. So it is multiplied by M, and which will give you the selling price. So this is an initial value. By multiplying the multiplier, you get the final price. Understood? So if multiplier is 1 plus 2 by 7, because 9 is how much more than 7? 2. So it is 1 plus 2 by 7. So this is an extra part. Now convert 2 by 7 into percentage, which is 28.56. That means this is a profit part here in terms of percentage. Disa, Ayush, Akash, is it clear to all of you? Any doubt? Akash, is it done now? Fair enough. All right. Now we can take another example. Sometimes you have question, simple question, like cost price of 7 article equal to selling price of 9 article. So find the profit or loss percentage. So you can look at, this is given in the question, cost price of 7 article equal to selling price of 9 article. Here we assume that one article cost price is CP and one article selling price is SP. So can you tell me what is a SP upon CP here? Please tell me what is SP upon CP here? Nine by 7 or 7 by 9? Please confirm it. CP will be here divided and 9 will be here divided. So it is not 9 by 7 I use. It should be 7 by 9. Please confirm it. So can we say that this is a less than 1? This is a less than 1. And that's why it will be a loss. It is 1 minus 2 by 9. So 2 by 9 will be the loss part. And 2 by 9 is equal to 1 by 9 is 11.11. So it will be 22.22. So that can we say that 22.22% loss. Understood? Understood? Right. Or we could have applied ratio. What is the ratio? What is the ratio of CP to SP? So CP to SP is 9:7 actually. Why? Because when you see CP upon SP, it is going to be 9 by 7. So CP to SP is 9:7. So now you can see something is sold at rupees 7, and if we purchase at rupees 9, so we have a loss of 2 rupees, and 2 rupees loss over 9. So 2 by 9 will be the loss percentage, which will be exactly same as 22.2. So are you okay both ratio or multiplier approach? Is it clear? This are done? Is it clear? All right. So next point. Next point is that always whenever we need to calculate the profit or loss percentage, always number of articles should be same. What does it mean? For example, question says that cost price of 10 article equal to selling price of 9 article. So if you say that if cost price and selling price is same, there should be no profit, no loss. But it is not like so. Why? Because here we take 10 article and in this case we are taking 9 article. So till the time we take different number of article for cost and different number of article for selling price, we cannot calculate, we cannot understand the profit or loss percentage part. So to understand profit or loss percentage part, we must take same number of article for cost and same number of article for selling price. So if you take price of one article, selling price of one article to selling price of one, cost price of one article, it is going to be SP upon CP. What is it? SP upon CP is going to be 10 by 9. Please confirm it. Which means 1 plus how much? It is 1 plus how much? You can say that 10 is how much more than 9? 10 is 1 more than 9. So it is 1 plus 1 by 9. Now you can answer it. What is 1 by 9? Because it is plus. So profit will be equivalent to 1 by 9 or 11.11. Alternate. You can see ratio of CP to SP. So CP upon SP is 9 by 10 or 9 is to 10. Now you can also see the profit is 1 and 1 over 9. Done? So you need to remember this important point. Otherwise you will make a mistake. I'm giving you one more example. Question says that person purchase certain number of apple at the rate of a person purchase certain article at 3 apple for rupees 2 and sell at the rate. So sell at the rate of 4 apple for rupees 3. So can you calculate profit percentage here? Can you calculate profit or loss percentage here? Because I did not disclose that it is a loss or profit. You have to find out whether it is a profit or loss and how much percentage is it. Guys, did you understood the question? He's doing two things, for selling and purchasing, right? So purchasing at the rate of 3 apple for rupees 2 and selling 4 apple at rupees 3. So what should be the profit or loss percentage? Okay, so Ayush says profit, but how to calculate profit? So now, see, you need to understand how. Okay, can you tell me how many apple person is purchasing? Person is purchasing how many apple? Can you disclose it? Yeah, that's true, Ayush. It's a not given. This is the rate. Let's say in market, if you purchase something and shopkeeper say that 80 rupee per kg, that doesn't mean you purchase exactly 1 kg. You might purchase 2 kg, you might purchase half kg. So 80 rupee per kg is the rate. Similarly here, 3 apple for rupees 2 is the rate. So if he has to purchase 3 apple, he has to pay 2 rupees. If he purchase 6 apple, then how many rupees? Double of this 4 rupees. So that is a rate. So now you can see that cost price is here 2 rupees and selling price is here 3 rupees. But this is 2 rupees is for 3 apple and 3 rupees is for 4 apple. And that's why if you calculate 2 to 3, you will be doing this question right incorrectly, isn't it? Had it been same number of article, same number of apple, then you can say that you can look at the profit from 2 to 3. So what you have to do, either you take one apple, that's a one choice. So if you take cost price of 1 apple, so can we say that it is 2 by 3? And if you have to look at the selling price of 1 apple, what will it be? Tell me, what is the selling price of 1 apple? So it is going to be 3 by 4. Now you can look at the simple ratio. So to simple ratio, you can cross multiply it. So ratio of CP to SP is 8:9. Please confirm it. Yeah, correct. This 3 by 4 is the selling price for 1 apple. So when you got the ratio of cost price of selling price for 1 apple means number of apple are same in both case. So I can see the profit part because I'm selling it for 1 rupees more over 8. So 1 by 8 is the profit, and 1 by 8 equal to 12.5%. All right, please confirm it. Ayush, can you confirm it? Why it is 1 minus 1 by 9? See, if I'm looking at the multiplier, so multiplier is always SP upon CP. You should remember. In that case, it will be 9 by 8, 1 plus 1 by 8. Or you can look at the ratio part. You should not confuse with these two. Lisa, please define where you do not understood. Is there any problem with this 8 is to 9? Or there is a problem after this? Okay. Yes, Akash, do you have any question? 8 is to 9. Yeah, 8 is to 9 is CP is to SP. That's correct. 8 is to 9 is CP is to SP. Right? How did I get this? By cross multiplication. By taking the LCM, you can multiply both value by 12. If you multiply both by 12, LCM of 3 and 4, so ratio will not change because you are multiplying 12 in both parts. So it become 8 is to 9. Any problem over this? Lisa, please confirm it. Is it clear? Akash, understood now? Right. So when you are selling at rupees 9 and purchasing at rupees 8, so you have profit of 1 and profit of 1 over CP, which is 8. So it will be 1 by 8 profit, 12.5%. Done. So this point is clear. Whenever we calculate profit or loss percentage, we should always remember whether we have taken same number of article or not. Now, next point, averaging of profit and loss. So sometimes, let's say question says that a person sell half of the article at 10% profit, 1/3 of the profit article at 5% loss, and remaining, or question says that at what percent he should sell the remaining, let's say X%, so that there is an overall 8% profit. So did you understood this question? Certain article, how many? Half of the article. Here you have to assume they are all identical types of article. So identical types of article means each article cost price is same. So half of the article means half of the cost price will be here. 1/3 of the article, so 1/3 of the article, 1/3 of the price will be here. Can you tell me what are the remaining number of article? So to calculate the overall profit percentage, ultimately overall average, whether we take the quantity of article exactly or we take the ratio, it will be same. So if you take total article 1, then 1 minus 1 by 2 minus 1 by 3. This will be slightly lengthy. So I would recommend take the total article multiple of 2 and 3. I would recommend take the total article multiple of 2 and 3. Why? So that I can avoid the fraction part. So multiple of 2 and 3 is 6. So what is half of 6? That is 3. What is 1/3 of 6? That is 2. So out of 6, 3 are sold here, 2 are sold here. So what are the remaining? 1. So question will be something like that. 3 articles are sold at rupees 10% profit. 2 articles are sold at 5% loss. And what should be the profit or loss on the remaining article? That is 1. So that overall, that means out of the 6 articles, overall profit is 8%. So can you see that this is a question something related to average? Though we have not discussed the average, but still we can try it. So we can apply the overall weightage average. This is a number multiplied the average will give you the total. So can we say that 30 is a profit here, 5 2s are 10, 10 is a loss here, and plus X is a profit here. So this will be equal to 6 into 8, 48. So now you can calculate this one. 20 plus x equal to 48 or x would have been 28. So on the remaining part, you must have 28% profit. Okay, Ayush, you calculated 17.7. Can you explain it? How did you calculate 17.7? Here I would like to explain again. Either you do in this way, or you can say you must have heard about this weightage average n1 x1 plus n2 x2 plus n3 x3 something side divided by n1 plus n2 plus n3. This is what called the concept of weightage average, which we will discuss in detail in average class. So n1 x1 is how much? 3 into 10, 30, right? Then minus 10 plus x divided by 6 equal to 8. Okay, Ayush, you say that in the first case 100%. Why there is a 100% profit? I'm taking 10%, then 5%, and the remaining is x%. So I think you have taken the data incorrectly. Yeah, you can say that out of 100% of the article, 50% is subtracted and 33, 1 by 3 is subtracted. So remaining article will be 16.66% or 1 by 6. So that gives you the number of article, not the answer part. So whether you take 1 by 2, 1 by 3, 1 by 6, or you take 3:2, 2:1, it's the same thing. Right? Done? So sometimes in question, yeah. So that will give you the percentage of article, but to calculate the overall percentage, we need to convert into averaging. So sometimes averaging has to be done. All right. One more point, sometimes you will face the faulty valence. What is a faulty valence? Right. So faulty valence, something like let's say there's a faulty valence which weight 900 gram for 1 kg. So let's say कोई faulty valence है जो 1 kg की जगह क्या देता है आपको 900 gram देता है. Right. So if shopkeeper is using this faulty valence, so what does it mean? When you purchase certain thing of 1 kg, let's say you demanded 1 kg rice, so he will give you only 900 gram, but it will show 1 kg. That's why it is a faulty. Faulty means it is giving you something else and showing something else. So in this question, can we say that in this situation, actual weight will be of 900 gram and which will show of 1000 gram? Please confirm it. Yeah, you can say dishonest shopkeeper. So what will be the situation here for shopkeeper? Shopkeeper will be in profit or loss? Shopkeeper will get profit. Why? Because he is giving less, because he will give you the 900 gram, but he'll charge you for 1000 gram. So this will be his CP, his or her CP, and this will be his cost. Because he is giving you 900 gram, so your cost will be for 900 gram only. Right, consumer loss. But in consumer, it will be loss only when consumer also sell it to someone else. Because until unless you do not purchase and sell both things, will not say that profit or loss. Profit and loss is actually realization when you do the both things, purchase and sell. Right. So you can say that for the consumer, expenditure will be more, but profit and loss is specific term when you do purchasing and selling both. Clear? So if it is selling at the same rate, so can we say that profit is 100 over 900? So 1 by 9, or we can say 11.11. Let's say if he also take 20% profit due to rate, so that means for 1000 gram, right, 1000 rupees, he will increase by 20% because he's charging 20% more than cost. So now you can say actual cost price, actual selling price will be 1200. In that case, you see 900 to 1200 as a profit. But in normal condition, if selling at the same rate, so only weight will define the profit or loss part. So are you okay with all these basic points? Now this is a time for the practice part. I have given you the brief idea of this topic, profit or loss, right? In this half an hour we have approximately spent on the concept part. So now next 1 hour to 1.5 hours we have to focus on the practice part. Is it clear, guys? Any doubt, any confusion? So let's start with the level 1 question, simple question. Now let's look at this. Raj sold an article for this rupees and get a loss of 30%. So the moment question says that it's sell at a loss of 30%, what does it mean? It simply means he's selling at 70% of cost price. Yes or no? If you are getting 30% profit, you are selling it at 130% of cost price. But if 30% loss means selling at 70% of cost price. Or you can also use the multiplier. What is a multiplier here? Can you tell me the multiplier? In cost price, actually, in cost price, let's say X. If you multiply this multiplier, that is 0.7, we will get the selling price, which is given 6384. Right? So we can get the cost price 6384 divided by 0.7. So that is going to be 9120. Now question says that if you want to sell it for 30% profit, so now you want 1.3 times of X, which is what? 30% of profit, which is your new selling price. So it is going to be 1.3 into 9120. This is what basic approach which I told you. Now guys, can you apply the smart approach here? You got the answer 11,856. That's the correct answer. This is a basic approach. Can you apply the smart approach also? Means smart approach I would recommend means can it be done without using paper pen or minimum uses of paper pen, right? मतलब कोई बात दिल पे नहीं लेनी है. If I'm saying without using means not necessarily 100% without uses of paper pen, but you can minimize the paper pen. So you can connect this question. In this case, you have 30% loss, and now you want 30% profit. So initially 6384 value is 70% of CP, and you want to sell it at 130% of CP. So we can use simply unitary method that 6384 will be divided by 70 or 0.7 multiplied by 130. So ultimately we are doing the same thing, but rather than finding the cost price, we are directly getting the new selling price. Are we together, guys? Is it okay? Both of them are actually same thing. So I hope this question is clear, right? Now, can you answer this one also? Very easy question. Article is sold at 19% profit and instead of 12% profit. So these are two different situations. In the first situation, we are selling it at 119% of CP, or you can also say that 1.19 of CP. In the second case, you are selling at 1.12 times of CP, and that's why, because in both cases SP is different, so profit will be different. So can you compare how much percent profit is extra? Because this is also of CP, this is also of CP. Since the difference of profit is given 105 profit more, so can we connect it directly that in the first case profit is 7% more than 7% of CP more than second case, and which should be equal to 105. Please confirm it, and once you understood this, you can get the answer that CP must be 105 into 100 by 7. 7% means 7 by 100. So on the right side, it will be 100 by 7. Right? So answer will be C. Very good, Disha. Okay, Akash also given. Ayush, what about you? Did you get the answer? Very good. Now let's try this one. So try 2-3 more question, and after that we'll go for the challenging part. Slightly challenging than actual CAT question. Right? So gradually we improve the difficulty level. A person sold an article at 20% profit on selling price. Now remember, by default profit is always on cost price when what it is specified. So what is specified? That 20% profit is of selling price. So now you have to take over selling price. But when questions say that his profit percent is on cost price, so you have to calculate accordingly. So first you need to understand the meaning of first line. So what is the meaning of first line? Can we say that if selling price is 100, so 20% of selling price must be 20. So in that case, profit is 20, and if profit is 20, so can you tell me the cost price? What is the cost price? Can you tell me the cost price? If profit is 20, selling price is 100, so what is the cost price? Ayush, you say 120. What is 120? Had it been 20% profit on CP, if selling price word is not defined, in that case your point is correct, 100 to 120. But in this situation, it is incorrect, right? So we have to take, because profit is over SP. So if you take, right, if you take 100 as a selling price, in that case 20 would be the profit, and if 20 is the profit, we can get the value of cost price. What will it be? Can we say that it should be 80? Now you can consider the actual profit. So what is the actual profit? Profit is 20, but it is over 80. So 20 by 80 will be how much? 1 by 4 or 25. So whether we say profit 20% on selling price or 25% of cost price. Generally, when we calculate profit over selling price, this is called margin. So in this question, we can say that margin is 20%. Please confirm it. The actual profit is 20%, means actual profit means over cost price. Ayush, is it okay? Let's move on to the next point. This is something by selling 2.5 meter of cloth. A trader gains the selling price of 4.5 meter of clothes. So guys, here you have to make an equation. First, you have to make an equation. Question says that a shopkeeper has a gain, right? So gain means profit, and profit, you know that, is overall total SP minus total CP. If you have to calculate overall profit, so overall profit will be total CP minus SP minus total CP. Now, what does question say? That by selling 2.5 meter of clothes, so let's say SP of 1 meter clothes is X. So you can say that 2.5x, or I would use the word SP. Let's say SP of 1 meter cloth is SP itself. Then selling price of 2.5 meter cloth will be 2.5 times of SP. And the profit is 0.5 meter of, profit is selling price of 0.5 meter of clothes. That means profit is equal to 0.5 times of SP. Please confirm. Are you okay with these 2 points? Then tell me, what should I write the value of total CP in terms of CP? Please confirm it. Okay. So, any response, guys? 2.5. This option is 25. Okay, this I did not understood. So question says that profit is 0.5 meter of clothes. What is 0.5 meter? Selling price of 0.5 kilometer. You have to assume 1 meter selling price is SP and 1 meter cost price is CP. So this is a profit. This is a total selling price and total cost price must be 2.5 times of CP. Why? Because I am taking 2.5 meter for selling price cloths, selling the cloths. I'm taking the quantity of clothes as a 2.5 meter for sale. So similarly, I should also take the quantity of clothes 2.5 meter for purchase. So for sell and purchase, quantity must be same. Is it clear? So first you have to make this equation, and this is a very simple equation, that profit equal to selling price minus cost price. So please tell me what is the problem. Okay, and if it is okay with you, so you can put all SP together and CP on one side. So can I say that 2.5 CP must be equal to 2.5 minus 0.52 SP, or you can see that SP upon CP is 2.5 upon 2, which is 5 by 4, which is 1 plus 1 by 4, and I hope you know 1 by 4 is 25. Is it done by now? Done? So you can solve all those questions when profit is equal to 0.5 meter, selling price of 0.5 meter. Had it been profit gain of cost price of 0.5 meter, in that case I would say that profit is 0.5 times of CP, which is equal to total selling is 2.5 times of SP. So cost will also should be taken 2.5 meter CP. Now answer will be different because the language has been changed, because profit is not over SP, profit is over 2.5 meter close CP. Okay. Okay. Now let's look at this question. At what price above the cost price of the article must be marked so that gain 26% and discount of 10%? Now here you have two approach. You may use base method, right? Or you may use successor method, or you may use multiply. It's totally up to your choice. So please try to do it with any one of the approach and have a cross questioning that how it can be done with the alternate approach. So please try it first. Discount is given 10%. Discount is always over cost price. Discount is something given over mark price, sorry. So Akash given the answer 38.6. Okay, let me explain. Can we use successor method here? So once you done, let's say M% markup and D% discount is given. So these are two successor change. M is always positive, discount is always negative. So it will be my M into minus D by 100. Or in this question, can we say that overall profit is 26. So 26, because it is a profit, so plus 26 equal to markup. That is what we have to calculate. Discount is 10. Right. So we can shift this 10 here, or I can say 36 equal to 9 by 10 M, or M will be equal to 40. So my answer will be 40% markup. Are you okay with this one? Please confirm it. Akash, how did you calculate it 13.4? See, profit or loss percentage is always a result of successive percentage change of markup and discount. So this is a successive formula, right? So markup is we have to calculate, discount percentage is given, and that result equal to 26. So please calculate this one, and after doing this calculation, you will get the result. Alternate idea could be you can assume CP as 100 because we start from the CP, so we can take CP as 100, and when we have 26% profit, so can we say that we are selling at rupees 126 and 10% discount is given. So let's say if mark price is X, so can I say that 90% of X equal to 126? Why? Because 10% discount means we are selling at 90% of mark price, 10% less than the mark price. So from here we can calculate the mark price, which will be 126 upon 0.9, which will be 140. So now you see that if 100 to mark price is made 140, so what is the markup percentage? 40%. This is what I have done using simple base method. All right. And third method could be multiplier. So multiplier means profit or loss is a result. So I can say that if multiplier for markup and discount, right, that will be result of multiplier for profit or loss, right? Because there are two successive change, markup, then discount, and that finally lead to profit or loss. So here markup profit is we have to calculate, right? Discount is given 10%, so multiplier will be 0.9 and profit multiplier will be 1.26. And after solving this, we'll get markup multiplier is 1.4. And 1.4 is how much more than 1 plus 0.4, and 0.4 means 40%. So guys, I have discussed three different approach. You may have question cross questioning with any one approach. First is successive method. Second, you can say multiplier. Third is simple base method. So Akash, please confirm it. In which method you have a problem and what do you want to repeat? Disa, Ayush, Akash, all of you guys. I'm repeating all those points, right, again and again, whatever we have done in the percentage. So ultimately, this topic is again a repetition of percentage. Please confirm, is it clear? Is it understood? Or there is any query? Any query? Okay, Disa, you want to say that second method you want to repeat? Remember, multiplier means percentage change. So when you increase the cost price by certain percentage, you will get mark price. Then you give certain percent discount, you will get selling price. Ayush, don't worry about the question part. We are just starting the things, right? So keep trying and keep discussing logically, right? If you give up, you will not, definitely will not understand. So tell me what is the problem in this question, right? If you want to discuss the second method, so I can say that if multiplier is 1, that means no changes is done. CP is 1, multiply by 1, it will be no changes. So by default, multiplier is 1 if there is no changes. And if there is an increase, multiplier will be more than 1. If there is a decrease, multiplier will be less than 1. Are we okay with this basic point? If you want to use the multiplier, I use this, all of you. So if we have to calculate this multiplier, right? And the overall profit or loss is a result of these two multiplier. One is markup, one is discount multiplier. So markup multiplier, let's say M. Discount multiplier, we can calculate as 0.9. And result will be the overall multiplier, which is 1.26. So tell me what is the problem with the second method? Yes, sir. So can we say that in this, by solving this, we'll get markup multiplier, which is 1.26 upon 0.9, which is 1.4 or 40% markup. Is it done? And it's not necessarily to do the question with 3 different approaches. Just I'm giving you alternate idea. So even if you are okay with the 2 approach, that is more than sufficient. Clear? But if you have any queries, you can definitely ask it. But you should not be worried about that. Okay? Okay, please try to solve this question. And I used to try this one. I'm sure you can do it. Article is sold at 20%, 5% discount. So remember, the moment you read this statement, that means 25% discount is given over selling price. So there is a certain cost price, there is a certain selling price, there is certain mark price. So discount is always given over mark price. Sorry, discount is always given over mark price. So I can write all this in this order. Which order? First, I can write mark price. Right? First, I can write cost price, then I can write mark price, and at last, I can write selling price. So what is given here? Mark price is given 560. You can note down the data. The simple approach would be that if you're not okay with this one, okay, just note down the data. So markup price is given 560. Discount is given 40%. So discount means 40%. Profit is 40%. So profit will be over CP to SP. That means from CP, SP is 40% more. And discount is given 25%. So 25% discount over a mark price. So these are the information. This is the information. What we have to calculate? We have to calculate cost price. So first tell me, if you know mark price, if you know discount percentage, what can be calculated? Just think question step by step. If this is known to you, this is known to you, what can be calculated? Please confirm it. Ayush, can we calculate selling price? Okay, Akash is giving the answer. Can we calculate selling price? How we can calculate selling price? Very simple. Take 25% or 1/4 the discount over mark price. So 1/4 of 560 should be 140. So take a discount of 140, or you can say selling price must be 420. Please confirm it. Is it doable or not? Is it doable or not? Please tell me. Now connect to the next point. Since profit percentage connect selling price and cost price. So if selling price is known to you and you know profit percentage, so can you get the cost price? Right? Or you can say that in cost price, if 1.4 multiplier is multiplied, we'll get selling price, which is 420. So by doing this, we'll get cost price as 420 upon 1.4 or 300. Akash, you suggest 350 should be the answer, but I would recommend 300 should be the answer. So Disha and Ayush, what are your opinion? What should be the answer here? So this is the just basic approach which I have discussed with you. Just basic approach. You can look at this question once again. How can we look at the question? Once discount percent is given, remember, once a discount percent is given, so discount make a link between mark price and selling price. So if a discount percent is given, so if you know mark price, you can get selling price. If you know selling price, you will get mark price. Is it understood? So in this question, mark price is given 560 and discount is given 40%. So simply take 40% discount of this. No, not 40%, 25%. Discount was given 25%. So take 25% discount of 560, which will be 120. So 420 will be the selling price. Confirm it. And profit percentage or gain is similar word. So profit percentage or loss percentage make a link from CP to SP. Means if any one of them is given, if cost price is given, you can calculate selling price is given, you can calculate cost price. So in this situation, by doing this, you know the selling price, which is 420, and profit percentage is given 40%. So you can think very logically that 140% of CP equal to 420. Please confirm it. Did you understood the basics now or not? That profit percentage make a link from CP to SP. Any confusion? And please specify the confusion. And loss also make a link from CP to SP. Similarly, discount make a link from mark price to selling price. Yeah, 300 is the right answer. Right? So by doing this, you can say that CP becomes 420 upon 1.4, which is 300. That's the correct answer. Right? And markup percentage make a link from CP to mark price. Please specify this. What did you not get it? Because if you do not specify, we'll keep moving and moving all time. Will not get anything. Right? So always please specify it. When you know CP, if you know profit percentage, can we calculate selling price or vice versa? For example, if I ask you that 900 is the selling price and 12.5% is a profit. So can't we get the cost price? How can we get it? We know that if we use reciprocal here, that will be beneficial. Otherwise, by using decimal multiplier also, we can get the answer. So that means 1/8 profit means multiplier becomes 1 plus 1/8, which is 9/8. So can we say that in CP, if you multiply 9/8, we will get 900, that is selling price, or CP must be 800 here. Yes, sir, please confirm it. Is there any problem? So if you know profit or loss percentage, right? So if CP is given, selling price can be calculated. Selling price is given, cost price can be calculated. Understood? This link is done. Similarly, in the first part, if you know mark price and discount percentage is given, right? Let's say 20%, you can get the selling price. Or if you know selling price, you can get the mark price. Because that make a link between them. Let's say mark price is 800. So 20% discount means what? 20% of 800. So what will be the discount here? 160. So can we say that 640 is the selling price? Please confirm it. So by connecting this and this, will get the value 640. Is it okay? I'm repeating the basics again. Is it okay? And similarly, if I know selling price and again discount percentage is given, I can get the mark price. How can I get the mark price? I can say that 20% discount means I am selling it at 80% of mark price. Please confirm it. Or I can say multiplier is 0.8. So 0.8 of mark price is 640. So mark price must be 640 by 0.8. So are we okay both way? How to calculate mark price to selling price or selling price to mark price? How to calculate cost price to selling price or selling price to cost price? Understood? So there is a link. How to calculate cost price to mark price or mark price to cost price to selling price or selling price to cost price, mark price to selling price or selling price to mark price. So any problem in this triangle? CP, it is make mark price, then discount given, so selling price, you can calculate profit or loss. So CP to mark price, certain percent is markup is done. Mark price to selling price, certain percent discount is given. And cost price to selling price, there will be certain profit or loss. Depend what is more. If SP is more, it will be a profit, and selling cost price is more, it will be a loss. So guys, did you understood the basics of profit and loss? Yes or no? Because if you do not understood the basics, there will be problem with the challenging question. Is it done? Please confirm everybody. Please try this question. A trader marked the price of his good by 20% more than that of cost price. So it is given in percentage. So the moment you read this statement, can you say that you should take cost price as 100, and if you take cost price as 100, what will you take the mark price? If you take cost price as 100, because 20% markup is given, so what will you take the mark price? Very good, Akash. These are all of you. Very good, guys. 120. So just follow the instruction. Next, he then sell 1/4 of stock at a discount of 10%. What does it mean? What does it mean? So out of 120 value, 1/4 of this. So if you take 1/4, that is 30. So 30 rupee worth is sold at 10% discount. So 10% of what? 30. 10 out of 120. Yeah, you can say, but not selling all at this discount. Question does not say that all is sold at 10% discount. Question says that 1/4 of this. So 1/4 of 120 means 30 is sold at 10% discount. So selling price of this part must be 27. Are we together? We need to follow the instruction carefully. Yes, this are 30 value is sold at 10% discount. And half of the stock at mark price. So half of the stock means 60 stock at mark price means 0% discount. Sold at mark price means no discount. So in this case, selling price become 60 itself. So this is selling from the first part, second part, and rest. So what is a rest? Out of 20, 30, 60 is sold. So 30 rupee worth at 25% discount. So tell me the selling price of the third part. Please confirm it. What will be the selling price of the third part? So 25%, 1/4. 1/4 means 7.5 discount is given. So this is sold at 22.5. Yes or no? Okay, this are your question is how 27. Please tell me if mark price is 30 and 10% discount is given. So how much discount will be given? 10% of 30, which is 3. So please try to calculate yourself that how we take 10% of 30, that is 3. And if we subtract 3, we'll get 27. Or you can use multiplier. That 10% discount means at 90% it is sold. So 0.9 times of 30 is also 27. So either you subtract the discount value or use multiplier. Is it okay now? Similarly, you will get selling price 60 from the second part and 22.5 from the third part. So what does question say? That find his gain percentage. So can you tell me, find the total cost price, total selling price. Total cost price is known 100. And if we add all this, will we get total cost, total selling price? So please tell me what is total selling price? Can I say that it is 109.5? Please do the calculation yourself. And once you done this, you can get overall profit 100 to 109.5. Whenever you have to calculate profit or loss, you always look CP and SP. Yeah, so answer must be this also. Clear? 9.5% should be the answer here. Understood, everyone? Had it been no discount, then 20% would have been the profit. But certain discount is given. So you can also have the alternate approach that 30%, 30 rupees, 10% means 3 rupee discount here, 0 discount here, and 1/4 of this 7.5 discount here. So total 10.5 discount is given. So alternate from 120, you can subtract 10.5. So it is sold at 109.5. So from 100 to 109.5, you will get 95% profit. Please confirm it. Did you understood the alternate method? Did you understood with the alternate method? 100 is the cost price, 120 is the mark price, and I separated total discount. So 3 discount in the first case, 10% of 30, no discount in the second case, and 1/4 of 30, that is 7.5 in the third case. So total discount becomes 10.5. So total selling price becomes 120 minus 10.5, that is 109.5. So थ्रू रेगुलर प्रैक्टिस, जब लगातार प्रैक्टिस करेंगे ना, बहुत सारी नई चीजें स्ट्राइक करेंगी. किसको तो ऐसे भी कर सकते हैं ना, बट फंडामेंटल शुड बी क्लियर, है ना. फंडामेंटल क्लियर नहीं होंगे तो प्रॉब्लम आएगी. आगे बढ़े. राइट. हाउ इज दिस जोश गाइस? आर वी फीलिंग एनर्जेटिक? लग रहा है अभी आगे हम चल सकते हैं. वी कैन डू मोर प्रैक्टिस. ऑलराइट, let's try this one. Great, very good. Let's try this one. Raman, buy few apple 15 for rupees. Remember, few apple, number of apple not defined. Number of apple are not being defined. So what is defined? Rate. This is a rate, that 15 for apple for 1 rupees. This is a rate. Which rate? Cost. And same number at 20 for a rupee. Same number means, let's say if he purchase X apple here, then he also purchase X apple at a different rate. What is a different rate? 20 apple at again 1 rupee. So I'm just helping you to make the question understandable to you, so that you can focus on the concept part, right? And he makes and sell the whole. What rate? 35 apple for rupees 2. So can we say that if he purchase X plus X, so he will sell 2X? So this is a quantity, this is a rate. Now this is what just I explained the question part. Now how will you do it? So here you need to remember the basics fundamental, that number of article for purchase and sale must be same. Do you remember it? So we have two choice. One choice, we can take 1 apple, because quantity can be taken anything. Here question is about the percentage. So it does not matter how many apple you take for purchase, or accordingly you have to take for sale. So if you take one apple in the first case, 1 in the second case, then 2 in the final case. But there will be problem. You have to calculate the price of 1 apple. You have to calculate the price of 1 apple. So it will be a fractional value. So if you want to avoid the fractional value, right, what can be done? Can I take, if I have to take the same number of apple, can I say that I should take the number of apple which is multiple of 15 and 20? I can take any value. I can take XX, I can take 1, or I can take 15 multiple of 15 and 20, which is 60. So let's say 60 apple has been taken here and 60 also taken in the second case. So please confirm me, what will be my cost? If 15 apple cost is 1 rupee, so 16 apple cost must be 4 times of this and 3 times of this. So can you say, confirm that 60 plus 60 apple, how much? 120 apple are taken for 7 rupees. So now you can calculate the price of one apple very easily. So one apple price must be, overall my one apple price must be 7 by 120. Please confirm it. Now, if if sorry, 35 apple price is 2 rupees. So what is the selling price? This is a cost price. What is the selling price of one apple? So one apple selling price must be 2 by 35. Please confirm it. Is it okay? What is the selling price of one apple? So you can see the ratio of CP to SP, which is 7 by 120 is to 2 by 35. You have to make it in simple form. So first we can cancel by 5. So it is 24, 5 sevens are. Now we can do the cross multiplication. So it becomes 7 sevens are 49 and 24s are 48. So now you see this is a cost and this is a selling. So tell me whether we have a profit or loss. We have a profit or loss. Just think this question. Yes. Akash, Lisa, is it okay? So what is the situation here? Profit or loss? So it will be a situation of loss. That is 1 over 49. And if you multiply by 100, we'll get approximately 2%. So 2% loss approximately, that is option number 4. Okay, Akash, you want to say check cross multiplication? Okay, please tell me what is the problem with this one? 7 sevens are 49, 24s are 48. So I think I did correctly. But if there is any issue, please let me know. 7 sevens are 49, 24 fours are 2s are 48. So what's the problem with cross multiplication?
सर उसको कैंसिल आउट नहीं कर सकते हैं जैसे 2 से 120 को मतलब 62 से 120.
So where is 60? Cancellation means it has to be on both sides. मतलब यहाँ 60 हो तभी तो करेंगे ना. यहाँ 60 कैंसिल कर दिया तो यहाँ क्या करेंगे कैंसिल? या तो न्यूमरेटर में या राइट साइड में.
तो सर हम लोग 24 कहाँ से लाएं फिर 120 को हटा
5
के?
से कैंसिल किया. 120 divided by 5 is 24 and 35 divided by 5 is 7.
Okay,
So both denominator are cancelled by 5 because both of them are multiple of 5.
Yes sir, getting now.
Right? Or alternate 7 by 120. You know that ratio means division. So divide by 2 by 35 or multiply by 35 by 2. It's the same thing. So now you can do the same thing again. 5 sevens are and 24 here. So you can say 49 is to 48. Is it done? Lisa, did you also understood this? All right. So let's move on to the next part.
सर एक बार फिर से क्वेश्चन लाइएगा पीछे वाला.
Which question previous?
Yes sir.
This is the same question. I have taken the overall cost. So either you can take one article here, one here, so 2 article price, then 1 article price, or rather I have taken 60-60. So 1 article price, then I have taken 120 article price, then I have taken 1 article price.
Yes sir, हो गया समझ में आ गया. Yeah.
Now let's look at some general question. A details of the bookseller buy Apple books at 58% of the list price. He expect to earn a minimum 20% profit on net profit on his selling price. Right? So what is the maximum discount he can offer to his customer? Means if list price is 100, right? If list price is 100, then retailer buy these books at 58% of this. So cost price must be 58 here. Confirm it. Yes or no? If he purchase at rupees 100, see, if mark price or list price is 100, then 58 is the cost. And you want to get 28% net profit on his selling price. He's not saying 20. By default, 20% profit is on cost price. But if portion is specified on selling price, then you have to take accordingly. So need to understand. See, if selling price is 100, and in that case profit is 20, so cost price must be 80. Or in this situation, can I say that cost price is 80% of selling price? Please confirm it. So by doing this calculation, you can say selling price must be 58 divided by 0.8. This calculation has to be doable by yourself. So it will give you the selling price. 8 sevens are 56, 2, so 72.5. Please confirm it. Did I get 72.5? And now you have to calculate the profit percentage. So you know list price, you know selling price. So you can look at how much discount should be given or what should be the discount percentage. So how much maximum discount should be given, because this should be the minimum selling price. So maximum 27.5 discount should be given. And over 100, it will be 27.5% itself. So answer will be option 2 here. Done?
लास्ट में समझ नहीं आ रहा है.
लास्ट में समझ में नहीं आया? फिर से इंस्ट्रक्शन को फॉलो करो प्रॉपर्ली. कोई बात नहीं. Is it okay? List price is 100, then cost price is 58.
ओके, बट उस लास्ट में 27.5 है ना, वो समझ में नहीं आ रहा.
आप ये देखो, ये आपका सेलिंग प्राइस आ गया 72.5. 80% ऑफ सेलिंग प्राइस इज 58. ये पॉइंट समझ में आया नहीं आया?
हाँ, यार.
So calculate this. So 72.5 becomes the selling price. Now you know that discount कैसे देखा जाता है? That selling price is how much less than list price. List price or mark price, same word. लिस्ट प्राइस पे तो डिस्काउंट दिया जाएगा एमआरपी अब परचेज करने के. 100 एमआरपी है एंड यू आर सेलिंग एट फॉर ₹72.5. सो 100 minus 72.5 is how much? 27.5. So this is a discount part, right? And since it is already over 100, so we can say that it should be 27.27% itself. So ये automatic percentage में ही आ गया. Any cross question? Done. I think कुछ नेटवर्क इशू आ रहा है क्या? बार बार डिस्कनेक्ट हो रहे हैं. Now I would like to go for certain. This question you can take as a homework. Take a screenshot. So it's time to try certain cat level question. All right. So take this question as a homework. This question can also be taken as a homework. This question can also be taken as a homework.
सर वो मार्क्ड प्राइस के बाद कौन से क्वेश्चंस हुए सर? नेट डिस्कनेक्ट हो गया था मेरा.
नहीं, उसके बाद कोई क्वेश्चन नहीं हुआ. We have just solved this question. And
Yes,
after this, I'm giving these question as a homework. You can try
Okay.
these question as a homework.
Okay, sir. ये वाले questions homework में.
ये वाले question. Because after this, I'm going to start some TET question. एक ही क्वेश्चन ट्राई कर लेते हैं. Two horses were sold for rupees 12,000 each. One at a loss of 20%, other at a gain of 20%. So here what is given? Selling price of both horses, which is how much? 12,000. So if a loss is 10%, can you calculate the CP here? Can you calculate the CP here? Again, it's reminding you the basic concept. If selling price is given, 10% loss is given, can you calculate CP? This is very important. ये तो अपने आप ही करना पड़ेगा. %10 loss, that means 0.9 times of CP is what? SP, that is 12,000. समझ रहे हैं या नहीं? No, it's not 10, it's a 20 actually. It's my mistake, so I'll say 0.8 times of CP. It's a 20% loss. So can I say that CP 0.8 times equal to 12,000? So by doing this calculation, we'll get CP value as 15,000. Please confirm it. Similarly, in the second case, there is a 20% profit. So tell me the cost price in the second case also. All of you guys, please tell me the selling price, cost price in the second case.
Sir, 14,400.
If we have a profit and at selling 12,000, that means cost price should be less than this or more than this.
Oh, less than this.
So how it can be 14,400? You are taking 20% of 12,000, which is incorrect. Do not forget to take the base in the correct way. Profit is always of CP. So again, CP into 1.2 is 12,000. Right? So whenever you have to calculate selling price to cost price, always use multiplier. Understood? Cost price into multiplier would be equal to selling price. So if you use the multiplier, you can directly get selling price to cost price or cost price to selling price, and you will not make any mistake. So it is going to be 10,000 here. Now you can see overall selling price is 24,000. Overall cost is 25,000. So you can confirm what's the situation? Loss of 1,000. Is it understood? Is it done? Or any confusion? Fair enough. Now let's look at this question. A man sells an article at a profit of 20%. So what does it mean? Initially, if CP is 100, he is selling at rupees 120. Now remember, this is a ratio, this is not the value. So had he bought 20% less, that means if cost price would have been 80 and sold 5 rupees, this is a value. So if I subtract 120 minus 5, this will be incorrect because this is a ratio, or you can say this is an X, this is an X, this is an X. So 5 cannot be subtracted here. then he would have gained 25%. So 25% gain over what? New cost price. So 25% of 80 will be 20. So selling price would be 100x. So can we say that what is the difference in selling price? It is 120x minus 100x, which is 20x, and which is equal to 5 rupees. Because question says that selling at 5 rupees x. So find the cost price. So if 20x is 5, cost price we have taken as a 100x. So we can calculate 100x, which will be 25 rupees. If there is any cross question, please let me know. Otherwise, I'm giving you few more questions as a homework. Then it's time to start the CAT question actually. So any cross question over this? Okay. Let's look at this question. Now I want you guys to try all these questions because this is going to be really helpful for you. And these will also explain the actual language in CAT exam. So can you see the question here? Buy certain candies 15 for a dozen 15 rupees, an equal number of candies. So does not define how many candies. So this is a situation, 1 dozen rate is 15 rupees in the first case, and 1 dozen cost is 12 rupees in the second case. So this is a total cost. Since it says that equal number, so you can take 1 dozen in each case. So from here you will get the cost price, and he sell 16.5 rupees a dozen. That means selling rate is 1 dozen 16.5, and make a profit of 150. So how many dozen of candy did he sell altogether? Can you answer it? So can you calculate the overall cost? Equal number is already there, so we can say that total 2 dozen cost must be 27 rupees. Since selling price we are taking for 1 dozen, so cost price we can also take for 1 dozen. That is 13.5. So cost price for 1 dozen is 13.5. Selling price for 1 dozen is how much? 16.5. So can you see the profit here? What's the profit? So profit part in 1 dozen candy is 3 rupees. And a question says that 150 rupees is the profit. So can you tell me how many candies he buy? Actually buy it or sell, it's the same thing. Here, because he sell all candies. So any idea regarding this question? Please confirm the answer. You can look at the question once again. Question says that 1 dozen candy rate is this. It does not say that he buy exactly 1 dozen, but it says that equal number. So if you take 1 dozen in the first case, we can also take 1 dozen in the second case, and rate is already given. So if 1 dozen is taken directly, so 2 dozen price must be 27 rupees, or 1 dozen price will be 13.5. So we'll get the cost price from here of 1 dozen. 1 dozen selling price is already given, so number is same. So we can say that 1 dozen profit will be 3 rupees. So 3 rupees is the profit for 1 dozen. Accordingly, 150 rupees profit will be for 1 by 3 into 150, which is 50 dozen. पर डजन 3 रुपये का प्रॉफिट हो रहा है ना, तो 150 प्रॉफिट कहां से आएगा? 50 डजन से ही आएगा. क्या ये समझ में नहीं आया? So you can see that CAT questions are relatively easier than that we have done, Right? Absolutely right. This 50 should be the correct answer. Just a minute, please. Let's try this question. Let's try this question. A person spent 50,000 to purchase desktop and laptop. He sold desktop at 20% profit and laptop at 10% loss. If overall he made 2% profit, then purchase price of the desktop. All right. So can we take, because we have to calculate purchase price of desktop. So purchase price of desktop is X. Can you tell me the purchase price of laptop? So it must be 50,000 minus X. Yes or no? Please confirm it. Now you simply follow the instruction. What's are the instruction? That in the desktop you have 20% profit. So 20% of X, and laptop you have 10% loss. So you can say minus 10% of laptop, which is 50,000 minus X. This total is equal to 2% overall profit, means 2% of 50,000. So by doing this equation, we can get the answer. So please solve this equation first. Once you get the answer, I'll explain the alternate method. Are we okay with this equation? First part profit, second part profit or loss equal to overall profit or loss. So 20% of X, you can percentage ignore from the all three parts. It's an equation. So 20X minus minus becomes plus 10X minus 500,000 equal to 2 into 50,000 becomes 100,000. So 30X equal to 600,000, or X becomes 20,000. So please confirm the answer. Now alternate approach is allegation. What is allegation? Allegation will be discussed with mixture topic in more detail, but it is again application of average. So how we apply allegation? In the first case, profit is 20%, and second case, loss is 10%. Remember, we will apply allegation only when there is a profit or loss in the first part, profit or loss in the second part, and profit or loss in the overall. So overall part will write in the center. This is a first part, this is a second part, and combined profit loss is +2. Since it is a profit, so I'll take +2. So this is called allegation method. How we use allegation? You have to take the difference on opposite side. So what's the difference between 20 and 2? Difference on opposite side. So what's the difference of 20 and 2? So 20 and 2 difference is 18. Please confirm the difference of 2 and minus 10. What is the difference between 2 and minus 10? Can you tell me the difference between 2 and minus 10? No, it's not minus 8. It is actually 12. Difference is always positive. So one number is plus 2, another number is minus 10. So here difference is 12. So whenever you have to look at difference, always subtract smaller from the larger one. So smaller is minus 10 here, which should be subtracted from 2. So 2 of minus 10 becomes 12. Had it been 2 and plus 10, then difference would have been 8. So ultimately, you need to understand difference is always positive. Done? Akash? Is it understood? This up? Now, you will get the answer. So once you apply allegation on profit percentage, you will get the ratio of cost price of these two categories. You can simplify this ratio is 2:3. So first category cost price will be 2 by 5 of 50,000, or you can say 20,000. Isn't it very easy? So by doing allegation, you will get ratio of cost price. Once you apply allegation in profit and loss percentages, we'll apply allegation in other places as well. That we'll discuss in upcoming classes. Don't worry. But this is just an example of allegation. So allegation can be applied anywhere when first part profit percentage is given, second part profit loss percentage is given, and overall profit loss percentage is given. Or in large, whenever there is a situation of average. So percentage is always about the average. So in any question say that this value is increased by this much percentage, second by a certain percentage, and overall by certain percentage. So whenever there is a situation of averaging between two, then allegation can be applied. Is it okay? So are you okay with this allegation approach, guys? Okay. Look at this question. Now, shall we apply allegation in this question? Yeah, very good, Akash. No, because we do not know overall profit percentage. अगर ओवरऑल प्रॉफिट परसेंटेज गिवन होता तो हम सोच सकते थे, तो यहाँ पे उसकी जरूरत ही नहीं। इनफैक्ट एलिगेशन से हमें क्वांटिटी का रेशियो निकल के आता या कॉस्ट का रेशियो, वो तो हमें पता ही है ऑलरेडी। यू आर सेलिंग 6 हेयर एंड रिमेनिंग मींस 4 हेयर, सो रेशियो विल बी 6:4. So there is no requirement of the allegation. So this is a direct question, right? You have to find out the purchase price of a bicycle. You can assume is X because all selling prices, all purchase prices same. So as per the question, 6 of them are sold at 25% profit. So means 6 of them are sold at 25% of X profit. This is a profit from the first 6. And 4 are sold at loss of 25%. So minus 25% of X. This is a profit, in fact loss from the second category. So that's why it will be negative. And the overall result of all this is 2,000. So this is a very simple example that you can make an equation. Profit from the first part minus loss from the second part. You can say that from here 150% or 1.5 of X minus this is becomes 100. So 100% means X. So minus X equal to 2,000. So isn't it very easy question? Any problem with this example? So can we say that this is 0.5x equal to 2000 or x becomes 4000? All right, is it clear? Done. You could also have done the averaging here. What is the averaging? 6 part profit is plus 25, 4 part profit is minus 25. So what is the overall profit? So you can say 150 from here, 100 loss from here. So overall profit was 50 by 10. So profit of 5 over 1. So can I say that 5% of total CP, that is a profit equal to 2000. So I can calculate CP as a 40,000 of CP of how many bicycle? 10 bicycle, because I am taking overall. So per bicycle CP must be 4,000. But I think earlier was a simple approach, so you can done that one. That was sufficient. Now you can take one more question, and this is slightly challenging. But again, try to read the question carefully and solve it accordingly. So overall profit is given. So either you calculate overall profit, or you may calculate overall selling price. Right? And question demanded the answer in as P, and P was in percentage. So obviously actual cost price or actual mark price does not matter. So look at the situation here. 35 kg of sugar set at a mark price in order to make 20% profit. What does it mean? Can I say that if cost price was 100, then mark price was made 120, so that I can get 20% profit? And this is the situation for each of 35 cases. Understood? If I take cost price per kg 100, then I have taken mark price per kg 120. Now I can follow the instruction. What happened? Right? So he sell 5 kg at this price, means 5 kg is sold at the price of 120. 15 kg at 10% discount. So can you tell me the rate of 15 kg? 10% discount means at what rate? So discount will be always on mark price, means 10% of 120. So at what rate it will be sold? 108. So please try to solve simultaneously along with me, है ना? मेरे साथ साथ करते रहो, ज्यादा बेनिफिट आपको कंफर्टेबल फील करोगे ना, आपका आंसर भी जल्दी आएगा. And accidentally 3 kg sugar is wasted. That means यहाँ तो आपकी प्राइस 0 हो गई. You will not get any amount. Wasted मतलब एक तरह से 0 पैसा मिला आपको. And sell the remaining. अब remaining कितना बचा? 15, 5, 23, 23. Total it was 35 kg. So can you guess how many kg remaining? 12. At what price? By rising the mark price by P%. अब नहीं आपको पता क्या है. So you have to find out the value of P. So you can get the value of P. Let's say it is sold at the rate of X rupee. So once you get the value of new SP, you can get the profit markup percentage. Kitna markup percentage hoga? That depend upon that what is the current price, final price. But this total becomes overall selling price. So to equate with something, I must be given one more information. So question says that overall profit 15%. So can you say that profit over overall cost into multiplier, or cost will be 100 into 35. 35 why? Because per kg cost was 100. So total cost must be 35 into 100. And since it is 15% profit, means you can take 150 directly. You can multiply by 1.5, or you can say that total selling price must be 115 times of 35. So please confirm it. Are you okay with this equation? Yes or no? So this is slightly challenging, or you can say level 3 to level 4 question. And if you are in position to solve this level of question, then you will not have any difficulty with any questions related to profit loss discount. So now next point is the calculation. Once you understood this one, so in this way what I'm doing, I'm equating sum of the prices, selling prices of all part equal to total selling price. This is what becomes total selling price. Did you understood how did I get total selling price? 15% profit overall means I'm selling at rupees 115 and all 35 kg. So 35 into 115. In this way, I'll get overall 15% profit. Okay. So can we ignore 3 into 0 because this is 0? So there is no point of using 0. Now, obviously it is slightly calculative. So 12 5s are 60 means 600. 15 into 8. So it becomes 1500 plus 120. That is a 1620 plus 12x must be equal to 35 into 1115. So 35 into 100 becomes 3500 and 35 into 15. This becomes 525. So 4025. Our value of 12x must be from 4025. How much is subtracted? 1620 plus 600, that is 2220. So ultimately you can say 1805. Yeah, Akash. So this are you also doing this calculation? So can we say that x is approximately 108 by 12 or very close to 150? Because had it been 1800, it would have been 150, so it's very close. And question also say that nearest means approximately. So now you can get the answer. Mark price was 120 and you want to sell it for rupees 150. So by how much percent you should increase? By how much percent you will increase? So you will increase 30 over 120, or you can say by 1 by 4, or you can say 25. Okay. 31. What is 31 here, Akash? I have not written 31.
Sir, actually, I was subtracting 150 from 120.
Yeah, so that is 30.
Yeah, it was around 30.84, approx to
Yeah,
31.
not 13.84, actually 13.3. 5 by 18 is 5 by 12 is extra. So which is 0.4 approximately.
Okay.
Right? So that does not make any impact. Question already saying that approximately. So even if you take 31 by 120, answer is not going to change much. If you get 25 point something, still closest will be the 25 only. Clear? This question you can try yourself. So these two questions you can take as a homework. This one and the previous one. So we are going to start new topic, simple interest and compound interest, or in short we can say SI and CI. Okay, and this topic is again connected with percentage. So you can say this is again application of percentage, right? So we start with the SI first, then we go for the compound interest part. Clear? Look at the situation. First we need to understand what is CI, what is SI, simple interest. So let's take a particular example. Let's say you took a loan of rupees 5,000. So whatever the amount we have took as a loan, whatever amount we have taken as a loan, that is what principal value. Now, when you take a loan or you give loan to someone, certain interest will be given or taken, right? So can we say that interest will be certain percent of this? Let's say R percent of this, and R percent here we take 5%. Let's say 5% interest is taken. So 5% per annum interest by default generally is per annum, but you also have to read this information whether it says per annum or per month. So can you tell me the interest or simple interest in 1 year? Anyone? Can you get the idea of simple interest in 1 year? What should it be? Okay, Akash, you saying 5. Question says 5%. 5% means 5% of what? So it will be always of principal value, which is given as here 5,000. That means 5% of 5,000, which is going to be how much? 5 by 100 into 5,000. So which is 250. Or you can say that 1% value is 50. So 5% will be 5 times, that is 250. Understood? So can we say that SI for 1 year, right? If let's say this is a rate of interest is 10%. In that case, what will be the SI now in 1 year? So it will be 10% of 5,000. How much is it? कितना हो जाएगा ये? How much will it be? 10% of 5,000. So it's going to be how much? 500. है ना? बहुत सिंपल है कि नहीं? So had it been for 2 year, तुम क्या करते? Had it been for 2 year, that means now you will get 500 for the first year. 5,000 में आपको 10% मिला. That is for first year, right? Again you will get 10% interest. अब बताइए आपको 10% जो इंटरेस्ट मिलेगा वो किस पे मिलेगा? 5,000 पे मिलेगा या 5,500 पे मिलेगा? Now you will get 10% interest किस पे? 5,000 पर या 5,500 पर, राइट? सो आप गेस कर रहे हो आकाश 5,500. तो 5,500 तब होता है जब यहाँ पे कंपाउंड इंटरेस्ट वर्ड होता. सिंपल इंटरेस्ट का मतलब ये है इंटरेस्ट विल बी ऑलवेज कैलकुलेटेड ऑन दी प्रिंसिपल वैल्यू. इंटरेस्ट का इंटरेस्ट आपको नहीं मिलेगा. ये तो सक्सेसिव हो जाता है जहां पे सक्सेसिव की सिचुएशन आएगी, और सक्सेसिव की सिचुएशन आती है कहां पर? जब कंपाउंड इंटरेस्ट होता है. So यही डिफरेंस हमने डिफाइन किया कि सिंपल इंटरेस्ट का मतलब whatever interest we have to take that should always be taken on the initial principal amount, right? So interest of interest will not be calculated, and if it is in that means it is a case of compound interest. Please confirm it. ये बात समझ में आ गई? So if you take again 10% of 5,000, so again we'll get another 500 as an interest. So our total amount means principal plus, when I say amounts means principal and interest, both are added. So now our amount at the end of 2 years, it will be how much? 6,000. Or you can say interest value will be 1,000. बात समझ में आ गई क्या? So in short, can we say that P into R by 100 should be the value of simple interest in 1 year? Why PR by 100? Because R percent of P, which is PR by 100. And if we have to calculate for n year, so it should be n times. For n year, it should be n times. So can we say that we got a simple formula? That means SI equal to PNR or NPR by 100. Clear? Is it clear? This is the basic concept. All the question of SI are related to this basic point. Okay. So let's see how many you can apply this basic point. Please tell me, are you okay with this logic? SI equal to NPR by 100. Any confusion? No. Okay. So please answer this. Please read the question carefully and answer this. So in what rate of SI means simple interest 4,000 rupees becomes 4,200 in 4 years. So first we need to understand, please tell me what is 4,000 here? It is principal, rate of interest, interest or amount. What is 4,000 here? So whatever amount has been, deposited or taken as a loan, that is what initial amount or principal amount. Are we together? Please confirm it. Correct. No, amount is not amount. Amount generally I refer to the principal plus interest. It's a principal value, right? So amount is generally confused word. This is the initial amount which is given, and it becomes, so final value we can say amount or P plus SI, that becomes 4,200. Agreed? And what is 4 year? It's a time. What we have to calculate? Rate of interest per annum. So guys, can we use this concept? Either you can go for the formula that SI equal to NPR by 100. So please tell me, what is SI here? So from this 4,200, if we separate 4,000, we'll get SI. All right. Disha, Akash, is this point clear? And if it is clear, so please calculate. From 4,000 to amount becomes 4,200. That means interest is how much? 200 here. And N is given 4. P is given 4,000. Rate of interest we have to calculate, divide by 100. So we can do this simple calculation. 20 adjusted here. So it becomes 160. R becomes 200 upon 160, which is very good. 1.25. Disha, did you also understood this question? This is a very basic question. I'm starting this from the 0 level, and as I promise you, gradually we move on to the higher difficulty level question. Clear? Now, this question could also have been done without using paper pen. How can you do it? You can see that you will get 200 interest. You will get SI 200 in 4 years. And you know that SI is equal in each and every case, right? Because it is always certain percent of principal. Base does not change here. So can I say that SI will be 50 or 200 by 4 in 1 year? Agreed? Now we have to look at 50 is what percent of 4,000, or 50 divided by 4,000 in 200, you can say 1.25. So what is the rate of interest? 1 year interest is what percent of principal value? That is what rate of interest. Because R percent of P is 1 year SI. So 1 year SI, right, is what percent of P? That is what rate of interest. Clear? Now, so this was a very...
Once more.
Yeah, I'm saying either we can put in the formula, or we can also think directly, like 200 is the interest in 4 years. So it is going to be 50 in 1 year, 1/4 of this. Yes or no? Means each year you will get 50 as an interest, simple interest. So total interest in 4 years, it will be 200. Understood? Yes or no?
Yes.
So 50 is what percent of 4,000? At what rate are you charging the interest? So it is 1.25. That means rate of interest is 1.25%. Right? In fact, how do we get this formula? R percent of P equal to SI in 1 year and multiply by N. So that this becomes the formula. So same thing we can also do here, that R percent of 4,000 is 50. or R upon 100 into 4000 is 50. So R is going to be 50 upon 4000 into 100. Understood?
Yes, sir.
Right. So I'm starting from the zero level. I hope you understood this basic idea that in this situation, in fact, if whenever situation of SI and principal is fixed, and that's why at a certain fixed rate of interest, right, SI will be equal for each year. SI will be equal for each year. That doesn't mean 2 year SI equal to 3 year SI. What does it mean? Whatever interest will get for first year, same interest will get for second year, same interest will get for third year. Is it clear? Is it clear? Please confirm it.
Yes, sir. Clear.
Right. Now let's look at another example. First, look at the just basic question. So just look at this question. Can you solve this one? A certain sum of money, right, at simple interest amount to 1650. So what is 1650? Principal or principal plus interest? In 5 years and 1800 in 8 years. Please confirm it. What is 1650 here? 1650 is the value which is amount to, means it becomes after 5 years. So it is a principal plus 5-year SI. And in the second situation, 1800 is what? Principal plus 8-year SI. So these two information are given and you have to calculate the sum. Find the sum means question demand the value of principal. Can you do this now? Correct, Atas. It's the amount. So whenever you solve questions related to SI, remember, you should always focus on the interest value. This is the amount value. So this is not going to help you. But if I look at their difference, what is this difference? 250? No. Yeah. Difference is 150 actually, not 250. This difference is how much? 250. Can you tell me why this difference is 250? Or why this difference 150? And what does it represent? So if you take the difference, you take the difference on right side as well. That means it's a value of 3-year SI, right? Or you can also look at this way directly. 5 year to 8 years. Say in 3 year, you will get additional how much? 150 rupees. So even if without making equation, we can understand this. In 3 year, if we get 1 year 150 rupees, so how much amount we'll get as an interest in 1 year? So in 1 year, we'll get 150 by 3 or 50 rupees. So can I say that 50 rupee per year is the interest here? Can I say that 50 rupee per year is the interest value? Is SI for 1 year? So can I find out the simple interest for 5 year? This are confirm it. If 1 year SI is 50 rupees, so what will be the value of 5-year SI? It is will be 5 times of 50, which is 250. So you know that 1650 is P plus 250. So principal becomes 1650 minus 250, or you can say 1400. Please confirm this. Right? So I have explained through writing all things. Without writing anything, you can also have done this one. How can you do? Just you see the increase in the value, which is 150, and 150 increment is in 3 years. So it is going to be 50 rupees per year. So in 5 years, interest must have been 5 times of 50. So this value is principal plus 5 times of 50, or principal becomes 1650 minus 250, which is 1400 here. Understood? Are you okay with the easy question? Because if you become confident here, then you can also try for the level 2, then gradually level 3 question. Done? Fair enough. Please try this question also. Initially, I am taking you through the only SI based question. Then after 15 minutes, I'll talk about the compounders as well. So Ashish has 5,400 rupees with him. So what does it mean? We can say this is the initial amount. He lent 2,400 to Natasha for 2 years, right? So how much amount is given to Natasha? It is 2,400 for how much time period? 2 years. And how much amount is given to Priya? For Priya, it is given remaining, so which must be 3,000, and that is for 4 years. And receive this as a total interest. So again, there could be two ways. You can make an equation, or you can also could have done directly, but I would request to do make the equation. Right. So how can we make the equation? Total interest is given. I know that 840 is the interest of Natasha interest plus Priya interest. So can I say that 840 should be the value of interest of Natasha, which is 24. PRR we have to calculate. T time is given 2 upon 100. Similarly, in the case of Priya, it is 3,000 into 4 into again R upon 100. Please confirm it. Did you understood these two equations? So once you understand the question properly, you can easily make an equation. Right? So first confirm this. Are you okay with this second, the first part of interest plus second part of interest equal to total interest, and total interest is going to be 3,000 into R into 4 by 100. So can you simplify these two equations? This is a single equation, not two equations. It's a single equation. So please simplify it. Okay, Akash calculated answer is 5%. So very simple, you can cancel by 00 here and 00 also here. So 24 2s are 48 plus 34s are 120. R is what given 840. Right? So I can say that this is how much? R equal to 840 upon 168, which is 5 times. So I would say that answer must be 5% here. Disa, did you calculate it? Please be a bit fast. So all these are just level 1 question. Remember, these are not level, because these are directly, information is directly given. Total interest, so you can equate with your total interest. As simple as that. Clear? Now, let's look at another types of question. Again, based on simple interest, a sum of 800 is lent at for 5 years at 5% and another 4 years at 5%. So find the simple interest earned by at the end of 9 years. So can I say that in first 5 years, interest will be 800 into 5 into 4 upon 100. Similarly, in next 4 year, it will be 800 into 4 year, and rate of interest is how much? 5 upon 100. So if I add the interest of both part, it becomes total SI. Isn't it? And this is a very easy calculation. So you can say that answer is 320. Now, without making equation, also you could have done like 5 year, each year 4%. So you will get interest as a 20% of principal from here. And similarly, 4 into 5, this is also 20. So you can say that 20% of principal, you will get interest from the second part as well. So what is the value of 20% of principal? 10% is 80. So 20% of principal is how much? 160. So 160 in first 5 year, 160 in another 4 year. So I'll get total interest 160 plus 160, 320. So isn't very easy question? Right, guys? So I hope you will be very comfortable if it is a question based on simple interest, because base does not change here. It is always on cost price, or always on principal value, not cost price. That was in profit loss account. Any cross question before I move on to the next part? Any cross question? All right. Now let's try this one. This is a slightly different language, but very easy. A sum of money becomes 7 by 4 of itself. So here principal is not defined, right? In 5 years, right? So ultimately ratio is given. What does it mean? Either you take initial amount as X or P. If it was P, so it becomes P to 7 by 4P in 5 years. So can you calculate rate of interest? So again, you have a two method. One is formula method. One is direct method. What is a formula method? So in formula method, you need to understand this is a principal plus SI. So first calculate the value SI for 5 years. So SI part must be 7 by 4P minus P, or can I say that 3 by 4P? So I can use the formula SI equal to PRT by 100, or I can say that 3 by 4 of P equal to P. R is, we have to calculate time, is given 5 years upon 100. So by solving this, we'll get the value of R. That's a basic approach. Did you get the answer? And is there any problem with this equation? Right. So PP will get cancelled out, or R becomes 3 by 4 into 100 upon 5, or I can say 15. So 15% becomes the rate of interest. Clear? Alternate, it could have been, if amount becomes 7 by 4 times, 1 2, it becomes 7 by 4 times. So I need to understand how much is extra from 1, 3 by 4. And if 3 by 4 is extra, so I can use 3 by 4 as a reciprocal. That means I'll get 75% interest in 5 years. 75% of what? Principal. Similarly, how much I will get in 1 year? So SI is equal. And if SI is equal, so I can say that I'll get 75 upon 5, that is 15 in 1 year. So 15% in 1 year, and whatever is rate of interest per annum. This is what rate of interest per annum. So final answer will be option D. This are multiple times you are connecting and disconnecting. Is there any network issue? And please confirm about this part. Is it okay? Have you understood this part? Please try this question. A sum was given a simple interest for 1 year and would have faced 120 more when interest would have been 3% higher. So can we say that, let's say initially we were getting R percent of P, now we will get R plus 3% of P per annum. Understood? So ultimately this 3% of P is what additional interest, and which is given as 120. And why I have taken only one times, because it is for 1 year. So from this equation, I can easily calculate the value of P, 120 upon 3 into 100. So I hope guys, you must have got the answer, 4,000. Can you confirm it? Now, this point is very important. At a certain rate of interest, at a certain rate of interest, a principal becomes 7 times in 3 years. Akash, can you repeat your question? What was your doubt with the previous one? Because previous one, you just read the instruction carefully. You will get 120 rupees more interest in 1 year. So difference of SI is how much? 120. Why? Because you will get 3% extra. 3% of what? Principal. That's simple.
कल 40 आ जाएगा ना?
No, 3% of principal is 120. So 1% of principal will be 40. Not principal will be 40. 1% means you should not ignore this percentage sign. You can say 3 by 100 of P is 120.
Yes sir, 4000 आएगा.
4000. समझ गए? ठीक. So whatever doubt you have, please ask immediately, so that ऐसा ना हो कि next question पे discussion चल रहा है and we are coming back to the again previous question, right? Now look at this question and read the instruction carefully. Principal becomes 7 times of itself in 3 years. What does it mean? Anyone? That means from P2 it becomes 7P, or 100 to it becomes 700, or 1 rupee to it becomes 7 rupee. In how many years? So this is a principal value. This is a principal plus interest. And as I told you, in all questions related to simple interest, you have to concentrate on the value of interest, not value of amount. To solve any questions related to simple interest, you have to concentrate over value of interest. Understood? Akash and Disha, both of you? Right. So please tell me, what is the value of 7P as a principal as well as interest? So what's the value of interest here? So what's the interest here in 3 years? If 7P is the amounts, what's the interest value? So obviously principal should be subtracted. That means SI is here how much? 6P. Confirm it. Right? So once you understood this, now you can try this question that in 3-year interest is 6P. So how much time will it take to become 13 times? So that means in 3 years, if 6P is added, can I say that it will take another 3 years to add by 6P more, and 6P more is added? So my amount becomes how much? My amount becomes 13P, right? In 3 plus 3, 6 years. Or you can also say that in 1 year, right? In 1 year, if 6P is added in 3 years, so in 1 year, interest should be twice of P. And when we have to make 3P to 13P, that means we need 12P as an interest. So if we require 12P as an interest, means 6 times. So I would be required, 6 years. So whether I solve the previous approach or the second approach, my answer should have been here 6 years. Please confirm it. I'll give you another similar question and you have to answer it. So these are the basic questions that I have discussed related to simple interest. Understood this, sir? Akash has already confirmed. Right? So similarly, if I say that At a certain rate of simple interest, a principal becomes 8 times of itself in 5 years. So in how many years it will becomes 22 times of itself? Please answer it. At a certain rate of simple interest, a certain sum becomes 8 times of itself in 5 years. So in how many years it will becomes 22 times of itself at the same rate of simple interest? So again, if once you understood that this is not the interest value, this is a interest plus principal, right? Yeah, Akash, your answer is absolutely right. Right, Disa, can you also answer this? So we can focus here. Interest value is 7p. Principal is subtracted, so we get the interest value. And in the second case, interest value is 21p. So can I say that interest is 3 times here? So time will be also taken as a 3 times of 5 years. So answers must be 15 years. So this is a direct approach. And since you know that principal SI equal to PRT upon 100. So can I say that simple interest is proportional to time if P and R are constant? And it is already given in the question that principal, same principal and same rate of interest. Similarly, SI is also proportional to means if you make the time double, you will get double interest. If you make the time triple, you will get triple interest. So same is also applicable for principal. SI is also proportional to principal if other thing like R and T are constant, or SI is also proportional to rate of interest if principal and time constant. So if you fix the other parameter as a constant, so it may be proportional to one part only. Ultimately, simple interest is proportional to all three, PRT. And when you remove the proportional sign, we can sum K, and K is here 1 upon 100. All right. Is it okay? Done? Now, let's understand what is compound interest. So like you already guessed in the initial situation, let's say we again take a loan of 5,000. So that will be the principal amount. And let's say rate of interest is 10%. And it is taken for 3 years. And principal is given how much? 5,000. So can we say that at 10% interest, value or amount at the end of 1 year will be 10% should be added here, that is 500 should be added, right? So this value will be how much? 5,500. Please confirm what should be the amount at the end of 2 years. Since it is a situation of compound interest, so initially we were getting interest 10% over 5,000, but it will not be same in case of after 1 year. Why? Because my total value becomes 5,500. So here base changes. Now compound interest says that I'll take the interest over principal as well as interest over interest. So my interest should be counted over total value, which is 5,500. So now question says that I'll get the interest, or I'll have to pay the interest at 10% of 5,500. So base will change in compound interest and base will not change in simple interest. Is this point clear? Or you can say that 10% of 5,500, how much is it? It is 550. So 550 interest should be added here. So the amount becomes 6,050. Please confirm it. Please confirm it. And once you understood, so tell me what will be the amount. Again, 10% interest will be calculated. So what will be amount at the end of 3 years? This is a question for you. What should be the amount at the end of 3 years? Akash, I think you did some mistake here. Why 8041? Because 10%, I hope we can easily calculate 10% of 6050 must be 605. So if this is added, the value should have been how much? 6655. Please confirm it. Right? Yeah, Desa, you have given the right answer. Akash, can you explain how did you get 8041? No, I'm not asking 4th year. I'm asking 3rd year. At the end of 3rd year, not post 3 year. Clear? All right. Now, so if you have to calculate interest, compound interest, what we can do from the 3-year compound interest, let's say question demand 3-year CI. So we can separate 3-year amount principal from the 3-year amount, which is how much? 6655 minus 5000, which is 1655. So this is what I have discussed, the basic approach. Now, how can we build up the formula? So we say that if this value is increased by 10%, so here 5000 is multiplied by 1.1. Please confirm. And this is a successive change. Now 5500 will be increased by 10%, or 10% interest will be added of 5500. So this will be further multiplied by 1.1, or this is further multiplied by 1.1. Can you confirm it? So we could have calculated in compound amount with the help of multiplier also, that is principal is multiplied by multiplier, which is 1.1 here 3 times, because it will be multiplied 3 times for 3 years. Or it built up the formula, multiplier will always be 1 plus r by 100, because r percent is added. So in 1, right, r by 100 will be added, and for n year it will be n power. So this become a formula for compound amount for any year. And that's why in case of compound interest, we cannot calculate in this way. Actually, there are other way, but in this way we cannot calculate interest directly. First we get the amount, and to calculate compound interest, we separate principal from the amount value. So in that way we can get the compounds. That's the one approach. Are we okay with this one? Please specify your concern, queries, suggestion, anything. So here you can identify one thing which is repeating, that is what? Multiplier. Right? So let's say if value becomes principal to 3p, remember, in 5 years, and if it is a question of compound interest, then we will not look at the difference. We look at the multiply. How much is multiplied? 3. So similarly, because now interest will be calculated over 3p, so in next 5 years, it will again become 3 times. So it will becomes 9p. In another 5 years, right, it will again become 3 times. So it will becomes 27p. Can you see the pattern? In the same time, right, same multiplier will be repeatedly multiplied. And had it been a question of simple interest, in that case, if P2 becomes 3P in 5 years, so I would see the interest. So interest is how much? 2P here. That means 2P is added. So since interest is always calculated over principal, so in 5 years, again 2P will be added. So that becomes 5P. In another 5 years, in the same time period, another 2P is added. So it becomes 7P. So please confirm, did you understood compound interest pattern as well as simple interest pattern? And difference between compound interest and simple interest, right? Okay with both idea? But obviously there are lots of other things which we will also discuss along with the question, right? If you have observed one more thing, what is that? Compound interest work as a successive. Why? Because if you look at 5,000 to 6050, you will get 21% interest. Why? Because 1.1 into 1.1 becomes 1.21, or 10 times if successively done successively. So you will get, 21% of the principal. In case of simple interest, you will get 20% of simple, in 20% of principal. But in case of compound interest, in 10% two times, you will get 21% of principal. Is it understood? So compound interest also work as a successive percentage. Please look at this question. We have to calculate compound interest earned in 3 years. So how can we calculate? In 5,000, we can multiply. Can you tell me the multiplier here? What should be the multiplier? 20% means 1 plus 20 by 100, or I can say 1.2. And this should be multiplied 1.2 3 times, because it talk about 3 years. So that's a primary approach, or you can say formula approach. A equal to P 1 plus R by 100 power n. So here I can get the compound amount, which becomes 5,000 into 1.2 into 1.2 into 1.2. So 5,000 into 1.72, or it becomes, yes. Yes, you want to say something? Yes, guys, any doubt? So can I say that if I multiply this, I'll get 8640, which means principal plus interest, right? So my interest, this is given 5,000. So CI will be 8640 minus 5,000, which is 3640. This is just primary basic approach. Clear? Now, there is also alternate approach. What's that? Let's try to understand that as well, right? So can I say that sometimes you might see the formula like CI equal to P 1 plus R by 100 power n, and P is taken common minus 1. So this is nothing but actually minus P is subtracted, right? So that is what the same formula. But rather than the formula, I can also understand its nature. If I look at principal as 5,000, so for first year, if I want to look at the detailed image, first year interest, second year interest, and third year interest. So what will be the interest for first year? It will be 20% of 5,000, which is how much? 1,000 rupee. Please confirm it. Now let's understand the interest for second year. So when I say 2 year, that means first year plus second year. So what should be the interest for second year? So in second year, you will get interest of 5,000 rupees as well as of 1,000 rupees. Understood? So 20% of 5,000 is going to be 1,000. At the same time, 20% of 1,000 is going to be 100. So 1,000 plus 100 should be the interest for second year. Yes or no? And when you calculate interest for third year, then interest will be calculated over all the value. What are all the values? Means you would say that I would calculate interest over 5,000. I will also calculate interest over 1,000, interest also over this value, interest over also this value. Whatever my total amount is, principal as well as interest, for all those value, I'll get the interest. So can I say that 20%, as we already calculated, of 5,000 is 1,000. So third year I'll get interest 1,000 plus these two value, 20% will be 200 of first category part and 200 of this value. and 20% of 200 will also be taken, which will be how much? 40. So all this is the interest for first year, this is interest for second year, this is the interest for third year. If you want to look at the all 3-year interest, so 1000 has come 3 times, plus 200 also appeared 3 times, and 20 appeared 1 times. So I can say that 3640. Or this 331 pattern also become a shortcut, right? So once you understood the logic, you can also get the idea of the shortcut. Otherwise, shortcut might confuse you. So what's a shortcut? Whenever I have to calculate this, what I'll do, I'll take 20% of the principal. So 20% of principal, which is how much? 1000, 3 times. Then I'll take 20% of 1000, which is 200. This is also 3 times. Then I'll take 20% of 200, which is 40. This is only 1 times. So I'll get the pattern for 3 year. In fact, 2-year pattern is very easy. If you look at 2-year pattern, it is first category 2 times. So for 2-year pattern is 2, 1. It's very easy. But for 3-year pattern is 3, 3, 1. So by using this pattern, you can get interest very easily or in a lesser time. Done? But what's the main idea? That you must know what is compound interest all about. So please try this question. Okay, one more important point which I forget to tell you, that you should also look at one more pattern. What is that? You can see first year interest is 1000, second year interest is 1200, third year interest is 1440. No, 1440. So you can also see the pattern. What's the pattern? Then this is multiplied by 1.2. This is also multiplied by 1.2. So like nth year interest 2, right? When I talk about n plus 1th year interest, so that means multiplier will be multiplied or it will be in that ratio. Like from principal to A1, I multiply by the multiplier, and A1 to A2, I again multiply the multiplier. समझ रहे हैं इस बात को? Similarly, from first year CI to second year CI, I can multiply by the multiplier. So I also have an alternative. Once I get the interest for 1 year, that is 1000. So second year interest must be into 1.2, which is 1200, and third year interest must be into 1.2, which is 1440. So you could also add these 3 directly to get the overall CI. Please confirm about this shortcut. Is it understood? So this multiplier approach will also work on mth year interest to nth year interest. Is there any confusion? So if you understood this, I think you can solve this question very easily. The question give you the data, compound interest for 11th year and a demand for 10th year. And you know that, so nth year to n plus 1th year interest also work as a multiplier. So 10th year interest, in 10th year interest is m multiplier is multiplied, we'll get the interest for 11th year. Right? This will not work for 11 year CI, 11th year CI. And rate of interest is how much? 20%. So your multiplier will be how much? So multiplier is going to be 1.2. So directly you'll get the answer 190. Very easy. Please confirm. Did you get the answer 192? So all these are level 1 question. Now I'm moving level 1 to level 2. Right? So now you see that this question has information for simple interest and it's also talk about compound interest. Both things are combined here. So simple interest, certain sum of money for 2 years is this much. So the moment you read this instruction, you can create some equation that 100 is the simple interest, which is equal to P R T upon 100. At least this can be done. So this is just very basic approach. I'm not saying that's a very good approach, but very basic approach which you should know, must know. This is a starting point, right? And gradually you can build up the smart approach as well, which I'll tell you. But you must know this approach. So by doing some calculation, I'll get the value of principal. Once I know the value of principal, I can calculate the compound interest for 2 years also. Yes or no? Now, but I would recommend you to use the alternate method. Can I say that if it is 6%, so in 2 years, interest will be 12% of principal in case of SI, and which is given as 100 rupees. Please confirm it. Just same thing like NPR by 100. Now, what will be the interest in 2 years at the rate of compound interest? SI in 2 years will be how much percent of principal? Again, time is 2 years here also. Can you answer this one? Akash, try at least. I told you compounders work as a successively. So alternate idea could be like if 6% 2 times successively, because it is a compound interest. So I can say 6 plus 6 plus 6 into 6 by 100. So in case of compound interest, I'll get effective 12.36% of principal. This is what I have to calculate. Right? So that's the second idea. Or the best idea would be that 50 is a total interest. So SI is 50 and 50 for first year and second year for a certain principal. And rate is how much? 6%. So can I say that if it is a case of CI, I'll get additional 6% of 50. I'll get 6% of P for first year as well as second year. But for second year, I'll get 6% of 50 also. So this would be the best way if you understand this one, that 3 rupees extra interest you will be getting. That will be 103 is the answer. Not 106, 103 Akash. You will get 50% of the 1 year principal, 1 year interest, not of second year interest. Right? Let's say it was P and 6% is 50 rupees. So now your value becomes P plus 50. So you will get now 6% of the whole value, and 6% of P is already 50. So 6% of 50, that is 3 extra should be added. So total interest becomes 103. Correct? Yeah. Now you understood. So now you can say it's not about the formula. Formula might help you to solve a question, to start a question, so that at least from the basic level you can get the answer. But somehow you need to connect the things to go for the advanced level. You want to say something, Akash?
No, sir, no, sir.
Now, when it is a question of difference between CI and SI, so SI is very easy. You can calculate SI. You may also get some formula, but I would recommend not to remember the formula. I'm writing the formula for 2 years CI minus SI, that is PR by 100, and all that can be derived logically. And for 3 year CI minus SI, it is formula is, this is the formula for 2 years SI CI difference, and for 3 years CI minus SI is PR by 100 whole square, and along with this 300 plus R upon 100. So you might use formula, but I would recommend do it properly. So 10% for 3 years. Can I say that SI will be 30% of principal? Please confirm it. And if you take 10% successively 3 times, so what will be the combined result? Right. So 10, 10 if you club, it becomes 21 successively, and 21 and 10 if you do it again successively, it becomes 33.1. Please verify it by your own calculation. That if I take CI, so I'll get successively 10, 10 3 times. So result will be 33.1% of principal. So I can see the difference. What's the difference? 3.1% of the principal is what the difference in this, and principal is given 5,000. So it will be 3.1 into 5,000 upon 100. You will get answer 150. You may calculate total CI, total SI, then subtract, or you may use successive method also for calculating, CI. Are you okay with this one? Yes, sir, understood? So I'm giving you at least 2 different approaches simultaneously so that you can do the analysis. You can excel in CAT when you will develop your analytical skill or analyzing skill, comparing the things. So 2-3 more questions before we start solving the CAT level question. These are the level 2 question that we are doing right now, and after doing these question level 2 for 2-3 more minutes, 10-20 more minutes, we'll start some actual CAT questions. So now you can answer this. Sum of money becomes 5 times of itself in 15 years. Certain rate of compound interest. Remember, pattern for compound interest is different and pattern for simple interest is different. So can you answer this? It becomes P2 5P in 15 years. So how many years will it becomes if invested for 30 years? So 30 years means another 15 years. So 15 plus 15 becomes 30 years. So how much will it be from 5P to P2? It becomes 5P. Remember, this is a question of compound interest. So what should be the answer? We have just discussed this in 10 minutes ago. All right. So Akash, your answer is 25. That's correct. This what about your answer? Because it's a compound interest, we know that if it is becomes 5 times, now interest will be calculated over 5P, so it will also becomes 5 times in the same time period, so it becomes 25P. And had it been a question of SI, had it been that situation, in that case P2 5P in 15 years. So how many times will it become in 30 years means another 15 years. So I would say that now I look at the interest value, which is 4 times of principal. So 4P is added. So in 15 years, another 4P will be added. Then answer would have been 4 plus 5, 9P. So you can say that at the same rate of interest, same principal, compound interest will give you more value than simple interest. Understood? Both things simultaneously. Now, please try this question as well. It's a very similar question. Now, I will not help you. Please answer this one. This is I'm checking you whether you've been sincere, right? Or have you understood this or not? Please tell me the answer. Okay. So there is answer from Akash. Disa, what about you? Compound interest. So this becomes 3 times. So we can another can take 3 times. It becomes 9p. Again we take 3 times. It becomes 27p and again 3 times. So we'll get the required result 81p. So it will take 4 years, 4 years, 4 years. So 4 years how many times? 4 times means total 16 years. Correct. Done. Now look at this question, please. Now there is one more concept. If something is compounded annually, what happens if it is compounded half yearly? So in half yearly, if yearly interest is for R, so half yearly interest will be R by 2%. And there are n year, so in half yearly there will be 2.5 year. This is a very common, very basic point. Let's say if you have 3 year, 3 years means 6 half year. Yes or no? So time duration becomes 2 times and rate of interest become half if it is compounded semi-annually or half yearly same. Similarly, you can also, build up the concept for quarterly. So quarterly interest becomes 1/4 and time duration becomes 4 times. So this is a normal situation. At 20% per annum compounded annually, receive interest of rupees 1000. Right? So that is annually. So if annually it is whether simple interest or compound interest does not matter. Right? So 20% rate, your interest is 1000, or you can say 20% of principal is 1000. It's the same thing. Now, had it been 20% semi-annually, so can I say that now 10% for first half year or 10% for second half year? So one idea could be like that you can use them successively. Right? So it will be 21% of principal. So you can calculate this one. Understood? So 20% value is 1000. So you will get how much extra? 20 means 1% extra. So you can calculate here 1% of principal will be how much? 50. So you will get 50 additional interest. That become one approach. You may also try in this way. Let's say if 10% taken successively, not successfully, if you say that 20% value is 5,000, so 10% value must be 500. So first half year you will get 500, next year you will get 500 plus 10% of 500 means 58 extra you will get. So you may use any approach, whatever suit to you. Or you may calculate principal from here. 20% of principal is 1000. That means principal is 5000. So you can say that from 5000 in at 10% because it is half yearly. So in 10% multiplied by 1.1 value becomes 5500. Further multiplied by 1.1 value becomes 6050. So your interest will be 1050 rupee, which is 50 more than the previous case. So guys, are you comfortable with all these approach? Now, look at this question. An amount double itself in 7 years when invested under CI. How many years will the amount becomes 8 times of the original amount when invested at the same rate? So again, very repeated question. Please answer it fast. Yes. So Akash has given answer 21 years. What about you, Disha? So you can see that 2 times to 8 times 2 multiplied 3 times. So 7 3s are 21 years. That will be the correct answer. So I'm not discussing in detail. We already have discussed 3-4 questions similar to this one, right? Now let's look at this question, please. Simple interest on a certain sum invested certain rate of interest period 9 becomes 9 by 16th of the sum. So find the rate, percent and time if both are equal. Both are equal means if rate is x%, then time is also x year. That was the meaning. Both are equal means numerically equal. Understood this point? Is helping word is missing. So simple interest is 9 by 16 of P, which is P, R and T by 100. Both of them must be same. So R into R by 100. Can we say this like this? So please, can you simplify this one? PP will get cancelled out, or value of R square becomes 900 by 16, or you can say 30 by 4 whole square. So value of R must be 30 by 4 or 7.5.
सर
Of interest, yes.
सर आर स्क्वायर समझ में नहीं आया.
See, SI is NPR by 100, right?
Yes sir.
So both of them are equal, numerically equal means if you take rate of interest R, then time duration will also be R. So either you take both as a R or both as a N.
Oh हाँ, last point नहीं समझ लेते हैं इसीलिए.
Right. So this otherwise you cannot solve it. If last point was not given, then question cannot be solved. Understood? So here answer is fifth option. These are clear? Right. So we should move on to the next point now. Now, gradually you see that you will have some more, comprehension based question. So a man invested 1,000 rupee at simple interest, 15% per annum. He withdraw the final amount after 2 years, right? And kept half of the withdrawn amount with him and invest remaining, right? And this investment amount kept on reducing at simple interest of 12% per annum for 6 years. So if the aggregate sum the man after T plus 6 year is 1,000 rupee, right? Then find the value of T. This 26 is a I think some printing here, right? I'll be correcting it. It's 1,000 only. 26 is redundant typing. Guys, is question clear? This is line is challenging. This is difficult. This amount kept on reducing. By and large, generally, because of certain interest, value will get increased, but the value is not increasing. When you do a certain investment, it could have a profit, it could have a loss. So at a simple rate, it is kept reducing. Understood? So first start with the first line. What happened when you follow this instruction? He withdraw the final amount after T years. You do not, it will not give you that after how much time. So can I say that this value after T year becomes how much? 15% T times of 1,000 will be your interest value. Yes or no? Please confirm it. So, and can I say that apart from 1,000 rupees, your value increase by 150 T, because this is 150 T. So he keep half of the withdrawn amount with him. So out of half value, that means from two part. One part is fixed, that is 500 plus 75 T is kept with him, and remaining, that means remaining 500 plus 75 T, this is what he invests, and it keep reducing 12.5% for a period of 6 years. So I hope you can use the reciprocal here. What is 12.5%, if you remember? Or otherwise you can also avoid the reciprocal. You can also take directly that in 6 years value will reduce by how much? 12.5 into 6 or 75%. And if you remember this, you can say it is 1 by 8. So 6 times means value will reduce by 3 by 4. And 75% is also same, 3 by 4. So is it understood that after 6 years, this value will remain same, but this value will reduce by 3 by 4. That means it becomes 1 by 4th of initial. If 75% is reduced, that means it will remain 25%. So can I say that 500 plus 75T, 1/4 value, right? 1/4 of this the remaining value, and this will continue 500 plus 75T 1 times. So this together, both amount together is how much? This is equal to 1,000, and after solving this, you can get the value of T. You can take 500 plus 75T as a common. So 1 plus 1 by 4 becomes 5 by 4. or 75t becomes it becomes 800 minus 500, which is 300. So t value becomes 4 year. Please confirm, did you calculate value of t as 4 year? Is it done?
So please repeat one more time.
See, first try to make an equation and do the calculation, then verify with my calculation. So I'm repeating the equation again. As per the instruction, you invested 1000 rupees. So please tell me in t year, how much interest you will get? In 1 year, your interest is 150. So in t years, your interest will be 150t. Are you okay with this one?
Yes, sir.
Because 15%, 1000 of 15% of 1000 is 150. So t years means t times of 150. That will be the value of interest.
Yes, sir.
Make it sense?
Yeah.
Now, as per the instruction, you kept half of the value. That means you do not do anything with 500 plus 75t.
Yes, sir.
And the other part of 500 plus 75t is invested, right? And you get a loss. Actually, reducing means you get a loss of 12.5%, and
Yeah.
this loss is not successful.
5% in
Simple.
total.
So simple means 1 year 12.5%. So in 6 year it is going to be 12.5 into 6, which means 75% loss.
Yes.
So that means this value will be only 25%, or 1/4 of this will be the remaining. So this is a remaining amount, which total together is equal to again 1000 as per the instruction.
Yes, sir.
So just solve this equation. So what I did after this, since 75, I hope it's clear. How did I get a 1/4 of 500 plus this one? This was important. Understood? 12.5 into 6 means 75% loss, or value will be 25% of initial, or 1/4 of initial. So this 1/4 is the remaining value. Clear? Now to simplify the calculation, I have taken 500 plus 75t as a common. So 1 plus 1/4 is added, and this total is equal to 1000. 1 plus 1/4, you know this, 5/4. So 500 plus 75t becomes 4/5 of 1000, which is 800. So 75t becomes 800 minus 500, which is 300, or t becomes 4 year. So do not copy my calculation. Please do your own calculation and verify it. If you have any differences, then discuss it. So gradually, once you build up your base, gradually you will be in a position to challenge any question, whether it has a low comprehension or high comprehension. So this was a slightly challenging comprehension, because we fix up in mind like interest has to be increasing. But if it is an investment, it may also reduce the value. It's not saying that it's you get certain percent return. It says that reducing. That's great, Akash. Disa, did you also get answer from your own equation? Because that is what more important, right? Solving my, following my calculation will not help you. You have to try yourself, right? Chaliye. So I'm moving to the next part. Let's look at this question. A fixed deposit scheme, rate of interest for first 2 years. So these are different types of interest. 3%, next 3 years 8%, and 5 years, beyond 5 years is 10%. Right? So men get this much a total interest. So total interest is given for 6 years. So how much did he deposit? Again, 25 has been taken by mistake. So total interest is given. So we can equate with the total simple interest. One more thing that you need to remember, if it is not defined, by default you should take the simple interest. By default simple interest is taken. However, there are certain situations like population growth is always compounded, right? Change in bacteria is always compounded, right? So if you look at the question carefully, you can see total interest is given, that is 15 for 50 20. Now how much amount is deposit, that is what we have to calculate. Let's say P amount, you may assume X. So 2-year 3% per annum, right? So for first 2 year we'll get 3 to the 6% interest. For next 3 years we'll get 8 3 the 24% interest. This is a simple interest, so we are not doing successive multiplication, right? And beyond a period of 5 years, so if we have total 6 years, so how many year extra? 1 year extra. So for next 1 year you will get 10%, or 1 into 10 is 10. So can I say that 24 plus 6 30 plus 10 40, I'll get 40% of principal as an interest, which is equal to 1520. So in just one line you can get the answer. What should be the answer here? That 1520 divided by 0.4. 40% means 0.4. Or you can divide by 4 by putting 0. So 4 3s are 12, 4 8s are. So 3800 should have been the answer here. Yeah, so this is how you give your answer first here before then Akash. That's good. Akash, what about your answer? Did you also get the same? So I hope guys this equation is okay with you. Very good. Great. Now look at this question. This question talk about the difference. Difference between CI and SI at the end of 2 years is 100. Right. So what is a principal? If rate of interest is 5% per annum. So one is, I told you the formula, you may use formula CI minus SI, P R is 5 upon 100 power 2. Or you can also say that in case of simple interest, 5 2 times, that means you will get 10% of the principal interest. In case of CI, it is successive. So when you use 5 successively, you will get 10.25% of the principal as interest. So difference in these two is how much? 0.25% of P is given 100. Or you can say 1 by 4. 1 by 4% or 1 by 400 of P is given 100. So by doing this also you can get the same answer. Understood guys? So what is the principal value here? 40,000. So please confirm the answer. One way was that I told you the formula P R by 100 power 2 equal to CI minus SI for 2 years. This is specific for 2 years. Now this question is slightly different. So this is the question, or this is the requirement of the question probably, where formula will not work. Why formula will not work? Because you don't know the difference. You know the compound interest only. And by using this, you have to calculate the simple interest. So one way could be calculate the principal, then get the interest. That could be a lengthy approach. Or you can also think directly, if 10% 2 years taken successively, because compound interest, so I can take successively. So can I say that I'll get 21% of principal as an interest, which is given 420. And when I take simple interest at the same rate of interest, that means 10%. So I'll get only 20% of principal. So answer will be 420 upon 21 into 20. Now you can see that without calculating principal, I directly get the interest value, right? By comparing that, simple interest give you 10 both years, so it is 20% only, while successive compound interest will work out as a successive percentage. So 2 times successively 10 will give you 20% of the principal. Okay, so you got the answer. I hope guys now you must be feeling confident that gradually you can do some more challenging question as well. All right, let's look at this question carefully. A certain amount of money compounded annually, R% becomes this much and this much after 2 and 3 years. So if you remember, I told you P to A1 and A1 to A2 or A2 to A3. In all cases, these are multiplied by certain multiplier. So I can directly see that from 1440, if some multiplier is multiplied, so from 2-year value, I'll get 3-year value, which is given also 1728. So by solving this, m equal to 1.2. And guys, you must know that if multiplier is 1.2, what should be the rate of interest? So rate of interest should be 1 plus 0.2, which is 20%. You can also say directly, like, how much interest did you get? You get interest of 288. So 288 interest will be calculated on the total amount at the end of 2 years, which is 1440. So how much percent is it? So that's a second method. From here you also get the 20%. So any one method you may choose, right? But you must know both the approaches. So you can put your question, concern, or suggest anything that any other method can also be applied. I have given you at least 2 different methods and both of them are easy. One is like looking at the interest, that 288.
Sir, sir,
Yes, yes.
the second method, please repeat.
अब ये देखिए ना, amount is becomes 1440 to 1728. This is the amount at the end of 2 years. This is amount at around 3 years. So how much interest did you get at the end of third year? What is the interest in third year?
288.
288 rupees. And why you get this interest? Because this interest will be calculated certain percentage of this value. This is a compound interest. So we will not focus on the principal value. You will get the interest over whole this amount. So R% of 1440 is what? 288. Or 288 is what percent of 1440? That's the requirement. Is it clear?
Clear, sir.
Right? This is 144 is 10%. So this is 20%. That means rate of interest is 20%. And earlier I told you the multiplier approach. So multiplier is also helping us in, we have used in profit loss discount and we are also using it in compound interest, right? So now we have done level 1, level 2 or some level 3 also. Now it's the time to solve some actual CAT question. Let's see that whether we are comfortable with the CAT question also or not. Remember here question says that half yearly. This is important. Half yearly. So normal interest is 5% annual, but if it compounded half yearly, so it will becomes 5%. When we say that half yearly, it is going to be 5%. And can you tell me how many half year will be there? 1.5 year means 3 half year. So this question will be as good as we take rate of interest 5%. No, Akash, you are wrong here. Why 43.1%? Because rate of interest is 5% and you have to take 3 times successively. Right? But this is the amount given. So if amount is given, can we say that amount will be principal into multiplier 3 times? Because there will be 3 term of 5%. Or I would say that 5% means 1 plus 5 by 100 power 3. Or I would say that P into 10, this is 1 by 20. So 21 by 20 cube. Now, which value is given? Amount. This is given 18522. So principal becomes 18522 into 20 cube divided by 21 cube. And if you remember, the value of 21 cube is 9261. So this is exactly twice of this. So answer becomes 8000 into 2, 16,000. That's the one approach. You may try something else. Since total amount is given, so we have to compare with the amount value. That is clear. If you are using successfully, it will be more complicated. Why? Because 5% successfully, if you use 3 times, they will give you some lots of decimal value. So calculations will be challenging here. And Akash, can you explain why did you get 43.1%? Because if I have to calculate the interest, so first I calculate 552 times successfully 10.25. Then 10.25 must be clubbed with 5. So I can club like 10.25 plus 5 plus 10.25 into 5 by 100. So which becomes 15.25 plus this becomes that is how much? 0.5 to 5, something like that.
Sir, I clubbed with 10.
But 10% is annually, not half yearly.
That's the thing. That's I.
Right. And if you take 10 3 times successively, then result will be 33.1, not 43.1. Even if in that case, result is not going to be 43.1. Understood? But this will not help you. Why? Because you don't know the interest. So you cannot equate directly with this. This is the amount, means principal plus interest. So here multiplier would be better approach. Is it understood? Or do we need to more clarification? Any other confusion in this question? Then guys, we understood the answer is 16,000 here. That's what the principal required. Now let's go for this question. This is slightly, I think, easy. Please answer this one. Compound interest for 2 years at 5% per annum exceed the simple interest for 3 years at 3% per annum by this much. So please understand, here is difference of interest is given. So here you can take the successive, like if I take 5% 2 years successively. So can I say that in the first case, or in the case of compound interest will be 10.25% of principal. Hence it says same amount, means whatever is the principal in the case of compound interest, same principal is in the case of simple interest. A simple interest for 3 years at 3%, it is going to be 3 3s are 9% of principal. So now I can easily compare the difference, and you absolutely did the right thing, Akash. Right. So this is what you can do directly. You can apply successor here, because you have to compare the interest value. Interest value is given. So I can say that 1.25 of principal is the difference which is given as 1125. So by doing this calculation, you will get the value of P 1125 upon 1.25 into 100. Please confirm it. So this is going to be 90,000. So this must be the principal value which should be invested, so that difference becomes this one. Lisa, did you calculate it? So guys, solving CAT questions is really, good and beneficial. Why? Because we understand the comprehension, at the same time we also understand the requirement of the exam. You can see that the same basic concept are applied, be it any question. Let's try one more CAT question. All these are latest question that has been taken from CAT questions. This is slightly comprehension based question, not difficult, but slightly challenging comprehension. So try to look at this question, please. 2-minute time for you. What is the question? How many years after video investment will their balances, means principal plus interest, will be equal? So let's say after n years, whatever you have to solve, you can assume something. You can take x, or since it's a year, so we can take number of year as n. So let's say after n year, their value will be same. So one way can be, we can equate the both values. So video value is 10,000. In n year, interest will be 10,000 into n into 5 upon 100. Please, can you confirm this one? This is a valuation of video after n year. The question demand after n year video investment. So time has to be taken from the time when video did his investment. Similarly, try to make the equation for Joy as well. So what should be the equation for Joy? Please confirm. Invested 8,000, so this is a principal value. Certain interest must be calculated. So 8,000. Can you tell me the time here? For how many years? And rate of interest is 10. Obviously, it is given upon 100. Can you tell me the timing also? For how many years we should take the investment for Viru? For Joy, sorry.
2 year.
No, not 2 years. He invested after 2 years. Question says that after how many years? So that means his interest will be calculated for n minus 2 years. If Viru invested for n years, he invested after 2 years. Understood?
Yes.
It's not saying that Joy invested for 2 years. Joy invested after 2 years. That means 2 years less than Viru's investment. Understood?
Yes, sir.
So now by solving these equation, you will easily get the answer. That first sure. I will also tell you the smart approach, or you can also build up the smart approach. Means you don't need to make an equation, just try to connect it. But a smart approach can be built only when you understand the question very well. Right? Just connecting the question will give you the smart approach. Smart approach is not a formula. So please try to solve this one. First, get the answer. Then we can think on an alternate approach. Please confirm the answer. We can put all this constant together. So this on the left, shifting on the left side. So this will give us 2000 equal to, this will be shifted on the right side. In fact, 0, 0 can be adjusted. So 500n, this is 800. So 800n minus 800 into 2, 1600. And from this 5n, 500n will be subtracted. So from here, 300n become equal to 3600, or n will be 3600 upon 300, which is 12. Yes, can you confirm it? That time in answer should be 12 years. Yeah, this you have given the answer. What about Akash? Slightly taking more time. What's your answer here? For 12 years, correct. Now please try to solve this question without paper pen. So now you have to look at alternately. One is that first approach could be like make an equation, try to follow the instruction. That's a primary approach. Alternatively, you can think that you have to make total amount, principal plus interest, same, equal. Right? So can we say that as of now, Viru principal is 2000 more? Plus he will also get interest for first 2 years, for which Joy will not get. So 5% of 10,000 is 500 into 2. That means 1000 rupees as an interest. That means as of now, after 2 years, Viru amount is 3000 more than Joy. Please confirm it. After 2 years, 2000 as a principal plus 1000 interest, total Viru has 3000 more value than Joy. Please confirm it, yes or no. Are you okay with this one? Right. Now think what will happen in 1 year. Viru will get every year 5% of 10,000 means per 500 rupees. And Joy will get 10% of 800, which is how much? 8,000, which is how much? 800 rupees. So can I say that Joy will be getting 300 more every year, or 300 rupees gap will be covered? So if 3,000 gap has to be covered, it will take 10 year more. Yes or no? As of now, zero amount is 3,000 more, but in after 2 year onwards, every year Joy amount will be 300 more than Viru. So to cover the gap of 3,000, it will take 10 more year. Did you understood this point? Any problem with this one? Why, Kisa? Just look at yourself. Let's say you are Joy, I am Viru. My amount is 3,000 more of till 2 year. Is it okay till 2 year? So after this year onward, you will be earning 800 and I will be earning only 500. So ultimately, can we say that your amount will be 300 more than me? So from the gap of 3,000, this 300 gap will be covered. So in 1 year, 300 gap will be covered. So in 10 years, can we say that this 3,000 gap can be covered? Means in 10,000, in 10 years, Joy will earn 3,000 more. So earlier Viru was having 3,000 more, and since he earned 3,000 more, so balance is done. So both may come equal. So answer should be here n equal to 10 or 12. What should be the answer? 10 or 12. So it depends what is the demand of the question. After how many years after Viru investment, means initial 2 year and last 10 years both should be taken. Had it been question after how many year of Joy investment, then answer would have been 10. As of now, answer is 10 is incorrect. 12 is the right answer. Understood both of you? Are you okay with this smart approach?
Sir,
Yes. Yes.
sir, if we solve two equation, then answer will be 12 itself, no?
Answer will be 12 itself, because we are taking n is the years from the start. For the Viru, we are taking n years. And Joy, we are taking n minus 2 year. In this situation, we are taking 2 year for Viru and 10 year for Viru plus Joy. So ultimately for Viru, it is 12 years.
Okay, got it, sir.
Right? So whenever you solve a smart approach, where you need to be clear what is 2 year for whom and 10 year for whom. Right? So you can take this question as a homework. I think we have done, most of the things from the simple test and compound test, right? And one more. This one seems to be very lengthy. So this one, 1, 2, 3, 4. These 4 questions I have given you as a homework. You may try these CAT questions. These are challenging questions, and definitely I am going to discuss all this in the one more session. All right, guys, and we are going to start new topic in arithmetic, that is ratio, right? Ratio and proportion, that is the topic for the day. And before this, we have done percentage and application of percentage like profit loss discount and SICI, right? So we have done 3 classes over the percentage, profit loss, and SICI. In fact, so ratio, this is also the equally important as the percentage. Like percentage is important for arithmetic as well as it is also applied in DI. Similarly, ratio भी यहाँ पे वही situation रहेगी. Ratio will also be applied in DI as well as applicable in, arithmetic. So from the percentage, we can say we have 3 to 4 questions each year in CAT exams. As of now, pattern of 26 question. And similar question we also have from the area of ratio, average, and mixture. So I'm connecting this topic with three areas: ratio, then after the ratio we'll cover average, as well as application of both ratio and average we'll do in mixture and ligation topic. All right. So please look at these values. First, tell me, what does that mean? What does it mean? A's income is 140% of B. So I'll try to connect this topic from the area that is percentage. So can you confirm that A's income is 140% of B's income? What does it mean? That simply means if I take B income as 100, so A income must be 140. So ultimately, whatever is given in percentage, that can also be write in terms of ratio. So how we can write in terms of ratio? We can say that if we cancel by 20, it is going to be 7:5. So if you look at any one of these 6 statement, right, you will find the same information. So what is more important for us, right? We need to understand the ratio. Good evening, Akash. Am I audible? राइट, तो रेशियो में क्या समझना है हमें? एक तो ये जो इन्फॉर्मेशन गिवन है, कैन बी अप्लाई रेशियो हियर, एंड मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट दैट की इन्फॉर्मेशन को कनेक्ट करना कि कोई भी बात अगर हमें रेशियो के टर्म्स में देखनी तो ये समझ पा रहे हैं या नहीं समझ पा रहे हैं. फॉर एग्जांपल, इधर भी से ए इनकम इज 140% ऑफ बी इनकम, राइट? हाय आकाश, एम आई ऑडिबल? कंफर्म इट. और वी से दैट ए इज टू बी इनकम इज 140, 100 और 7:5. यही बात आप यहाँ पे देखेंगे, लाइक ए 40% ज्यादा मीन्स 140% तो सेमी पॉइंट हो गया. यहाँ पे ए 5a equal to 7b means a upon b equal to how much? 5/7. So we can say that this is also given in terms of ratio. Ratio of A's income and B's income is 7:5. ये तो सबसे simplest form हो ही गया, right? I have written mistakenly written 4 here. It is 7:5. And this is also 7:5. So you can see that all the values represent the same ratio. So any ratio information can be one of these, any form or other form, right? ये तो बिल्कुल बेसिक सी बात हो गई. बट इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट क्या है रेशियो में? सो देयर आर सर्टेन इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट्स जो हमें हमेशा ध्यान में रखने हैं, एंड बेस्ड ऑन दोज इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट्स वी कैन सॉल्व एनी क्वेश्चन ऑफ द this topic or topic connected to ratio. So first we need to find out the relation of value and ratio. What does it mean? For example, if I say that a ratio of A income, B income and C income is 5:7:3. All right. Now if I say that their total income is 60,000, so find the A's income, right? So right, we have to see here that 60,000 is the value and 573, these are the ratio value. That means ratio means what? Comparison, right? हमें यहाँ पे ये नहीं पता है A की इनकम कितनी है, B की कितनी है, but we do not know A's income or B's income, but we know that okay, if I look at this information only, so from here I can say that B has the highest income or C has the least income. All right. So can you tell me the income of A? कैसे करेंगे? Like here it is given total income. So value is given for the total, and that's why हम ratio का भी sum ले ले. Like 5 plus 7 plus 3 is how much? That is 15, right? So can we say that value of 15 ratio is equal to 60,000? So value of one ratio must be 60 upon 15,000, which is 4,000. Or if we have to find out the income of A, which is 5 ratio, so 5 ratio must be equal to 5 into 4,000, that is 20,000. So whatever is given in ratio, that we must connect with the value, right? And let's say this information is not given directly. Sometimes ratio is not given in the simplest form. It is given in the different eye. Like say A's income, ratio of A income to B income to C income is 1/2 1/3 1/4. Means directly simple ratio में नहीं दिया गया. So what do we mean by simple ratio? When they are in the integer form and the LCF is 1. समझ रहे हैं? SCF का मतलब यहाँ पे कुछ भी there is nothing common, right? So I'll tell how to convert this fractional value into a simple ratio. And obviously apart from this, the one more information will be given regarding the value, right? तो वो कोई भी information हो सकती है. For example, question says that A's income is 10,000 more than B. Right? Then find C's income. In that situation, you have to find out the C's income. So first we need to connect these ratio, right? This is in the fraction form. We need to convert them into, simple ratio form. So how to convert them in simple ratio form? It's a very easy, right? What we have to do, we have to take the LCM of the denominator, which is 12 here, means multiple of 2, 3, 4. So what we can do, we can take 12 as a LCM. So we can say this is become 6 times, this become 3 4s are 12, this become 4 3s are 12. Right? So since 12 is divided in all, so I can say that that can be cancelled out, right? In ratio, whether we multiply by any number or we divide by any number, the ratio will not change. What does it mean? Right? If I multiply the whole value by 12, let's say if I multiply the whole value by 12, then ratio will not change. Clear? In ratio, I can multiply or divide by any value, ratio will not change. So I'll get the again same ratio. 1 by 2 of 12 is how much? 6. 1 by 3 of 12 is how much? 4. 1 by 4 of 12 is how much? 3. Once we got this simple ratio, right? जब ये हमारा simple ratio आ गया, then we can connect with this value. A's income is 10,000 more than B's income. So more means difference. So can you see the difference in ratio? What is the difference between A income and B income in terms of ratio? Anyone, guys? Akash, Sabina, Surendra. Anyone, guys? What is the difference between these two ratio? 6 and 4. So we can say that.
Sir, I'm unable to type.
You are unable to type?
Yeah.
I think there must be some problem. Akash, is it also the same case with you?
Only 3 participants are there, sir. What happened?
Yeah, I think Akash can also confirm it. Is there any issue with the typing part?
Yes. No, sir. It's all right.
All right. So I think Sabina, you have to check your system. There is nothing wrong at our end.
Cool, sir.
You can use the chat box option at the top, and when you click
That's what I'm using.
is it working now?
Let it be, sir. You continue.
Okay, no issue. So you can use the since there are very limited students, so don't worry. You can use the mic.
Exactly.
Right? It's not necessary to type only. We can use the either of the options.
Yes.
Right. So we can see here that in terms of ratio, difference is how much 2. Right. So can we say that value of 2 ratio is equal to 10,000? I hope everybody okay with this one.
Yes, sir.
Value of 2 ratio is 10,000. So value of 1 ratio must be 5,000 or 5k. Right. For 1,000, I can use the word k. So total value of 3 ratio must be how much? 15k. So I can say that
5 into 3, 15.
yeah, 15,000 must be the answer here. I'm taking the question from the very basics because today is the first session. So this topic I'm starting from the 0 level, and trust me, in today's class itself, I'll reach to the level where we'll be doing the CAT question or the top level. Right? So this is the important point, connecting the ratio and value. Second, if anything is given in ratio, right? So try to make it in simple ratio form like we did. For example, if it is given 2a equal to 3b equal to 5c. Guys, can you tell me the simple ratio of ABC? What is the simple ratio of ABC? If it is given 2a equal to 3b equal to 5c. Any idea? Good evening.
P by 2, 5 by C.
See, so what we can do, if 2 or 3 ratio are equal, we can make it one other ratio equal to k. We can, let's say all these are equal to k. So what will be the value of a? A value will be k by 2. Yes or no? 2 will be divided here. What will be the value of b? B value must be k by 3. Right?
Yeah.
C,
Yes, sir.
k by 5. So ultimately, can I say that a ratio b ratio c is k by 2 is to k by 3 is to k by 5, or k is common in all? So I can divide by k. So I can say 1 by 2 ratio 1 by 3 ratio 1 by 5. Now you know if they are in fraction, what I have to do? I have to multiply by the LCM of these three number, means multiple of these three number 2, 3 and 5. What is the LCM of these three value? Think of a number which is multiple of 2, 3 and 5.
30.
30. If I multiply all number by 30, I can say 30 by 2 becomes 15. The whole part is multiplied by 30. So I hope it is understood. When in a ratio, when I multiply by any number or divide by any number, ratio will not change, right? I cannot add or subtract. For example, A ratio B ratio C is 2 ratio 3 is to 4. So I can multiply by any value, I can divide by any value, right? But I cannot add like 2 plus 1. This will not be equal to 2 plus 1 or 3 plus 1 or 4 plus 1. So addition will not work here.
Sir,
Right. Yes.
इसको हम लोग बिना वेरिएबल के भी कर सकते थे क्या?
हाँ बिल्कुल, मैं आ रहा हूँ उसी पे, बट आई वांट टू फर्स्ट डिस्कस द लॉजिक क्या है, फिर हम इसको डायरेक्टली कर लेंगे, राइट? आई एम कमिंग टू दैट पार्ट. दैट्स अ गुड क्वेश्चन. सो 30 by 3 is 10. In fact, this is the most important requirement of the preparation, CAT preparation, that there has to be curiosity, there has to be questioning, cross questioning. It's not like that just you are just listening to me, right? You are listening as well as using your own mind, doing the cross questioning. Why this way, why not this way? That's a very important of the live class. अदरवाइज ऐसे तो आपको सेशन कहीं भी रिकॉर्डेड यूट्यूब में मिल जाएगा, बट आप लाइव क्लास अटेंड कर रहे हो, दैन यू शुड टेक द बेनिफिट. सो लाइक यू आस्क द क्वेश्चन, अल्टरनेट हम कैसे कर सकते थे? सो सिंपली वी कैन थिंक ऑफ द नंबर which is multiple of 2, 3 and 5, which is how much? 30.
LCM ले लेते हैं.
Yeah, LCM, multiple of 30. So we can say that if 2 is 30, what is the value of A? 15. If 3B is 30, what is the value of B? If 3B is 30, what is the value of B? Guys?
10.
10. If 3B is 30, so?
C is 6.
Yeah, and 5C is 30, so 6. So we got the ratio, right? So that must be our primary requirement. Whenever ratio is given in different format, try to make it in the simple ratio, right? These are very two small point, but important one.
सर इसका एक और मेथड हो सकता था.
हाँ बोलिए.
जैसे can you please go back to the previous slide?
Yes. It was a 2A equal to 3B equal to 5C.
सर जैसे रेशियो में ये है ना, तो A by B पहले कर लेते हैं, उसके बाद A equals to 3 by 2, B by C कर लेते हैं, फिर उसके बाद B कॉमन जो होता है उसको हम लोग लाइक सेम करते हैं वैसा वाला.
Absolutely true, and I'm coming to that point only. In fact, when two ratio are not connected, so how to connect them? ये तो directly यहाँ से connected थे, right? So in that case, I could have taken the LCM 30 directly. I got this ratio. Or otherwise, what are you recommending? Let's say A ratio B is given 3:2. In fact, this is what. In this situation, we can say A by B is 3 by 2. So A ratio is 3:2. Either I say A ratio B is 3:2, or I say that A by B is 3 by 2 is same thing. Similarly, what is the ratio of B ratio C? So B ratio C is how much? 5:3.
5 by 3. Yeah.
Now I find that B is common here in both cases. So these two ratio A to B and B to C are not connected. So we can connect them by making B same in both cases. So if I multiply this by 5, I should multiply this also by 5. And if I multiply this by 2,
और सिंपली सर 2 के बगल में C है ना, तो लाइक 2 के बगल में C है तो 2 वहाँ पे आप पुट कर देंगे, और 5 के बगल में 5 पुट कर देंगे और मल्टीप्लाई कर देंगे, तो वो ज्यादा इजी हो जाएगा.
Absolutely. But Sabina, you must understand that लॉजिक क्या है इसका, राइट? सो हम लॉजिक, राइट, तो लॉजिक के साथ हम देखो, अब ये तो आपको पता है, मे बी अदर्स माइट नॉट बी नोइंग, दैट्स व्हाट आई एम
डिस्कसिंग. सर रेशियो में करके वो आप बताओगे ना तो ज्यादा बेटर लगेगा. जैसे 3 by 2 किया था ना, यहाँ पे थोड़ा कॉम्प्लिकेटेड हो जा रहा है
ये वाला.
हाँ
नहीं, इसमें क्या है, ये तो गिवन ही है. लेट्स से दिस इन दिस फॉर्म में गिवन इन्फॉर्मेशन, इट्स नॉट नेसेसरली ऐसे गिवन हो. लेट्स से इट इज गिवन लाइक 3:2, A ratio B is 3:2 and B ratio C is 5:7, राइट? तो यहाँ पे हमें ये समझना है, लाइक दीज टू रेशियो आर नॉट कनेक्टेड. नॉट कनेक्टेड का मतलब क्या हुआ? इफ दिस इज 3x देन दिस इज 2x, ऑलराइट, एंड इफ दिस इज 5y दिस इज 3y. सो B and C are connected, A and B are connected, but A, B, C together they are not connected. Why? Because in case of B it is x multiplied, in case of second B it is y multiplied. So one way could be like that we can say that 2x equal to 5y. x ऐसे हम सोच सकते हैं. So in that case x upon y becomes 5 by 2. Means we can put the value of x 5k and y is 2k. So everything will be converted into k. बट अगर इसको हमें डायरेक्टली करना है तो सिंपली ये सोचें कि यहाँ पे क्या है, b को अगर हम 2 और 5 का मल्टीपल बना दें, लाइक इफ यू मेक b 10, so that means multiply by 5, so obviously it's also multiply by 5. समझ रहे हैं ना? अगर हम यहाँ पे 5 करेंगे तो इस साइड भी करना पड़ेगा, दोनों साइड करना पड़ेगा मल्टीप्लाई, एंड सिमिलरली दिस मल्टीप्लाइड बाय 2, तो यहाँ पे भी मैं 2 से करना पड़ेगा. सो फाइनली दिस बिकम्स 15, एंड व्हेन दिस इज 15 b is 10, and when v is 10 c is 6. ये तो हमने लॉजिक वाला पॉइंट समझा. अगर हमें एग्जाम में करना है तो इतना सब कुछ नहीं करना, बहुत जल्दी हो जाएगा आपका ये, राइट. इसके दो तरीके हैं, देयर आर टू मेथड, वन इज एक्सटेंशन मेथड, अनदर इज जस्ट अपोजिट ऑफ जेड, ये सिंबल यूज कर सकते हैं, राइट. सो व्हाट इज दैट, राइट. एक तो हम ऐसे मल्टीप्लाई करें अपोजिट ऑफ जेड, सो 5 3 जा 15, 2 5 जा 10, and 2 3 जा 6. I hope it's okay. Clear? Understood? And you must know the logic. When you multiply this by 5, so 3 should also be multiplied by. Similarly, when you multiply this by 2, this should also multiplied by 2. So all these are very basic point, but these are important. That's what I'm discussing this one, right? So how to connect these two ratio? That's a simple situation. Let's say A ratio, B ratio, C is given 5:4:3, and C ratio D is given 2:5. Now guys, can you connect these two ratio? These two ratio means, can you find out the simple ratio of A, B, C, D? Or it is given that A's income is 30,000 less than D's income. So in that situation, we need to connect the ratio first, A, B, C, D. Only then we can solve them. So how will you connect these two ratio? What will you do now? Akash, any idea?
सर A10 होगा क्या? A10, B8, C6 और D8.
करेक्ट. D8 नहीं, D जो है 15 हो जाएगा.
Oh yes sir.
Right.
Yeah.
C को will make same. Yeah, absolutely correct Sabina. Right, absolutely right. This is the basic point. यहाँ पे क्या है? Like C is common. Connecting point is C. So we can make C as a multiple of 2 as well as 3. That is 6. तो जब 6 करेंगे तो क्या हो जाएगा? When you make it double, this also must be double. This also must be double. So it will be 10. It will be 8, and it will be 6. On the other hand, if it is 3 times, so this must also be 3 times. So D becomes how much? अगर हम D को यहाँ रख लें तो D becomes 5 3s are 15. So that becomes the simple ratio, right? All right. Now there could be some question based on income, expenditure, and other thing as well. So let's take an example, right? Let's say question says that ratio of A's income to B income is 5:3, and ratio of their expenditure is 2:3. Please tell me, can you find out the ratio of their saving? Is it possible to find out the ratio of their saving? So here, if you talk about the income expenditure, we'll assume the basic idea that we must know that income minus expenditure equal to saving, or income equal to expenditure plus saving. That's correct, Sabina. So that's the basic point which everybody know. But question ye hai, in this situation, can we solve this question now? If ratio of income and ratio of expenditure is given, so can we get the ratio of saving? Guess, any idea?
Sir, 8 3x.
How much?
3x.
3x.
Or you can just put 3.
See, now as of now we cannot calculate actually. Here answer will be cannot be determined. Understand why answer will be cannot be determined as of now at the current situation. Yeah, because this is in terms of x. Let's say, because when we write something ratio, simple ratio, so whatever is the SCF or whatever is the highest common part, that is get cancelled out. So let's say x was common in the first case. it is not necessarily X was also common in the second case. So let's say Y was the common in the second case. Now if we subtract it, so it depends upon the ratio of X and Y to get this into simple ratio. So we can say that 5x minus 2y and 3x minus 3y, this will be the ratio. But until unless we do not know the link of X and Y, right, we cannot solve them, or there will be multiple possibility, and that's why answer will be cannot be determined. And that's why in such a question, one more information is given, and one more information must be given. Let's say question says that B is saving is 1/3 of his income. If this additional point is given, so somehow, right, B's income to B's saving is connected, so somehow X and Y are connected now. So what does question says that? Question says that B's saving is 1/3 of his income. That means in case of B, right, saving is 1/3 of 3x. Am I right? Please confirm it. Is it understood? Now I can say that 3x minus 3y equal to x, or from here I can say that 2x equal to 3y, or x upon y equal to 3 by 2. Please confirm it. Is it understood? Or you can also think in that way. If 1/3 is the saving, what does it mean? Now remember, this must be given here, that B's income or information regarding the A's income, anything must be given, right? So we can also think in that way. If 1/3 is the saving, that means 3y expenditure is 2/3 of income. Yes or no? If 1/3 is the saving, that means in expenditure is 2/3 of the income. अगर आप 1/3 सेव कर रहे हो, इसका मतलब 2/3 स्पेंड कर रहे हो. So from here as well, I can get a link that x upon y is how much? 3 by 2. So in place of x, I can put 3k. In place of y, I can put 2k. And since I'm looking at the ratio only, so k is not important. So I can simply put 3 in place of x, that is 15 and 9, right? So that becomes the income of A and B. And again rewrite the expenditure. So expenditure will be, if you multiply by 2, it becomes 4 and 6. And now if you subtract, so I can say that 11:3 become the ratio of their saving. Did you understood with this answer? All right. So finally answer becomes 11:3. Now let's understand this by through some examples. Let's say this is the question. Some amount is divided among A, B, C, D such that A upon B equal to B upon C equal to C upon D equal to 3 by 4. If this is given, what is given? A by B equal to B by C equal to C by D. A by B equal to B by C equal to C by D equal to 3 by 4. So can we say that A ratio B is 3:4, B ratio C is also 3:4, and C ratio D is also 3:4. So we can connect them in the simple ratio. So what is that? Either we connect the first three, or we can extension method. What is that? If 4 is there, so we can multiply 4 here. We can put 4 here. 4 is there, so we can put 4 here. 3 is there, so we can put 3 here. And 3 is there, so left side is space blank, 3 here, and 3 again. Now you multiply all these values. So this becomes 27. 4 3s are 12, 3s are 36. This becomes 48, and this becomes 64. So that becomes the ratio of A is to B is to C is to D. All right. Now, so now question says that if B get 308 less than D, right? You can also understand the logic. Why? What is the logic here? When I multiply this by 3, so this must also be multiplied by 3, and that's why the reason here 3 is extended here. When I multiply this by 4, so 4 must also be multiplied here, and not only this, it will continue for the next terms also. So that's why 4 is extended here, so that it multiplies with this one, right? So either you can put in two parts or you can do it directly. So whenever you have a situation something like that, right, A ratio, B ratio, C is something is given, right? Let's say I make it again. A ratio B, ratio C, ratio D is given, which is given is 3 is to 4 is to, and this is also 3 is to 4, and this is also 3 is to 4, right? So best way could be that we can extend 4 here. This is the space blank, and we can further extend 4 here to fill this blank space. Further 4 here, 3 here, and 3 further here in these two places. So this finally becomes 27 ratio, 36 ratio, 48 ratio, 64. Now you see that B get 300 less than D. If B get 300 less than D, so we can say that 36 and 64, what is the difference? 64 minus 36. 64 minus 36. All right. So this difference is equal to how much? 26 ratio, 28 ratio. And value of 28 ratio is 308, which is given. So value of 1 ratio must be 308 upon 28, or which is 111. Now I need to get the value of ABCD, individual value of ABCD. So can I say that since A is 27 ratio now, so A becomes 27 ratio, means 27 into 11. Value of B is 36 ratios, that must be 36 into 11, or value of C must be 48 into 11, or value of DS must be 64 into 11. All right, let's try with this question. In an examination, total marks scored by ABC is 372. Then ratio of marks scored by A and C is 4:3, and that marks scored by C and B is 9:10, right? So total marks scored by B in the examination is, in an examination, total marks scored by ABC is 372. Ratio of marks scored by A and C is 4:3. So first we need to understand A ratio C is given, that is 4:3. And marks scored by C and B is also given, that is 9:10. So here we can make C as a common, if in fact C is already common. So can we say that if we make this 9, that is multiplied by 3, right? So this must also be multiplied by 3, that is 12. So 12:9:10 become the simple ratio of A, C, and B. And as per the instruction, sum of the marks. So can I say that value of 12 ratio plus 9 ratio or plus 10 ratio, or I can put X here. So total value becomes how much? Total value becomes 31x. So 31x is equal to 372. So X must be 372 upon 31, which is 31 ones are 31 and 32 ones are 12. So total marks by B in the examination. So B marks we have taken as a 9x. So B marks must be 9 into 12. That means answer must be 108. Okay. Let's take another example. Please read this question and try to solve this one. All right. Let's see this question. Three men are gambling in Casino Royale and they start the sum of the money in 7:6:5. So this is the starting ratio of, let's say, first person and second person and third person, if I name them ABC, and finish them with the sum 6:5. So finally finishing ratio is 6:5:4. Now in the same order as before, right? So one of them won 12 rupees. How many dollar did he start with? So first we need to understand on that only it is already given that three people gamble with each other only. So if they gamble with each other, right, their individual amount will be higher or lesser with respect to the initial amount, starting amount, but total amount must remain same. Let's understand this. If let's say if it is 6x, 7x, and 6x and 5x, so total amount was how much? 18x. So whatever the value, if they one of them win, another will lose, so they will redistribute the money among themselves only. तो पैसा कहीं बाहर तो नहीं जा रहा है. Money is distributed among themselves only, and that's why we have to ensure that total amount in both cases must be same. So that's a connecting point, and once we connect these two ratio, we can solve the question. So can I say that if finishing amount is 6y, 5y, and 4y, so total it becomes 15y? And this is a common sense. This is a point of common sense that their total amount in the initial or at the finishing is same. Why? Because they will distribute the money among themselves. वो किसी और के साथ नहीं खेल रहे. So total amount will remain same. That means 18x equal to 15y. That's a one way that we can get the value of x upon y as a 15/18 or 5/6. Or directly we can think of a number which is multiple of 18 and 15. So if you think of a number which is multiple of 18, right, number will be a 90. Right, means you can make these total amount 90 and the second also 90. So they will be connected now. So to make this 90, this is already 18. If I multiply this by 5, this will be 90. And this is multiplied by 6, the second one will also becomes 90. So if I rewrite the ratio of the first, second, and third person, so 5 times 7 5s are 30, 6 5s are 30, 5 5s are 25. While in the second case, 6 6 are 36, 6 5s are 30, and 6 4s are 24. Now you can clearly see if this is first, second, or third person. Whether I name them ABC or first, second, third does not matter. All right. So can I say that to make both of the sum same, right? What I did, I make multiple of 18 and multiple of 15, and that's why I make 90 in both cases. So without using variable, we can solve this question. Now remember, once I modify the ratio, this ratio is not important. Now this is important. Why? Because this is connected. So I see total number 90 in each case. Now I can also see that first person is gaining one amount and the third person is losing one amount, while say for the second person there is a neither win or not lose. So one of them won 12. That means who? First person. So now this is a $12. This is a value. And this one is a ratio. So we can connect this, right? Either in terms of x or you can put without x. So can I say that value of one ratio equal to 12? So obviously the question demand how many dollar did he start with? So he started with the 35 ratio. So 35 ratio must be equal to 12 into 35. Okay. So we see that the answer must be here 12 into 35 or 420. I hope you must understood this answer. So these were the option. I have not given initial the option part. So here B is the right answer. All right. Let's try this question. We were talking about the income and expenditure part. So can you try this question? Income of A and B is in 6:5. Expenditure are in 17:14. Each of them save 2,500 rupees. Find the income of A. So what we can do? First method, we can make the equation. Let's say income is 6x and the B income is 5x. And we know that from the income, right? If we separate the saving, because this saving is 2,500 and second person saving is also 2,500. So income minus X saving can be equal to expenditure. So expenditure is 17y upon 14y. In that way we can solve. In fact, y is not required. That will get cancelled out. So in this way, I'm making the equation in one variable form. That will be relatively easy to calculate. Alternate, you could also make an equation like 6x minus 17y equal to 2,500, right? And 5x minus 14y equal to 2,500. But I would not recommend this one. Why? Because to solve two variable equation will take more time than solving the single variable equation. So from here, I directly get the value of x, and obviously I'll get the income of x. So that's one method. So let's try to get the answer from this method. Then I'll tell you the alternate method also. So if you cross multiply here, 14 6 are 84x minus 14 into 2,500, which is how much? 35,000. All right, 10 times will be 25,000 and 4 times 10,000 will be added here, equal to 17 5s are 85x minus 17 into 2,500. In fact, rather than doing the multiplication here, if I write directly that what can I write? Like this is 14 into 2,500. So both of my calculation will be same, 17 into 2,500. So I can put all x together and all number together. So 85 minus 84 becomes x, and this becomes 17 positive. So 17 into 2,500 minus 2,500 is also common here. So minus 14 I can say together. So it becomes 2,500 into 3, that is 7,500. But this is not the answer. This is not the income of it, right? Because A's income is, we have taken 6x. So value of 6x must be, because this is a value of x. So value of 6x must be 45,000. That's the income of it. So this is what one method I discussed with you. Now we can create a shortcut. How can we create the shortcut? We see that difference or between income and expenditure is same in each case. Same means 2,500 in each case. So if we take 6 and 5 here and 17 and 14 here, right? So as of now, if we look at the horizontal distance, it is 1 and it is 3. It is not same. If I multiply this by 3, so this also get multiplied by 3, then difference also becomes 3 times. So now you see that their horizontal distance are same. It means their vertical difference will also be same. So 18 to 17, I can say 1 is a 7, and 15 to 14, there's also 1 is a 7. So why I'm making the saving ratio same? Why? Because each of them raised 25 ratio 100 means 1:1. So if I do this, now these two ratio will be connected, and after this I'll directly get the answer. I can say that value of one ratio equal to 2,500. So I need the answer, right? So answer will be income of A. That is, we have taken 3 into 6. So I can say value of 18 ratio. Remember, I'll not take value of 6 ratio, because by using 6 and 5, these two ratios were not connected. When I take 18 and 15, these two ratios are connected. So I calculate from those ratio where value are connected. So I can say that value of 18 ratio must be 25 into 2,500 into 18, which is 45,000. So here I might have a lesser calculation. All right. I hope it's done. Let's move on to next question. If let's say this is a question, and this also was in CAT 2004, A by B plus C plus equal to B by C plus A plus equal to C by A plus B equal to R. Right, so it is already given R. So in such a situation, we can equate this by R, equate this by R, and equate this also by R. So please try. I'm giving you 1 minute time. So guys, when you take this equal to R, so from here, right, I can say that A equal to A by B plus C R means A equal to B plus C into R. Similarly, if I equate this one from here, I'll get B equal to C plus AR. And from here, I'll get C equal to A plus B into R. Fair enough. Now, how to solve these three equations? If I add all of them, I'll get A plus B plus C equal to C. R is taken common. Moreover, you see B is added 2 times, so 2 times of B. C is added 2 times, so 2 times of C. And A is added 2 times, so 2 times of A. So finally, I'll get an equation that A plus B plus C equal to twice 2 is also taken out, R, A plus B plus C. Now, generally, if I get cancelled A plus B plus C, so I get 1 equal to 2R or R equal to 1 by 2. And if I get R equal to 1 by 2, if I take, this will be an incorrect answer. Now think why this will be an incorrect answer. Though we have done all calculation correctly, this is an incorrect answer. Why? Because we did this partially correct. So we need to identify where we made a mistake. So remember, cancellation is valid only in case if value is not 0. Means if we know that 0 into 3 equal to 0 into 5, but we cannot cancel 0, 0, right? So cancellation is not valid if it is 0. And now we do not know whether A plus B plus C is 0 or A plus B plus C is not 0. So what we should do now? So we should consider 2 cases. A plus B plus C is not 0. That's a case 1. And if it is a case 1, in that situation, this is a correct answer. So this is partially true. But if we consider case 2, if it is equal to 0, A plus B plus C equal to 0, in that case, we cannot cancel out this. So we look at if A plus B plus C equal to 2, 0. So can we say that B plus C equal to minus A? And if you substitute B plus C as minus A here, so it becomes A upon minus A. That is also equal to R. So another value of R will get as minus 1. So first is correct answer, second is correct, and that's why there are options, right? That 1 by 2 or minus 1. So third is going to be the correct answer. If you choose option first or second, it will be considered wrong. All right. So we have to be careful that whenever we do some certain calculation, it must be a non-zero value. And if it is not defined, we should consider both cases. In one case, it is non-zero. In another case, it is 0. All right. Let's take another question that is again related to income and expenditure. Income of ABC are in 7:9:12, right? And this is a redundantly type. Their expenditure are in this ratio. So again, this question is very well understood to you. We recently had discussed this types of question. 7:9:12. This is the ratio of the income. And this is the ratio of expenditure, 8:9:15. So please tell me, right? Can we say that these two ratios are not connected? This is in terms of X or another is in terms of Y. And that's why one more information is there. A save 1/4 of income. So saving of A is 1/4 of income, which is 7x. So by using the information of A, we will get this relation of X and Y. And once we get the relation of X and Y, we'll get the answer. Understood? So can I say that 7x minus 8y equal to 1/4 of 7x? That's a one way. Income minus expenditure equal to 7. Or you can directly think that if 1/4 is saving, that means 3/4 is the expenditure. So 8y is nothing but 3/4 of 7x, right? So in both cases, I'll get x upon y as 32 upon 21, either from solve from this part or from this part. In both ways, we will get x upon y 32 upon 20. So once I multiply income by 32k and expenditure by 21k, both ratio will be connected and then I'll get their value. So if I write them in the again systematic order form, so 32 into 7, 7 2s are 14, 21 and 2, 22, 24, and 9 into 32, 9 2s are 18, and 27 and 1. So it becomes 288. 12 into 32, so 12 2s are 24, and 36 and 2. So I think 384. You may cross verify my calculation part if it is any error. And 21 8 jar, so it becomes 168, and 21 9 jar, it becomes 189, and 21 into 15, so 15 20 times becomes 300 plus 15, so it becomes 350. So now you see the first part was the ratio of their income, and this ratio is maintained, and second part was the ratio of their expenditure. Now if you subtract them, so you will get the saving for each person in terms of ratio. So because all these are connected, all these becomes in terms of K. Understood? So 224 minus 168, it becomes how much? 32 and 24, 56. And this becomes 99. All right. And this becomes how much? 69. So probably 56 is to 99 is to 69 become the ratio of their saving. All right. So let's take one more question. And after this, you will have to try certain question from the ratio part, and I'll continue this session in the next class as well. So let's take one more question. Our students mark the ratio in 5 ratio, 4 ratio, 6 ratio, 8 ratio, 7 in 5 subjects having equal maximum marks. If he scored 50% of the maximum marks in all the 5 subjects together, so in how many subjects did he score more than 55% of the marks? Okay. So here you can take maximum marks as anything. See, it is given that he scored 50% marks of the maximum marks in the all 5 subjects together. See, data is given in ratio and percentage, so value does not matter. If value does not matter, we can assume anything as a maximum marks, right? And accordingly, we can try this question. So for example, let's say if in this paper he scored 5 marks, you may take 5x, 4x, or 6x, or you may also take 5 plus 4 plus 6 plus 8 plus 7. So can you tell me how much marks did he score total? How much marks did he score total? It is going to be 30. Yes or no? And as you assume a maximum marks 100, that's also correct. But you need to understand that this ratio should also be maintained, right? So he scored 50% marks. In that case, if you assume maximum marks 100, so there are 5 subjects, so 500, 50% would be 250. So you have to put x here, and you can say 30x equal to how much? 50% of 500, that is 250, right? So you will get the value of x 25 by 3, and by putting the value of x, now you can see how many of them are more than 55. For example, if you talk about 6x, so 6 into 25 by 3 is 50. So this is not more than 55. This is exactly 50. But if you look at 7x, so 7x is going to 7 into 25 by 3, which is 175 by 3. So which is more than 55. Can you see it? And if 7x is more than 55, so 8x definitely will be more than 55, because 8x marks are more than 7x. So that's the one approach which you have tried, but I think you made a mistake at the end. Did you understood now? Did you understood now? Right. Or alternate approach could have been easy. Like you can take 5, 4, 6, 8, 7 as a marks. So total marks becomes how much? 30, which is 50% of total. So total marks will be how much? Half of the total, you can say that. So total marks will be 60. And there are 5 subjects, and each subject carry equal marks, equal maximum marks. So 60 divided by 5. So maximum marks of each subject is how much? 12. So out of 12 is going to be 50%, definitely not more than 55. 7 by 12 is going to be more than 55%. So obviously 8 by 12 definitely more than 55. So can we see that here option 3 is the correct answer? Did you understood now? If it is okay, then we can move on to the next question. Yes. Now please try this question. So I like to give you sufficient time so that we can, collectively understand the things. Okay, so your answer is 19. 89. All right. So what's your answer? Just a minute, there's some pen tab issue. Yeah, it's corrected now. So what's your answer? Option 89. Okay, let me try. See, you can see that this 200, how did you get 89? 210 are the, you know, rupees. And this is the ratio of number of coins. This is the not the ratio of amount. This is the amount. So if you have taken, 210 in this ratio, this is incorrect. Did you understood it now? See, 2.5 is to 3 is to 4, or you can multiply by 2. 5 is to 6 is to 8. This is what? Ratio of number of coins of 3 category. But this is the amount. So first need to get the ratio of amount of these coin. Can you tell me the ratio of amount of these coin? Please try this one. Any idea? Okay, try please. Should I explain? Five point five, 55, 26, 26. No. Convert the coin into rupees. Convert the coin into rupees. Okay, not getting. Just okay. Give me 1 minute. Option 4. Okay, just hang on, just give me 1 minute. I think this problem is corrected now. There was slightly glitch in the, my pen tab part. So I'm so sorry for you making you, waiting. So I'm coming back to the question part. All right. So now you see that here number of coins are in ratio of 5. Just a minute. Number of coins are in ratio of 5 is to 5 is to 6 is to 8. Are you okay with this one? This is the ratio of number of coins. Now I need the value of coins. So can you tell me the value of 5 coin of 5 rupees of 1 rupees? It is going to be 5 rupees only. I'm converting all coin into rupees. If it is 6 coin, so value is going to be 6 coin of 50 paise. So value is going to be 6 by 2. I hope you understand that 2 coin of 50 paisa will make you 1 rupee. So 6 coin of 50 paisa will make you how many? How much? 6 by 2 or 3 rupees. Is it okay? Please confirm it. Similarly, tell me the value of 25 paisa 8 coin. So it's going to be 8 by 4, that is 4. So by taking the coins and using the basic common sense that 2 coin of 50 paisa and 4 coin of 25 paisa will make 1 rupee. So I get the ratio of value of the coin in terms of rupees. So their values are in 5 ratio 3 ratio 2. So this is a ratio of coin, this is a value of coin. So now if you need 1 rupee coin, so you can find out the number of coin or you can find out the number of value of these coins. So can I say that value of 1 rupee coin must be 5 plus 3 plus 2, 10. Out of 10, 5 are the 1 rupee coin. So 5 by 10 value will be 5 by 10 of the total value will be 1 rupee coin. So this value is how much? 105. And please tell me if their value is 105, can you also tell me the number of coins? If their value is 105, can you also tell me the number of coins? Obviously, if it is a 1 rupee, so coin will going to be again 105 itself, and that's why answer is option 4 here. Had it been value of 50 paise coin, so value is going to be 3 by 10 of 120, which is 36 rupees. Understood? Yes or no? No, it's at 210 actually. So 63, not 36, it's going to be 63 rupees. And can you tell me the coin of 50 paisa? So coins going to be double. So number of coins of 50 paisa is going to be 63 into 2 because 1 rupee have 2 coins. So 126 would have been the answer if it is a case of 50 paisa. So I have coin based concept is clear. Now we can move on to the next question. Are we together? Shall we move on to the next part? So let's look at this question. This is a really tricky one. And please try this question. This is a really tricky question. Now I'll give you, just remind you in this question. Please look at this question. C had rupees. C does not have any apple. And A does not have any rupees. A has only apples. And they divided the apples equally among themselves. And C gave all his money to A and B. So first thing, can you please tell me how many apple will each one of them will get? How many apple will each one of them will get? If they divided the apple among themselves, so how many apple will each get? Most of the students misinterpret. They think that A receive all the apples. It's not like that. A does not get all 8 apples. They divided the apple among themselves equally. So number of apple with ABC will be how much? Any idea? So very simple. It's not necessarily going to be integer, right? Apple can be cut. Can we make converted into fraction? So total how much? 5 plus 3, we have 8 apple. I'm divided among 3 equally. So can you tell me the number of apple? Shuma, what's your call? Can't we take 8 by 3, 8 by 3 in each case? Confirm it. Correct. And C gave all his money to A and B. So first tell me, how many apple are given by A to C or B to C? Initially A had 5, B had 3 and C had 0. That's the initial situation. And this is a final situation. Finally this happened. So can you tell me how many apples are given by A to C or B to C? So you can see that out of 5, 8 by 3 remaining. That means how much is given? 5 minus 8 by 3 from the total. If you separate the remaining, you can say that this remaining rest of the part is given. Similarly, 3 minus 8 by 3 is given by B to C. All right. So can you solve this one? This is going to be 7 by 3 and this is going to be 1 by 3. So they have given the apple in 7:1. So if 80 rupees has to be divided among A and B, because C gave all his money to A and B, so how much money will each will get? Please answer the question. Suma, can you confirm it? Can we say that if they gave the apple, right, in what ratio? In 7:1. So this is also divided. The amount in 7:1. Isn't it? Please confirm the answer. Is my voice, am I audible now? Please confirm it. Or is there any problem with the voice part? Means any issue? So please tell me that if they divided the apple in 7:1, they should also distribute this 80 rupees in the same ratio. So what should be the answer here? If you 80 divide in 7:1, answer is going to be option 2. Is it understood? Correct. So let's move on to the next part. Now, the most important point of ratio that we need to apply here, and same will also apply to the CAT questions. Now see, ratio of income of A and B is 7:4. And ratio of their expenditure is 5:4. So if you ask me, find the ratio of their saving, can you tell me the ratio of saving? Can you explain the ratio of saving? Can we calculate here ratio of saving? So my answer will be no, because these two ratios are not connected. Understood? Why? Because this is 7x, this is 4x, the income of A and B, and expenditure is 5y and 4y. So until unless we don't have any link in X and Y, we can't finalize it. And that's why what we have to do, either we can say cannot be determined, but the question is not that what is the ratio. Question is that which of the following is true. Means options comparing the saving. Who is saving more, A or B, or either possibility or equal. So can you try this question? This can be answered here, right? This is the ratio of income and this is a ratio of expenditure. Please try. If you look them properly, can I say that 7x minus 5y will be the saving of A and saving of y will be 4x minus 4y. Please confirm it. And by default, you have to assume that income is more than expenditure for each person. No one is, no one is spending more than the income, and that's why saving is possible. Otherwise, this question will not be valid. So that's the assumption which you have to take. So now this is means, what does it mean? This is a 4x, this is going to be 4x minus y. What is going to be this on the left side part? So can we say that this is 5x minus 5y if we break in this in plus 2x? Or can we say that 2x plus 5x minus y? So if you compare these two, can we say that 5x minus y is already more than 4 times of x minus y? Because if this is positive, so this is 5 times is going to be more value, and 2x is added, so it will further increase the value. So in any situation, saving of A will be more than saving of B. We cannot find out that what is the ratio of saving, but in this question we can say that who is saving more. All right. Now, one more thing. If we see the income part is 7 to 4 and expenditure part is how much? 5 is to 4. So whose income is more? Can we say that A's income is 7 by 4 of B and A's expenditure is 5 by 4 of B? So if this multiplier, income is already more than expenditure, and I know that this one, or in the other terms, can I say that A's income is 7 by 11 of total income? Let's look at it this way. And B's income is 5 by 11 of A's expenditure is 5 by 9 of total expenditure. So when 7 by 9 fraction, if you subtract this one, 7 by 9 I minus 5 by 9 E, it is always going to be, more than the second case, which one? 4 by 11 minus 4 by 9. Now think why. Think why this is always more than the second one. Let's try to understand in terms of percentage. 7 is to 4. Can I say that A's income is 3 by 4 more than B? and expenditure is how much? 1 by 5, 1 by 4, which is 25% more than B. So you know that had it been same percentage increase, income is 20% of B, expenditure is also 20% more than B, then saving will also be 20% more than B. Yes or no? And if you increase the relatively income more, income is 20% more. Sorry, expenditure is 20% more, income becomes 30% more. So definitely saving is going to be more than the second one. In this situation, if income is, let's say income is 75% more, but but expenditure is 80% more. In that case, answer will be cannot be determined or nothing can be said. Right? Because you don't know that income is how much more than the expenditure. Otherwise, if income is X% more than B and expenditure is Y% more than B and X is more than Y, then definitely the more income person will have the more saving. Otherwise, cannot be determined. Let's move on to this one. This is a question related to proportionality. So what is proportionality? When two ratios are equated, we say proportionality. For example, if A ratio B is equal to C ratio D, so we say that A upon B equal to C upon D. This is the same thing. So when this is a situation, or second is the situation, we say that A, B, C, D are in proportion. And here D is fourth person. So remember one thing, when I ask you find fourth proportion, first I am discussing few concepts, then I'll come back to this question of 8, 10, 12 and question mark. Find the fourth proportion of these values. So by default, what I'll do, 8 upon 10 equal to 12 upon X. So in this way, I'll get the fourth proportion. So did you understood what is proportion and what is fourth proportion? If A, B, C, D are in proportion, then D will be the fourth proportion. And when they are in proportion, when we equate those things. There is one more term which is called continuous proportion, which is also equal to geometric progression or GP. So when A upon B equal to B upon C equal to C upon D, so we say that A, B, C, D are in continuous proportion. For example, 1:2 is same as 2:4 is same as 4:8. So it make a geometric progression. Remember, in proportion, this point was not important, but in proportion, continuous proportion, it is. Clear? So if I say that A, B, C are in continuous proportion, then C is called third proportion. So if I ask you find third proportion of 9, 12, 9 and 12, can you tell me the value of third proportion here? Can you tell me the value of third proportion? $20. How it is 20? 9 by 12 equal to 12 by x. So how did you get 20? Okay, please correct it. Yes. Now you have given the right answer. What is it? 16. Done. So by solving this, you see it is going to be 16. Okay, let's try the quotient part. So we understood this one: proportion, continued proportion, fourth proportion, and third proportion. Now, so if anything in proportion, it will be mentioned, like it is mentioned that height is proportional to square root of a6. What does that mean? Means height is, this is a proportionality sign is proportional to square root of his age. So what does it mean? H1 means first case and H2 means second case height will be in the same ratio as first case square root of first case is to square root of second case is. Is it understood? This is what direct proportion. Inverse proportion. What is inverse proportion? Inverse means H is inversely proportional to square root of h. It is not mentioned. If it is, then we would have taken this way. So in that case, it would have been A2 is to A1. Right? So if it is a normal proportion or a direct proportion, right? So we'll take in the same order. So can I say that first case height to second case height equal to first case is square root, because it is given square root of his age. Second case of square root of his. So what is given? What will be the height of the Santosh, right? If age is 16. So let's say we have to calculate this height, right? At age 16, and it is 4 feet tall at age of 9. Did you understood this situation here? And if you, please answer the question. Please confirm the answer. X upon 4 is going to be 4 upon 3. So you can say X equal to 16 by 3 or 5 1 by 3. And 5 feet, 1/3 of feet can be converted into 3 inches. So answer will be fourth option. Please confirm it. Have you done it? Yes. Yeah. 5.333 can be said in terms of feet, or you may say that 5 1 by 3 feet, and 1 by 3 feet means into 12, 4 inches. So option will be A, sorry. Option will be A, not fourth. So I would say that 5 feet, 4 inches. Understood? In terms of feet, 5.333. So similarly, you have one more question related to proportionality. Here it is given that price of diamond directly proportional to square roots of its weight. Square of its weight. Initially it was square root. So price in the situation 1 to situation 2 will be equal to weight, square of weight in situation 1 to square of weight in situation 2. This is what directly proportional. In inverse, this ratio would have been 1 upon W1, 1 upon W2, which would have been W2, W1. Now, so this is a situation, 4 kg is the initial weight and break it into two parts. So value decreases by 37.5. So here you have to take the reciprocal. Do you remember 37.5 equal to what fraction? Do you remember this equivalent to fraction value? I hope you do. This is what? 3 by 8. Yes? So in that case, if 8 was the initial price, can you tell me the later price? In situation 1, when it was not broken, price was 8 and reduced by 3. So what will be the remaining price? 5. 8 minus 3 is 5. Is it okay? Is it okay? Now, the situation here is slightly challenging. If it is okay, then I should move on. Okay, let's understand once again. Decreases by 3 by 8. So what do you mean by decrease by 3 by 8? If it was 8, then out of 8, 3 value decreased. So initial value to final value, this will be the ratio. That is what I have written, 8 is to 5. So in the situation when not broken, and final situation when it is broken. Understood? Now, one more thing which you need to understand. If it was not broken, it was a combined single diamond, piece of one diamond. So price will be according to 4 square. In the second case, if it is broken into two parts, one let's say x and another let's say 4 minus x. So I can say that in the one case it will be x square. In the second case it is going to be 4 minus x whole square. So sum of the prices of two pieces will be combined price of the second situation. Is it okay? In the second situation, since I have two diamond, so I take the combined value of the first diamond plus second diamond. Now you may solve it properly, or you may also think in this way. This is what 16 is to something. And you know that they are in the same proportion. So if it is double, so 5 will also get double. That means it is going to be 10. So you may try from the option, what should be the value, what value should be taken so that sum of these squares is 10. You may take any value as x. If it is 2 and 2, will it give you 10? And if it is not, in that case, look at the other value. Yes, you are right. It is going to be option 3. Is it done? Because if you look at this option, 3 square is 9 and 4 minus 3, 1 square is 1. So sum is 10. That means we got the right answer. Okay, so I hope you understood the proportionality and its application. Let's try this some challenging question, means cat level question. So can we go for the cat question? Now we have done ratio, we have done averages. So in the next session, we are going to start mixture part. Mixture topic I'll cover in 2 topics. And give you a break of 1 day, probably tomorrow, so that you can practice over these things, right? And the next class will be taken on Thursday. Now, please try this question, because solving CAT questions is really important. You see the amount in Amit and Sunil, Meeta. So Amal or Sunil ratio is given 3:2. Sunil and Meeta is given 4:5. So you know that these two ratios are not connected. So first you need to connect them. Amal, Sunil and Meeta. Sunil and Meeta is 4:5. And here it 3:2. So if you make this 4 common, so in that case, this is going to be how much? Twice of 2 is 4. So twice of 3 will be 6. So please confirm it. Did you got this ratio? This was the one of the easiest question. And difference between largest, so it's going to be 6, and smallest going to be 4. So 6 minus 4, that is 2 ratio is given 400. And question demands Sunil's here. So 4 ratio must be how much? Can you answer the question? Please confirm it. Did you get the answer 800? Is it done? So now I'll give you time to solve the question, sufficient time, right? I have just given the idea that CAT question not necessarily means difficult. CAT question can also be very easy. So please try this question. This is based on some basic understanding. They invested the money in this ratio and interest is in this ratio. So if you have gone through the basic class of interest, what is interest? R% of principal, or we can say NPR by 100, because this is for n times, for n year. Since number of year is same for each case, that is 1. So simply here, ratio of interest, by default we can take simple interest, and if it is a case of 1 year, it does not matter it is simple or compound. So it will be according to ratio of principal multiplied by their interest. Understood? So can I say that if I want to know the value of interest, I should know the ratio of interest, which is not given directly, it is given ratio of principal and multiplied by their interest rate. So Amla, Beena and Gauri, the ratio of investment was 3:4:5, and this should be multiplied by their interest rate, that is 6:5:4. Please confirm it. And if it is done, please let me know what this ratio is going to be. 18:20:20, you may say it 9:10:10. Now you can apply this question and tell me the answer. Yeah, 7250 is the right answer. So now you understood the things here. What is given? Amla interest, Amina interest exceed Amla means 10 exceed 9 by 1. So one ratio is given 250 and you need to get the interest of total. So total is 10 plus 10 plus 9, 29 ratio. This is what total is going to be, 29 into 250, which is 7250. So you rightly answered option D is a right answer. So now please let's try this cat question also. Now it's time to focus on the actual cat question. Salary of Ramesh, Ganesh, Rajesh are in this ratio, right? And in 15, this was in this ratio. So first ratio for 2010, it is given as 6:5:7. For 2015, it is given as 3:4:3. Now, I hope you have understood that these two ratios are not connected. Yeah, you have given the right answer. These two ratios are not connected. Ramesh, Ganesh, and Rajesh, right? So that's why one additional information is given. Ramesh's salary is increased by 25%. So this value, if this is 6x, 5x, 7x, this is 3y, 4y, and 3y. So in case of Ramesh's salary, 6x is increased by 25%. So 25% increase means it becomes 1 plus 1 by 4 extra. means 5 by 4 times. So 5 by 4 times of this Serli is what? New Serli of Ramesh, which is 3y. So from here we get the ratio of x and y. That means these two ratio will be get connected. So what will be the ratio of x and y here? It is going to be 3 2s are 6. So 2 2s are 4. So I can say that x upon y is 2 upon 5. All right. Now question demand the Rajesh percentage increment. So you see that 7x and 3y. And if you put x equal to 2, then you have to put y equal to 5. So 7 into 2 ratio, 3 into 5. Now you see that value is increased by 1 over 14, which is 7.14%. Question asks the closest value, and as you rightly answer, first option would be the correct here. All right. So whenever we talk about the CAT question or the any aptitude exam question, so in topic ratio, connecting becomes the most challenging part. So gradually we can increase the different types of question. Just look at this question. Score of Amal Bimal in an examination are in this ratio this. And after an appeal, their score increases by same amount and their new score are in 47 ratio 56. So ratio of Bimal new score to that of his original score is. Question is not visible. Okay. Is it visible now or should I make the sharing again? So please confirm, is it visible now? All right. So you see that 11 and 14 was the score of Amal and Bimal initially. When it is increased by same amount, means equal value, this new ratio becomes 47 ratio 56. So one thing is sure. What is sure? If both value increases by same, can we say that difference of their score will remain same? So here difference is 3x. In the case of difference, here is how much? 47 and 56 is 9y. So can we equate 3x equal to 9y? Because if your and my both score increase by same marks, so our difference will remain same. Let's say your marks are 10 more than me. And your marks increase by 5, my marks also increase by 5. So difference is going to be same. So by equating these two difference, I can get a link in x and y, which is 3:1. So once I multiply by 3, these two ratios will be get connected. Means 11 3s are 33 to 42. We can take the initial ratio. And finally, we don't need to change anything because multiply by 1 will make the value same. So now you see that the value is increased by 14 in each case. So ratio of Bimal new score to that of original. So this is a new score Bimal 56 and this 42 was the original score. So can we say that answer second is going to be the right answer here. Is it done? Is it done? Great. Please look into this. Raju and Lalita originally had marble in this ratio, and some marble of Lalita was given to Raju, and this ratio changes. So initial ratio was 4:9, and the later ratio, final ratio was 5:6. Right. So first ratio, let's say in terms of X, second in terms of Y. So can you tell me how will you connect these two ratios? So please go ahead with this question. I'm giving you 2-minute time. Option 4. First, tell me how did you make the link? You took X. How did you took X? Yeah, that's correct. So here, what was a point? What was an important point that if marks are exchanged, so total marks will remain same. Marbles are exchanged, so total marble will remain same because Lalita is giving to Raju, but marble are not going anywhere. So 13x must be equal to, from here it is going to be 11y. X upon y becomes 11 by 13. So you can multiply that. 4 into 11, 44, 9 into 11, 99. That was the initial situation. And final situation, 13, 5 is 65, 13, 6 is 78. So you can see that this value decreased by 21 and this is increased by 21. So what fraction of marble? 21 marble out of 99, right? That Lalita was given to Raju. So which is 7 by 33, 4,000. So as you already calculated, now I'm moving to the next question. So please try this question as well. Yes, option C. All right. So it's a very easy question, right? Why? Because A and B was in 3:4. B and C are in 2:1. So you can connect them. This is 4. So C is going to be 2. Only then it will be 2:1. So you see that if it is integer, so sum of the 3, 4, 5, let's say 3x, 4x, 2x, it's going to be 9x. So answer must be multiple of 9. And there is only option C, which is divisible by 9. So that's why question talk about the possible value. Anything which is multiple of 9 should have been the correct answer. Now, this is slightly challenging. Spend some few minute time here, then I'll explain. In fact, from this question onward, you must start connecting the mixture part also. So please go ahead with this question. Okay, don't worry, I'll explain. Look at the situation, large, super, jumbo, right? So there are two category. One is a popcorn. So popcorn are in ratio of 7, 17 and 16. And chips are in ratio of 6, ratio 15, ratio 15. Total number of popcorn pocket in stock is same as total number of chips. So if it is X, can you tell me the total number of popcorns? If you add them, I hope it's going to be 40X. And if you add all the chips, how much is it? So I think 35Y. And question says that 40X equal to 35Y. So now X and Y are connected. So can you try now? Can you solve this now? Confirm it. Okay, please try it now. One is to one. All right. Okay, so you got the answer. X upon, from here, X upon Y, we got 7 by 8. Right? So question was demanding the jumbo chips packet. So 16x, that is 7, into 14y, that is 8. So we got the answer 1:1. That's the correct one. Okay. So now you are becoming comfortable. So we have done almost round 2 of the partnership point, right? And let's look at one more point here. Let's say if there is a question related to partnership. So in partnership, you have to assume the basic concept that, right, whatever be the ratio of their investment will be the ratio of their, profit. So let's look at this question. They invested the amount in this ratio, and if time is also different, so profit will be divided according to the ratio of investment multiplied by their respective time. So ratio of investment 7, 4, 5, and B left after 10 months. So B time utilized only 10 months, and rest of the person, because question talk about annual profit, means 1 year. So 12 months. So by taking this ratio, we get the ratio of the profit. So now can you answer this question? Can you answer this question now? This is the ratio of investment, and which is further multiplied by the timing. So which will give you the ratio of their profit. Please confirm it. Now you may cancel out something if you feel common. For example, 4 is common, so 4 threes are 4 threes are, right? So this is going to be 21, and this is 10, this is 15. Am I right? So A share should be 21 out of 46 of 92,000 profit, which will get the answer 42,000. Please answer it. So what is going to be the answer? 2 times 42,000. That's it. Now, please try this question. See, just try to understand this line for some amount of time, for some time duration. At the end of 1 year, means time is same, and they divided the profit in this ratio. What does that mean? If they divided the profit in this ratio, that means their investment must also be in same ratio, because time is same and they're dividing the profit equal. That means their investment are also equal. Now in the second year, so that's the situation for first year. In the second year, what happened? A reduced by amount 20%. See, if you have to do the percentage calculation, in place of 111, you may take 100. So if this is reduced by 20% means it becomes 80. B increased by 20% means investment becomes 120. And C did not change, so C will remain investment 100. Now, so if C receive as a profit in second year means for the second year only. So now this is the ratio of investment for second year. So this will also be the ratio of profit for second year. You may take a simple ratio, 24s are, 26s are, 25. So this will remain the ratio of profit. And whose profit is given? C's profit is given. So please answer this question now. And if you have any query, please let me know. Are you trying it? Question says that C's profit, that is 1000. So if this value is 1000, 5 ratio is 1000, what is the total profit in the second year? So that is a 6 ratio. No, total profit. Total profit is 4 plus 6 plus 5, which is 15 ratio. So 5 ratio is 1000. So 15 ratio will be thrice of this 3000. I hope you got the answer. So answer will be 3000. So let's move on to the next question. This is again related to proportionality, which we have done it. Can you try this question? Now it breaks into 3 pieces. And again, diamond is directly proportional. Price is directly proportional to square of its weight. So can we say that first situation price to second situation price, right, must be equal to first situation weight cube or square? We need to understand square, sorry. First situation weight square and second situation weight square. Okay, so you already answered it, option 2. Fair enough. So can we say that in the first situation, if you take the combined weight 2 plus 3 plus 4, because it is broken in these 3 ratio. So if total was 9, right, 2 plus 3 plus 4, which is 9. So in the initial situation, price must be according to 9 square. In the later situation, price must be equal to 2 square plus 3 square plus 4 square. This is what we have done already in these classes. And this will be the ratio of price in the first to second situation, which is going to be 81 ratio. You know, this is a 16, 9, 25, 4, 29. Now look at the last line, the value. What is the value here? Value says that given that value of diamond was or is 72900. So that means, can we say that 81 ratio was given 72900, and we need to get the loss. So 81 to 29, what is a loss in terms of ratio? So 81 minus 29, what is a loss in terms of ratio? 52. Are we together? So once we know 81 ratio is 72900, 1 ratio becomes 900, or 52 ratio becomes 52 into 900, or 46800. Is it second option, B option, or A option? Please reconfirm it. Please reconfirm it. Yeah, option A. Right? So you corrected yourself. Now let's look at the situation when it is not completely proportional. Certain part is variable. So this is the most challenging part. When certain part is fixed and certain is variable. Let's look at the situation here. So this is slightly more difficult. And this was in my slot. So it collects 1600 per month. That's a normal standard format. When number of orders 50, profit is 200. means expenses turn out to be how much? 1400. So per border expenses is 1400 and there are 50 borders. So into 50, this is the expenses which is partially fixed and partially variable according to number of person. So let's say per person V cost vary. So it is going to be F plus 50V. That's the first equation we can make. Okay, any cross question here? How did I get 1400? Because the fixed charge, the charges taken from students are 1600 and 200 is the profit. So that means cost is 1400 per person if it is 50 students. And if it is 75, then profit increased to 250, means cost turn out to be 1350 only. So if A plus 75. So this is slightly calculated. Now question demand, if it is 80%, so one way could be that by solving these two equations, you can get the value of F and V, put the value of an F and V, which will be equal to 80 into, let's say, X turn out to be the cost expenses per person. So from this one, we can get the answer. So what is the total profit? So we get the profit per person and multiply by 80 will give you the total profit. Or you can say that total income is 1600 into 80, from this total expenses is subtracted, which is 80x. So somehow you need to get the value of X, only then you can answer it. Right? So what is our objective? To get the value of X. That is, what is the expenses as of now per person. How can we go it? One approach is with proper solving these two equations, which might consume a slightly higher time. Alternate, we can think, what is the difference in these two? Difference is 25B. And what is the difference in the value? So this difference is slightly tricky because you may multiply both of them and then subtract, or if you want to subtract this actually, so I can see a certain thing common. So first I take 50 common, so it becomes 1400 minus, if 50 common is taken from 1350, so 5 2s are 10, 5 7s are into 75. Right? So this is going to be my cost per person, or variable cost per person will be divided by 25, 2 into this value. So which we have to calculate. What is 27 into 75? Can you calculate it? 27 5s are 135, 13 carry. All right. 27 7s are, so this is 140 and 49, 189, and 189 and 13 is going to be 202. So in fact, I did the wrong thing. From the first one has to be subtracted because second one is larger. So from this 1400 must have been subtracted. So the value becomes per person variable cost becomes, this is a 625 or it is 1250. Please confirm it. Did you get this value? So now you know that if you want to increase from, either increase from 75 to 80 or you make 50 to 80. Both way you may do it. So our total cost is 1400 into 50 for A plus 50V. If how much? 30V is added, that means to make it A plus 80V. So 30V means 30 times 1250 is added. So this becomes the total expenses of 80%. So again, you can take certain thing common. Uh, you may take a 500 common. So 500 common means 140 from here plus and 0 and 50. That means a 5. One 50 divided by 50, 25. So 25 into 3, 75. So this is going to be 500 into this is 215, I believe. Confirm it. So I think 10500 becomes total expenses and total income. You know that total income is 1600 into 80, which is a 00, and 16 8 are 128. So 1280, and from this one is subtracted. So probably we'll get 20500. So probably answer C is going to be the right answer. So no doubt, slightly challenging one, but please let me know, did you get the same calculation? Okay, great. So from the 0 level to the topmost level, that was what my challenge in every class, that from 0 to top level we can reach once we go through the basic questions, right? So now I think we did the ratio, both part 1, part 2. If you have any queries, any doubt, please let me know, right? And we did the average topic. So in the upcoming classes, I'm going to cover mixture and alligation. And once we'll do the mixture and alligation, so ratio, average, mixture, alligation will be done. Then we will start time, speed, distance, and timing. So that's all for the day. Thank you guys. Thank you for watching me live. Bye bye.